Translator born to be. Those tentacles had sharp barbs with a golden luster to them. They looked chillingly sharp. However, those tentacles now slowly retreated back into the earth, vanishing without a trace. My apologies, I hope that you won't take offense, an ancient voice rang out. The forest began to move, the trees parting to create a path. At the end of the path was a large mountain with an ancient tree growing on the top of it. This tree was not much smaller than the Luo spirit race's life spirit god. The light flowing within it made it appear to be a divine tree from the immortal world. Please come and have a chat. The ancient voice rang out once more. This time, Long Chen clearly heard it come from the ancient tree. Then I'll disturb you. Long Chen cupped his fist slightly and walked over. Once he arrived, he saw an old man seated beneath the tree. He appeared to be a hardy elder who seemed to exude the aura of an immortal Taoist. Behind the elder were a dozen maids in white dresses. They had various fruits in their hands that they were arranging on the table. My sincere apologies. These children have been trapped here for countless years, and we are often invaded. Let me apologize on their behalf. There's not much within this wilderness, but I have some fruit that I hope can make things up to you, said the elder. Even before tasting any of the fruits, their fragrance had reached Long Chen, almost making him drool. Senior is too courteous. It was rude of me not to visit without a gift, said Long Chen courteously. However, his hands weren't courteous at all. He immediately grabbed one of the fruits and ate half of it in one bite. It was an apple-like fruit whose juices were exceptionally sweet. It also contained concentrated life energy, and it was even more effective than top-grade healing medicines. With an apple in his left hand and a melon in his right hand, Long Chen began to chomp down while praising them. They truly were delicious and extremely satisfying after the taxing journey. Ha ha ha, I'm glad that you like them. I don't have much else other than this to offer you, so eat up, said the elder happily. Then many thanks. Long Chen consumed dozens of the various fruits, only stopping once his stomach was full. With a satisfactory belch, he said, Senior, I suppose you must be one of the aboriginals of this place. Do you know what happened in the battle back then? The elder sighed. Yes, we are the original inhabitants of this place. That battle back then shattered our peaceful lives. It was a battle of gods that resulted in a calamity for us who live on the bottom levels. It's a long story. Here, I know the human race likes wine. I've learned many wine-making arts from the human race. Would you like a taste of my abilities? One of the maids brought over some wine cups and poured for the two of them. The wine was amber and gave off a strong fruit wine fragrance. I don't even know how many years it's been, probably tens of thousands of years. Back then, one of the experts of your human race saved my life. I also learned how to make wine from them. It can be said that the human race is our greatest benefactor. The tree demon race here will always be grateful to the human race and welcome you, said the elder happily. You're too courteous. Here's to a long friendship between the human race and the tree demon race. Cheers. Long Chen laughed and drank the cup of wine. He used an ancient form of wine etiquette, holding it with the sleeves of both hands. After drinking it, Long Chen smacked his lips and frowned ever so slightly. What is it? Is my wine still lacking some maturity? Asked the elder, a smile in his eyes. Forgive me for my directness. The fruit was good, but this wine was lacking. Perhaps you might not believe me, but it just so happens that I have some fruit wine made by a grandmaster of the wine Dao. Normally, I'm not even willing to drink it, but I'll take it out today to discuss the wine Dao with you, said Long Chen. Long Chen took out a jug of wine. Opening the seal, a dense wine fragrance instantly filled the air. Just the scent was able to intoxicate people. Good wine, the elder's expression changed. Of course, otherwise would I dare to bring it out, Long Chen smiled. Here, to the friendship between the human race and the tree demon race. The elder drank it and was instantly filled with praise. This is truly good wine. Haha, this is. Long Chen suddenly shut his mouth. What is it? Asked the elder curiously. Nothing, Long Chen waved his hand. Maybe I drank too quickly, I feel a bit off. Long Chen's face began to grow pale. His aura also started to fluctuate chaotically. Do you feel like your bones are rotting? The elder's smile grew twisted and sinister. You poisoned me, Long Chen cried out in shock. Ha ha ha, I didn't do anything. Any air of an immortal Taoist vanished. The elder's face was now like a crafty old fox. As for the maids behind him, they transformed, becoming malevolent fiends. You poisoned the wine, demanded Long Chen. Ha ha ha, wrong. The wine isn't poison nor is the fruit. But if you drink the wine after eating these fruits, well, sorry, but it's toxic to your human race. Do you feel like your bones are being stabbed? Do you feel your soul being pierced? Even having your blood flow within your body should be painful. The elder slowly rose. How despicable! Didn't you say that the human race is your benefactor? Cursed Long Chen. It was a bastard from your human race that made me fall to this place. I wish I could slaughter your entire race, the elder suddenly roared furiously. If it weren't for that bastard destroying my true body, my Yuan spirit wouldn't have been forced to struggle on death's door within this tiny world. This is all because of your human race. You little fellow seem to have a strong body. You're perfect for fertilizer. With you, I should be able to break through the last step and rebuild my true body. The elder laughed. The giant tree behind him shivered, and countless tentacles fell from the tree, every one of them very slender. They were like hair, and there were tiny mouths at the end of them like the mouthparts of mosquitoes. You came at the perfect time. I was just lacking a little bit of blood chi to rebuild my body, and you came right to my front door. It seems that this is the cycle of karma. A bastard from the human race destroyed my physical body, and now another human came to rebuild my body. The old man began to form hand seals. The elder's expression suddenly changed. A black mark appeared on his forehead. It quickly spread until it covered his entire body. This is. The elder suddenly found that he couldn't move his body. You wanted to poison an alchemist. Your brains must be made of wood. The kneeling and pale Long Chen slowly rose, chortling. The fiendish tree demons immediately surrounded him. What did you do? Demanded the elder. I did what you did to me, said Long Chen with a bright, mischievous smile. The wine was poisoned. No, this wine truly came from the wine god palace. I would never poison the wine from the wine god palace, or the high priest would look down on me. If you want to see the poison, look down, said Long Chen. At some point, the soil beneath their feet had turned black. None of the tree demons had noticed. Just as your focus was on making sure to poison me, I gave you my own gift. How do you like my surprise? Is it a nice one? Asked Long Chen. Boom! The earth suddenly exploded. The elder vanished and the ancient tree shook, sending Long Chen and the black soil flying into the sky. At the same time, countless roots exploded. Any of the roots touching the black soil were ejected from the main body. This bit of poison is useless against me. The elder's roar rang out from the giant tree. Not necessarily. After all, this black soil is not ordinary. I extracted its essence and had it invade your soul already, said Long Chen nonchalantly. Having reached the third step of Nether Passage and gaining control of death energy, Long Chen had gained a deeper understanding and control over the black soil. That was why he had been able to hide its aura and poison this giant tree. He had sent its law of annihilation into the tree demon's soul. This poison can't touch me. Life energy vibrated from within the tree. Every one of its leaves began to shine brightly. You want to disperse the poison and slowly grind it out. It's a good idea, but it won't work. Long Chen sneered. Forming hand seals, black spears began to condense in the sky. Chapter 2454, Heavenly Killing Demon Tree. Translator Born to Be. The black spears were condensed from the black soil in Long Chen's primal chaos space. As he wasn't an earth cultivator, in theory, he shouldn't be able to do such a thing. But upon reaching the third step of Nether Passage and gaining control of death energy, he was able to imitate the techniques of earth cultivators through the black soil's particular energy. These earthen spears were not tough at all. They smashed into the tree's divine light barrier and were blasted apart. However, they left behind patches of dark air. It was like the very void was being infected by black particles. It could be said that Long Chen had finally reached the level of being able to unleash the power of the black soil. At this moment, the other tree demons launched their attacks at Long Chen. Wooden thorns and whistling vines fell upon him from every direction. Long Chen snorted and clapped his hands together. The space behind him exploded, unleashing a torrent of black soil upon this world. The tree demons screamed upon contact with the black soil. The nearby trees quickly withered and died. Stop, stop! The ancient tree cried out in fear. The endless black soil finally made it feel fear. Long Chen stopped pouring out more of the black soil. He had formed a small mountain of it behind him. The tree demons that had attacked him had turned to dust. Only the ancient tree was able to endure. Long Chen asked, "What is it? Is it time to negotiate?" The old man appeared once more, but this time he had black specks all over his body. Having silently fallen for Long Chen's trap, he was unable to force away Long Chen's death energy. Although it could be said that his life energy had reached an almost limitless level, the power of the black soil restrained him. If he allowed it to continue, he would slowly be killed. Now when he looked at Long Chen, his expression was extremely ugly. Clenching his teeth, he demanded, "What do you want?" "I want all the precious medicines in this place. I don't want much, just one of each. I'm not a greedy person," said Long Chen. Fine, this demand was acceptable to the elder. "Other than that, I want your heavenly killing demon fruit," said Long Chen with an evil smile. "Impossible, that is the concentration of my life's cultivation base. Don't even think about it," raged the elder. He suddenly realized, "So you knew who I was from the start." The heavenly killing demon tree is an ancient species said to have gone extinct in the era of myths. How could I not know? If Long Chen hadn't realized who it was, how could he have known that this elder's act was not sincere at all? It was precisely because Long Chen had figured out that it was a heavenly killing demon fruit that he was sure he could handle it. There was a recording of the heavenly killing demon tree within the pill's sovereign memories. Its fruit was a 13th-tier medicinal ingredient. The fruit itself contained its own spirituality, one that would make any spirit pills refined from it craftier, but not more brutal. This kind of spirit pill was the kind that alchemists had to be on guard against, as they often acted gentle only to trick them. They were more aware of a human's weaknesses and would take advantage of an opening to flee or even devour the alchemist. This was the nature of the fruit, which stemmed from the tree. This kind of demonic tree was infamous in the age of myths. Its act of being friends with the human race was all nonsense. Furthermore, when Long Chen tested it by asking it about the battle from back then, it didn't avoid answering it. That was when Long Chen was sure it was a con. This was a question he had previously asked the life spirit god, but it hadn't answered, only saying that the karma was not something that he could endure. Since the life spirit god didn't dare to mention it, while this elder was casually talking about it while drinking, it was clear that there was a problem with the wine. That was why Long Chen had intentionally used an extremely ancient form of drinking etiquette, covering up his actions with his sleeves. He hadn't drunk the wine but simply pulled it into the primal chaos space. To avoid exposing himself, he even acted like it wasn't good wine and compared it to the wine god Palace's wine. That was to draw the elder's attention while he silently drew out the black soil whose aura he had suppressed. Now he had an absolute advantage, and so he directly extorted the heavenly killing demon tree for its medicines and fruit. Long Chen didn't say anything in regard to the elder's rejection. He just stared at him. Being stared at by Long Chen, the elder's hair stood on end. He clenched his teeth and extended a hand. A peach-like fruit appeared in his hand. However, it was covered in dense scales. "Here, you can go now. This fruit is equivalent to 1,000 years of my cultivation." Long Chen received it with a smile. The legendary heavenly killing demon fruit. This is something good. Long Chen put it away and then kept staring at the heavenly killing demon fruit. Once more, he didn't say anything and simply stared. What do you want? Don't go too far," raged the elder. "No, I never go too far," said Long Chen. "Then why aren't you leaving? You can go pick one of every medicine in the forest and scram," said the elder coldly. "It seems that only a single heavenly killing demon fruit isn't very useful to me," said Long Chen, seemingly embarrassed. "How many do you want?" Long Chen rubbed his hands bashfully. "I'm not greedy. I naturally only want as many as there are." You die." The heavenly killing demon tree went crazy. Countless branches pierced toward Long Chen like sharp blades, so quickly that he didn't have time to summon the black soil. Its goal was clearly to kill Long Chen in an instant before he could do anything else. A pill furnace appeared around Long Chen, and all those powerful branches struck it. However, Long Chen still coughed up a mouthful of blood. This full power attack from the heavenly killing demon tree was so powerful that, even with the demon moon furnace protecting him, a portion of it transmitted through and struck him. It felt like he was being struck by countless whips. Long Chen was enraged. As expected, legends couldn't be counted upon. Wasn't it said that while the heavenly killing demon trees were very crafty, their guts were very small? He had thought that the black soil would be enough to intimidate it into not attacking. Fortunately, the demon moon furnace was still able to block the branches. This heavenly killing demon tree was incredibly powerful. Even though it wasn't a fighting type of tree demon, it was still in existence above the Nether Passage realm. "I gave you face, but you didn't give me any. Linger, incinerate it." Long Chen directly gave the order for Linger to come out. The demon moon furnace's runes lit up, and flames gushed out. Flame runes soared out of the demon moon furnace, and a wave of heat startled the heavenly killing demon tree. Its branches were instantly set ablaze and being rapidly burned up. When it tried to suppress the flames, it was horrified to find that they could not be extinguished. Not only that, but the flames were also sucking up its vitality. Horrified, the heavenly killing demon tree cut off its own branches and retreated. Those flames terrified it. With the branches retreating, the demon moon furnace's lid popped open. Flames roared out in the form of a giant flame dragon. Runes fell from the leaves of the heavenly killing demon tree, isolating it from the flames. They formed a giant wall. The heavenly killing demon tree was enormous, and the giant flame dragon appeared minuscule in comparison. However, when the flame dragon struck the leaves, they were instantly incinerated, turning to ash in less than a breath's time. Rumbling rang out and black soil poured out of the void. Death chi filled the air. "Stop, stop," cried out the heavenly killing demon tree. "Why should I? You didn't give me any face. The last time I stopped, you were secretly accumulating power to kill me. If I don't teach you a lesson, who's to say that you won't do the same thing?" raged Chen. The black soil quickly filled up this entire island. The heavenly killing demon tree was surrounded by it, and its bright leaves began to show black splotches. With it blocking the flame dragon's attacks and the black soil's invasion, it was starting to find it hard to keep up. "Stop, I'll give you the heavenly killing demon fruit. If you keep attacking, it'll harm my source, and I'll need to use them to make up for it instead," shouted the heavenly killing demon tree in a panic. It was finally afraid. The flame dragon was attacking from above, while the black soil was invading from below. If this continued, he would only be able to last until all his heavenly killing demon fruit were used up. Chen finally stopped pouring out more black soil and had Linger stop. However, he remained ready. "Hand over all of your fruit. If I think you're holding back on me, I'll kill you," demanded Chen. Chapter 2455, The Miserable Heavenly Killing Demon Fruit. Translator Born to Be. With the threat of the flame dragon and the black soil, the heavenly killing demon tree finally submitted. Heavenly killing demon fruit fell from the giant tree one after another. With every single one, its aura clearly weakened a bit. When it had said that every single one of these fruits were equivalent to 1,000 years of its cultivation, it had been exaggerating slightly. However, the loss of even one of them was as painful as if a piece of it was being torn out. There were over 800 heavenly killing demon fruit. Once they were all taken out, the entire tree lost its luster as if it was on the verge of death. "You can let me off now." The heavenly killing demon tree's voice was a bit hoarse. Chen waved his hand, pulling the black soil into the primal chaos space. He also recalled Linger. "Why bother? I'm a very nice person. Have your subordinates bring out all the precious medicines here. Are you going to force me to do it myself?" asked Chen. The old man of the heavenly killing demon tree had now turned black. The invasion of the black soil's death chi had reached a critical point. With its heavenly killing demon fruit taken away, erasing this death chi would probably take a long time. The elder helplessly gave the order for other tree demons to gather all the precious medicines in this forest. These medicines were easy to recognize for them. That was because they were used as nourishment for the tree demons. These medicines absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, which aided in their own cultivation. Fortunately, Chen only asked for one of each. If he asked for them all, that would be taking all their food, and they would fight him to the end. Dao Heart Sword Orchid. 8 Treasure Jewel Grass. 7 Leaf Sky South Star. Ha, these are all good things. Chen couldn't help laughing as he received the medicines. They were all incredibly valuable, with over 10 being 13th tier medicinal ingredients. He could also use those precious ingredients to refine 12th tier medicinal ingredients. That would greatly boost their quality. He gained over 300 priceless medicinal ingredients, half of which did not exist on the Martial Heaven continent. Chen's medicinal field was about to grow again. "Old man, don't cry. To tell the truth, for you to want to kill me and me to not kill you is already an exceptional favor. I now have just one question I want an answer to," said Chen to the heavenly killing tree demon that was glaring at him hatefully. "What?" demanded the heavenly killing demon tree icily. "I'm curious, why is there a dead branch on your crown? The aura on it feels a bit similar to me." Chen pointed to one of the trees. That place was where the main trunk of the heavenly killing demon tree took a sudden turn. It was like it had been cut in two, with one half being broken away. "The result of a bastard from your human race," roared the heavenly killing demon tree furiously. It was your damn human race that destroyed my true body in that battle back then. I had no choice but to transform into a seed and undergo nirvanic rebirth in my own minor world. But that minor world was also destroyed, leaving behind only this one core fragment. It fell in this godforsaken place. I was only able to slowly recover by absorbing the spiritual chi of the surroundings. After tens of thousands of years, my body was ready to return to its true form, and then that bastard came. He not only took all my heavenly killing demon fruit, he cut off one of my yin and yang branches, causing a huge imbalance in my body that took years and years to recover from. Now I was preparing to reform my true body again, and a bastard like you came. The work of tens of thousands of years has been ruined by you. Your human race is all full of bastards. Don't be so emotional. Do you know that person's name? Asked Long Chen. Of course I remember. He called himself Ching Su and told me to remember it. The heavenly killing demon tree grit its teeth. Long Chen nodded inside. As expected, it had been a sovereign. No wonder the aura was so familiar. It was a bit similar to Sovereign Ching Su's sovereign seal. Sovereign Ching Su had actually also come here to pluck the fruit. Long Chen sighed. A sovereign really was a sovereign. A wound left by one of them remained after all this time, with his aura still being present. You really are unlucky. My guess is that the same thing happened that time. You wanted to absorb the life energy of a powerful expert to help you in your final step, so Sovereign Ching Su taught you a little lesson, snickered Long Chen. The heavenly killing demon tree snorted and didn't reply. Clearly Long Chen was right that it had been the one to provoke the sovereign, resulting in having to pay such a painful price. Long Chen was shocked that a sovereign possessed such power. Not only had he cut off part of the heavenly killing demon tree's trunk, that wound hadn't healed even after tens of thousands of years. When comparing himself, he wouldn't have been able to challenge the heavenly killing demon tree without the black soil and Hue Linger. Long Chen thought of Sovereign Mo Li's last words. Last time, he had let him cheat and pass, but that would increase the karma for next time. If he didn't keep working hard, he really would die to his next heavenly tribulation. You can go now. This place does not welcome your human race, said the heavenly killing demon tree coldly. What is there at the bottom of the marsh? Asked Long Chen. A group of lazy and gluttonous mudfish. As long as you don't attack them, they won't bother you, replied the heavenly killing demon tree impatiently. It seemed that he wanted him to scram so that it could recover. Long Chen nodded. He didn't have anything else to say. This fellow probably wished to never see a human again. Having obtained over 800 heavenly killing demon fruit and so many new medicinal ingredients, he had greatly profited. He was in a good mood as he passed through the forest again. The tree demons didn't dare to attack him. When he reached the edge of the marsh again, he looked back to see that the forest had closed behind him. He was no longer able to see the giant tree. This island was very strange. The surrounding space made it impossible for him to estimate just how big it was. He didn't overthink it. He took out the bronze bar and slowly floated off. Everything was calm. It was only once he left the mist that he sensed something wrong. He could feel the marsh trembling. Ripples appeared on the surface of the water. Suddenly, something below the water surged out, sending Long Chen soaring into the sky. Long Chen looked down to see an enormous figure that made his scalp turn numb. A beast above Nether Passage. It was a drake-like beast, but it had no scales or horns or even eyes. It just had a giant mouth. Hand over the heavenly killing demon fruit, and I'll spare your life. The huge monster actually spoke human words. Its voice was icy without any emotion. Fuck, that damn heavenly killing demon tree is conning me. Long Chen instantly realized that this huge monster was what he had sensed down below, but the heavenly killing demon tree had just said it was a group of mudfish. This monster also knew about the heavenly killing demon fruit. Clearly the tree had informed it. Fuck, I curse you to have someone steal your heavenly killing demon fruit the next time they mature as well, Long Chen cursed. Hand over the heavenly killing demon fruit. Boom! Long Chen was once more thrown into the sky. The huge monster repeated itself. Fuck, this is bullying. Even if I'm not a sovereign, idiots like you can't bully me, raged Long Chen. A mudfish monster actually dared to bully him. This was intolerable. Since you want to die, I'll help you out. The monster didn't feel any misgivings about Long Chen's words. It opened its mouth, and the entire marsh heaved. Its tail suddenly whipped out of the water and at him. Boom! Unable to dodge in the air, he could only block. As a result, he was knocked into the marsh. With no land anywhere, he caused a massive explosion within the marsh. The Dragonblood warriors heard the disturbance. Boss has been blocked by a monster. The mist had been scattered by the monster, allowing them to clearly see what was happening. What do we do? The water is toxic and there's no way to fly. Boom! A figure charged into the sky. Long Chen slashed Evil Moon at the monster's head. Its body instantly sank beneath the marsh, unleashing a wave of mud. Long Chen's attack was only able to force it back. He managed to leave a mark on its head, but no blood came out. His attack clearly wasn't enough to cause any damage to it. The monster roared. Its body spun within the marsh, and a giant arrow suddenly shot towards Long Chen. The demon moon furnace appeared, pulling Long Chen inside. They were instantly sent flying into the sky by its attack. Long Chen coughed up 3 mouthfuls of blood inside the demon moon furnace, feeling like a star had just smashed into him. The demon moon furnace was only able to block a portion of the impact, while the rest of it had to be endured by Long Chen. Long Chen's body was now covered in cracks. The mudfish monster was a 13th rank beast. In its own territory, Long Chen was almost killed. Suddenly, the demon moon furnace lit up, and it stayed suspended in the sky. "Big brother Long Chen, we've escaped the domain of the marsh," exclaimed Linger. "We're out? Good, then we'll give it a vicious blow." Long Chen appeared on top of the demon moon furnace. He raised his hand, a cluster of flames appearing. Chapter 2456, 7-Star World Extermination. Translator Born to Be. Flames rose in the form of a lotus, growing larger and larger. Long Chen began to chant the Nirvana scripture, causing flame runes to fly out of thin air and enter the flame lotus. With each second, the flame lotus crazily grew, and a particular rune on each petal lit up, forming a star. After that, the stars changed, becoming 2, and then 2 became 3. Every time a new star appeared, the world would shudder. By the time the flame lotus reached its peak size, every petal had 7 stars on top of it, and the surrounding void was distorted by the heat. An invisible destructive energy caused the world to shake. The laws of the heavenly Taoes were whining. This flame lotus possessed the power to destroy the entire world. Compared to the giant flame lotus, Long Chen himself appeared as tiny as an ant. His hands shuddered, and blood dripped down his arm. This is the limit. Huo Linger has yet to fully control her power, and the burden to my own body has increased as a result. But this is enough. Long Chen slowly released his flame lotus. It slowly fell down, but as it did, it fluctuated, clearly unstable. Long Chen grew nervous upon seeing that. Huo Linger's current power was so immense that if it exploded here, he would be blasted apart by his own technique. He carefully controlled the flame lotus, sending it toward the giant mudfish monster. The fierce mudfish monster shivered and suddenly dove beneath the marsh. "I feel like we should all back up. Boss is angry," suggested one of the Dragonblood warriors. Everyone else immediately nodded and ran further away. World Extermination Flame Lotus. Long Chen's hand seal suddenly changed. The flame lotus stopped swiveling and then smashed straight down with a horrifying rumbling. Even before it touched the marsh became distorted. The mudfish monster was instantly exposed. The marsh was unable to protect it as the World Extermination Flame Lotus fell. The 9 petals had 7 stars each, a total of 63 stars. They all detonated, and that was like 63 star falls exploding. The instant that it exploded, color faded from the world. Light turned dark. For a moment, everyone felt like they had lost their sense of vision. When their vision recovered, they saw a fragmented scene. Fragments of spacetime were in the wrong place. The world that they were seeing was in chaos. Within that chaos, they could barely see a figure falling from the sky, and then they heard the sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh. In the next moment, the world returned to its normal state. Their vision cleared, allowing them to see a giant hole in the marsh. A giant blade was stabbed through the mudfish monster's head. It was still twitching, but that was its deathbed struggles. Long Chen stood atop Evil Moon's hilt, staring coldly at the mudfish that he had skewered. This image stunned everyone. It was only after a long time that someone let out a cheer, breaking people out of their stupor. The mudfish finally became motionless. This terrifying monster was something above the Nether Passage realm and had been able to survive the World Extermination Flame Lotus, albeit just barely. However, after the explosion, it had not been far from death. A follow-up attack from Evil Moon was enough to end its life. The 7-star World Extermination Flame Lotus is my current limit. It used up 80% of my spiritual yuan. Even if Huo Linger was in full control of her own power, There's no way I could use such an attack twice, sighed Long Chen. The world extermination flame lotus's power had even frightened him. The only reason the mudfish monster hadn't died instantly was because the marsh had helped block part of its power. Huolinger's advancement has caused the world extermination flame lotus's power to grow as well. Once Huolinger is in full control of her power, it will be time to perfect this attack. Long Chen clenched his fists proudly. This technique was something that he had made himself, and was his strongest attack. Long Chen then sucked the corpse into the primal chaos space. Although its entire body could be considered a priceless treasure, its flesh was now badly charred. There was no way to make snakeskin armor from it. Its meat would definitely be the greatest gift to Wilda. It also had a crystal core, but it was a very rarely seen dark attribute core that he currently didn't have a use for. Long Chen looked back toward the island at the center of the marsh. The image of an immortal wonderland had been shattered. The entire island was charred and covered in mud. As for the giant tree, its leaves had been incinerated, and some of the smaller branches were gone. Con me and you end up conning yourself. You deserve it, snorted Long Chen. He had thought about going over to cause more trouble for the heavenly killing demon tree, but he decided against it. Sovereign Qing Su hadn't killed it even though it had tried to kill him. Most likely, there was some deeper meaning to this. Sovereign Yun Shang was capable of seeing the future. Is this heavenly killing demon tree some kind of opportunity that Sovereign Qing Su left for me? Long Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. Fine, I'll let it go this time and leave this opportunity to the next person. Long Chen finally decided not to kill it. The mud and water slowly flowed back into the marsh, and the laws of space and time that he had shattered were slowly repairing. If he still didn't leave, the laws of the marsh would return and make it so that he couldn't fly. Taking advantage of the broken laws, he hastily flew out of the marsh. When he returned, the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples and the Xuanhuan beasts cheered. They were filled with even greater reverence for him. Although there was no way for them to estimate just how powerful the mudfish was, based on its aura, it was definitely an existence above Nether Passage. Long Chen had managed to even slay such an existence. He was incredibly powerful enough to inspire them and give them confidence. Boss, were there any gains? Asked one dragon-blood warrior excitedly. There was an island at the center of the swamp where I gained some precious medicines. Since none of you can really use them, I'll be taking them for myself. However, there is something that everyone can use. Long Chen took out a heavenly killing demon fruit. People stared at it befuddled. They had no idea what this scaled fruit was. Could it be, is this a heavenly killing demon fruit from the time of myths? Asked one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples suddenly. Haha, amazing, you recognized it. Long Chen gave this disciple a thumbs up. He hadn't expected someone to really know of it. If it hadn't been for the pill's sovereign memories, even he wouldn't have recognized it. He had never seen a recording of the heavenly killing demon fruit within the records of the Martial Heaven Alliance. If someone knew of it, they had to have seen it within some ancient, fragmented texts. It really is a heavenly killing demon fruit. It is said that eating it can allow someone to immediately ascend and become a god or immortal, cried out that disciple. Long Chen's praising expression vanished. He shook his head. All right, it seems you've listened to too many stories. That's nonsense. This heavenly killing demon fruit has a huge amount of life essence within it of a divine nature. That divine nature allows it to extend a person's longevity. Even someone on the verge of dying will fully recover with just a drop of its juice. However, that's not the main thing. The main thing is that due to how long they've been mature, they've absorbed the laws of the heavenly Taos. If a cultivator consumes one, their comprehension of the heavenly Taos will soar. It will make your future path much clearer. For us, it can greatly increase our chances of advancing to the fourth step of Nether Passage. Not only that, it will make the bottleneck above that much easier to break through. Everyone was delighted to hear this, but they quickly grew disappointed. There were so many of them and only one heavenly killing demon fruit. They wouldn't get a chance to have it. Haha, don't be disappointed. I gained a total of 867 fruits. The Dragonblood Legion won't be taking a portion. If we split it, each person can have 3 drops of its juice. Just 1 drop should be enough for yourselves so you can sell the rest to others, said Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we can't do that. If you hadn't come, we probably wouldn't have obtained any. A person can't be greedy. Just 1 drop would be more than enough for us. The rest should be left to your Dragonblood Legion, said one disciple immediately. That's right, senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Don't get all weepy on me. Hurry and divide them up. We have to hurry on, said Long Chen, tossing the heavenly killing demon fruit to the dragon blood warriors to extract the juice and split up. The dragon blood warriors quickly squeezed out the juices, but the fruit pits were kept by Long Chen. Hee, this is the real good thing. Long Chen smiled and tossed the pits into the primal chaos space. Chapter 2457 Xuanhuan's Luck. Translator Born to Be. When the fruit pits fell into the soil of the primal chaos space, they quickly began to germinate. Tender sprouts grew out of the ground. Long Chen focused the primal chaos space's energy on one of the sprouts. After an incense stick's worth of time, it became a tiny sapling. Unlike other saplings, it only had 3 leaves. Without any further urging from Long Chen, it began to automatically absorb the life energy of the primal chaos space. Even after concentrating the full power of the primal chaos space onto just one sapling, the growth rate is so slow. As expected, the heavenly killing demon tree's life energy is astonishing. Just a single sapling contained about the same amount of life energy as a fully grown world tree. All right, I choose you. Long Chen made his decision. He would grow a forest of these trees to replace the world trees. Long Chen planted only 300 of the fruit pits for now. The rest, he kept aside. He didn't want them competing with each other for energy, and he also had a use for the fruit pits. He was planning on using them for alchemy. Then their effect would be far greater than the juice. Now he had a use for the sea demon corpses from last time. He tossed them into the black soil, and life energy filled the primal chaos space. After a couple of hours, the tens of thousands of sea demon corpses had been devoured, and the heavenly killing demon trees reached a height of 30 meters. At this point, they began to branch out. 2 branches at the top continued to grow. The runes on those branches were different, with Long Chen recognizing one as yin and the other as yang. Now he understood what the heavenly killing demon tree had said about having one of its yin and yang branches cut off. Long Chen sensed the amount of life energy within these 300 saplings. Their total life energy was already about half of the total of the world trees. That was a shocking amount. Once they were fully matured, they could offer him an extraordinary amount of life energy. However, without any more corpses to devour, their growth almost came to a complete stop. Long Chen estimated that without any fertilizer, these trees would take several thousand years to fully mature. Long Chen thought about tossing in the mudfish's corpse, but he decided against it. The growth of these trees would not be a matter of 1 or 2 days, so he shouldn't rush it. The juice was already divided amongst everyone, and there were still 2,000 drops left. Long Chen gave those to the group that had first noticed the marsh, leaving it up to themselves on how to split it. Their newfound profit filled every one of them with excitement, especially the Xuanhuan beasts. The juice of the heavenly killing demon fruit was even more effective on them, with no side effects. Has anyone received word from the other squads? Asked Long Chen. All of them are currently gathering or going in the direction that you indicated, reported one of the dragon blood warriors. It seems that opportunities aren't so easy to run into. We've all benefited from the first squad. Long Chen smiled at the group that had noticed the marsh. We're the ones benefiting. Without you, we wouldn't have obtained this opportunity either, responded one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. Not bad, this sucking up ability is refreshing, joked Long Chen, causing everyone to laugh. The lack of aloof arrogance from Long Chen made them all feel like he was easy to get close to. This was a rare charisma that they admired. Long Chen looked at the compass and said, "Let's go to our target destination. We have to gather with the other squads." Half a day later, they met another group. "Boss, haha, take a look at my new steed." This new group was composed of 3 squads led by Xuanhuan and Chen. Xuanhuan called out to Long Chen excitedly. "Boss Xuanhuan, where did you get a chick?" asked one of the dragon blood warriors. "Are you blind? Is this just a chick? This is a legendary ancient beast, the 9-wind blood phoenix. It can reach the 13th rank when it is fully matured," said Xuanhuan in an extremely pleased manner. A 13th rank beast. Everyone was startled. This steed that looked like nothing more than a giant baby chicken didn't strike as such an existence. "Boss Xuanhuan, how did you get it?" "Of course I relied on my own power to kill 2 13th rank beasts. There were 2 chicks, so me and Chen split them." "Chen, don't just stand there, show them your divine steed as well," said Xuanhuan. Chen waved his hand. "Oh, it's sleeping, so I don't want to disturb it." Compared to Xuanhuan's flashy style, Chen was far more reserved. "You killed 2 13th rank beasts. Is that really true?" Even Boss only managed to slay a single one. "What, boss, you killed a 13th rank beast?" cried out Xuanhuan in shock. "Boss Xuanhuan, what are you so shocked about? You said that you killed 2 of them. Were you just bragging?" "Cough, are you joking? Am I such a braggart? Just ask any one of these brothers. They all personally saw it. Furthermore, the best proof is the corpses in Chen's astral space," snorted Xuanhuan. An experienced disciple from the Martial Heaven Alliance said, "This truly is the 9-winged blood phoenix. There are 9 folds beneath its wings that will sprout 9 differently colored feathers when it is fully mature, and that will make it look like it has 9 pairs of wings. Congratulations, senior apprentice brother Xuanhuan, on obtaining such a terrifying steed. Ha ha ha, finally someone with vision. However, you don't need to be discouraged. As long as you continue to do good things and accumulate karma, you can also be blessed by the heavens just like me," laughed Xuanhuan. Chen shook his head and summoned the 2 corpses. When they appeared, everyone jumped. The aura of these 2 beasts was horrifying despite merely being corpses. "Boss, these are the corpses of 2 13th rank beasts. I've taken the crystal cores so you can see if you need anything from them. If not, we can just give them to Wilda," said Chen. Once everyone retreated, they got a good look at the beasts. One was a multicolored phoenix, while the other was a 2-headed lion. The 2 corpses were covered in wounds. The lion was almost cut in 2, while the phoenix had several bloody holes in it. Xuanhuan hastily put away his steed. He said, I may have overstated it just now. These 2 beasts were fighting each other and had killed each other by the time we arrived. The 9-winged blood phoenix was probably a bit stronger, but to protect its young, it was struck by a sneak attack. To tell the truth, the reason I was able to obtain this mighty steed is all thanks to Boss." Chen put away the corpses and asked, "Thanks to me, why?" "It's thanks to you giving me the karmic luck reward from the Devil's Slaughter rankings. My luck is now amazing. We encountered a spirit lake at first and then a vein of immortal gold with even source chi at the bottom that we absorbed. Then I ran into these 2 beasts fighting each other, easily obtaining 2 corpses and 2 young 9-winged blood phoenixes. However, it wasn't perfect. There were originally 3, but the lion ate one," said Xuanhuan regretfully. Everyone stared at him, dumbstruck. How was Xuanhuan's luck so heaven-defying? He hadn't encountered any dangers and had instead run into one treasure after another. Even Chen was stunned. If Xuanhuan's luck was so heaven-defying, why hadn't it manifested itself before now? Chen suddenly wondered if it was because his own bad luck had covered up Xuanhuan's good luck. Chen sighed inside. He had fought with both his mind and body against the heavenly killing demon tree and then killed the mudfish monster before obtaining his treasures, but Xuanhuan had just picked his up. This luck was definitely heaven-defying. "Xuanhuan, you should lead the way for everyone," said Chen. "What about you?" asked Xuanhuan. "Me? It's better for me to go my own way," said Chen. After giving a few more instructions, he left on his own. Chapter 2458, Dangerous Scheme. Translator Born to Be. Chen left on his own, speeding off toward his previous target. The Dragon Blood warriors had essentially finished forming up, with each group having at least 5 squads. In each of those groups were at least 2 people on the level of captains, so they should be safe. Now, Chen was setting off on his own because he didn't sense any supreme experts. Xuanhuan's luck had given him a reminder. His bad luck would cover up other people's good luck. By leaving them, their chances of running into treasures should increase a bit. Several days later, Chen arrived at his target area. The scene he saw before him made his heart shake. This was a giant spring. There were 2 mountain ranges on both sides of it, looking like an eye from above. The spring had black and white mist revolving on top of it, looking like a giant Teiji symbol. The white mist was full of vitality, while the black mist was full of death. They were blending together, yet still separate. When he descended from the sky, he found that the spring had its own laws. While it wasn't so big looking from above, when he got close, he found that it was practically limitless. This spring seemed to fill the entire world. He didn't know if he had shrunk or if it had grown. There is actually a place within this world that manifests the cycle of life and death. The divine families actually didn't share this secret with us. Chen couldn't help growing enraged upon sensing the power of this spring. The Long family hadn't told him about this, but the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance's disciples had both been aware of it. "Boss," the Dragon Blood warriors who had already arrived came over when they saw him. Was there a battle? Chen saw they still had blood on them, and their auras were in a very lively state. It was dangerous. As soon as we arrived, corrupt experts attacked us. They had broken through to the fourth step. If the zither fairy hadn't interfered, we would have taken some heavy losses, said the squad leader. Ziyan, Long Chen sensed the surroundings. There did seem to be some mystical energy remaining in the air that belonged to Ziyan. Where is she? The zither fairy immediately rushed off after helping us resolve the ambush. It seemed that she was in a hurry. Boss, we were late. Everyone else who entered the Starfield Divine World rushed straight here. The corrupt path left behind 2,000 of their disciples to ambush us. With them being in the fourth step and controlling samsara power, we would have been at a disadvantage without the zither fairy, said another squad leader. Upon reaching the fourth step, the samsara power of a nether passage expert would not just increase their power, but it would also form a cycle that gave them limitless power. With the Dragonblood warriors still in the third step, they were unable to hold them back. In the brief ambush, 10,000 disciples of the Martial Heaven Alliance had died. The Corrupt Path and the Ancient Family Alliance knew about this. Only the Sea Demon race seems to be like us. What is the Yi family playing at? Long Chen sank into thought. He had killed the 6-horned sea serpent's left and right arms, but hadn't found any information about this life and death spring in their soul fragments. Could it be that the Yi family was using the Sea Demon race to slow him down? Were they being used to stall the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples? After being one step behind, they would only fall further and further behind. One of the groups has been attacked. Suddenly, the compasses let off a warning sound. However, the warning then stopped a short while later. It was a little sneak attack, not enough to shake the entire group. The other side fled. The report quickly came from the group that had been attacked. Have all the groups remain vigilant and rush straight here. There's no need to search for more treasures, ordered Long Chen. They had been schemed against. The Dragonblood Legion was now forced into a very passive position. With many others having broken through to the fourth step due to this spring, they were at an immense disadvantage. More groups arrived. One of them was led by Yue Zifeng and Gu Yang. They brought a squad of the Xuanhuan beasts and the 4 squads of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. The others also arrived quickly. Seeing everyone was safe and sound, they sighed in relief. Just as they had been approaching this area, all their groups had been attacked by small groups of experts. Those experts came from the Ancient Family Alliance and the Corrupt Path. They were only in groups of 1 or 2,000, but they had all broken through to the fourth step. Meng Qi and the others were strong enough to force them to flee, but not before they killed a few people. The ordinary disciples were too weak compared to them. Meng Qi and the others naturally couldn't chase them down for fear of an ambush. They could only raise their vigilance and press onward. They faced quite a few sneak attacks from them again, and they did manage to slay a few of them before they fled, but the continuous attacks were infuriating. Against so many fourth-step nether passage experts, even Meng Qi and the others were unable to fully stop them. After all, they were in control of samsara power. Their combined power was immense. Their continuous sneak attacks had been so enraging that Gu Yang had almost chased after them, but Yue Zifeng had pulled him back. These bastards are all hateful, Tang Wan'er stamped her foot furiously. Long Chen consoled everyone. We've fallen for their scheme. By being broken into pieces, our enemies have managed to grasp an opening. They knew that we would need some time to gather back together after entering. Adding in some sneak attacks forced us to be even more cautious, with the Sea Demon race in particular giving us even more pressure. Their whole plan was to stall us while they arrived here and broke through before us. But if they've managed to advance, why not stand guard over this place to stop us from coming? Asked Meng Qi. The Corrupt Path and the Ancient Family Alliance had a full 1,000,000 experts inside the Starfield Divine World at the moment, with the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Xuan beasts only outnumbering them by a tiny amount. 1,000,000 fourth-step nether passage experts was more than enough to crush 1,100,000 third-step nether passage experts. It's not so simple. The Divine Families are using the Corrupt Path and the Ancient Family Alliance, but the Corrupt Path and the Ancient Family Alliance aren't going to be used for nothing. The Starfield Divine World is full of treasures. Their main force has definitely moved on to the next place, estimated Long Chen. Then we're the last ones here, raged Gu Yang. We should be second to last. There are also the idiots from the Sea Demon race. Let's just hurry and make our advancements here. This life and death spring has a white area representing life energy and a black area representing death energy. To enter the fourth step, the first thing is to balance your life and death energy. After that, you can step into the core of the spring. That is where the life and death energy is the strongest. "We've already been thrown behind, so we have to catch up," said Long Chen. Everyone quickly entered the spring. They went to the life area because they were currently lacking life energy in the death realm. The Xuanhuan beasts joined in as well. This life and death energy was crucial to their advancement. Although their realms were different, they still needed the life and death energy. "Wilda, your brother Long has brought you some good stuff." As everyone entered the spring, only Wilda stayed outside. Long Chen took out the corpses of 3 13th-rank beasts, delighting Wilda. These corpses were so tough that even divine items couldn't pierce them. Wilda's teeth were tougher than divine items, but even he was having some trouble eating them. He had to tear off pieces of flesh and chew for a long time before swallowing. "It's delicious. Brother Long, you're great," Wilda excitedly hugged Long Chen. In truth, Wilda didn't know anything about taste. It was delicious to him only because the flesh was so strong. Seeing Wilda eating the flesh of 13th-rank beasts made Long Chen feel a chill. Wilda had truly grown terrifying. "I'm glad you like it. I'll find some more for you in the future, but you should put these away for now. Ration them while you stand watch. If anyone tries to disturb us, kill them," said Long Chen. "All right, go train. Leave things here to me." Wilda patted his chest confidently, but his hand was still bloody from his eating, leaving an imprint. Long Chen nodded and entered the spring as well. He began to absorb the life energy. Just at that moment, a group of people came rushing over. Rays of divine light pierced through the air toward the spring. "Courting death," Long Chen furiously shot up. These people were intentionally causing a ruckus so that they couldn't focus on cultivation. Chapter 24:59 Crisis Descend. With everyone in the life and death spring, they couldn't dodge. It was unknown what origins this spring had, but after entering, their bodies naturally entered a cultivation state. They would have to leave in order to enter a combat-ready state. By the time they charged out of the spring, their attackers had fled. They seemed to have transportation discs on them that brought them away as soon as they fled. "Bastards," raged Guyang. The only way for them to effectively cultivate here was to enter a state of forgetting everything else. It would take far longer now since they were furious after being attacked. "How hateful. They're slowing us down while they go in search of treasures," said Tang Wan'er. "Cloud, why don't you guard this place? Kill anyone who approaches," said Meng Qi. With Cloud's speed, those people would be killed as soon as they got close. "No need," said Xia Chen. "They have transportation talismans that will make speed useless. Guo ran and I can set up a formation to kill them. I'll need 3,000 people to help me." Xia Chen and Guo ran set off with 3,000 Dragonblood warriors to set up a formation. Long Chen ordered everyone not to fall for it. They had to calm down and use this place to advance to the 4th step. Xia Chen and Guo ran got to work, but halfway through their setup, another batch of disciples from the ancient family alliance attacked. However, as soon as they appeared, a batch of bombs that Guo Ran had set up exploded, blasting them to pieces. Following the explosions were some poison arrows. Even those in control of life and death energy couldn't ignore that poison. That batch of sneak attackers were blocked and only managed to launch a few attacks from a great distance before fleeing. But still, quite a few people were disturbed from their cultivation state, flames of anger surging in their eyes. On the other hand, Long Chen was already in his cultivation state. His divine ring opened behind him. The life energy poured into him. Several attacks were aimed at Long Chen, but Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Tang Wan'er, and the others blocked it for him. They had decided to stand guard over Long Chen so that he could advance first. As Long Chen absorbed the life energy, he tried to bring some of the spring water into the primal chaos space. But he was disappointed to find that once it exited this world, the spring water's energy completely vanished. His thought of bringing the entire spring away with him was extinguished. He could only focus on cultivating. Others were absorbing it slowly, but he was sucking the life energy in crazily. Suddenly, blinding rays of light lit up from the distance. Runic swords pierced through the air, slaughtering a new batch of sneak attackers. Xia Chen's formation was complete. He was standing guard, not even giving the sneak attackers an opportunity to attack. Several more attempts occurred, leaving behind batches of corpses on the ground. Just as it seemed that the ancient family alliance's disciples had given up, corrupt experts came charging at the barrier recklessly. Using their own comrades' lives as shields, they managed to tear an opening within Xia Chen's formation and charge in. These corrupt experts were practically crazy. They launched a few attacks, and seeing that they couldn't escape, they decided to kill themselves in self-detonations. Fuck, another 3,000 warriors get over here. We'll kill these bastards, raged Xuanhuan. These experts that had reached the fourth step were too powerful. They needed more people if they wanted to keep them out. At the same time as he was infuriated, he was shocked. If the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance had left their main forces here, they would probably have been wiped out. Another 3,000 Dragonblood warriors joined in. Chen clenched his teeth and took out even more formation discs. In the end, the formation became a solid shield that blocked over 10 further attempts at breaking through. Suddenly, the spring began to shake. Countless bubbles began to float out of it. It was like it was boiling. Boss has balanced his life and death energy. He's ready to break through. A vertical line appeared within Long Chen's divine ring. On the left side it was black, and on the right side it was white. Neither side was able to enter the other. This was a manifestation of reaching a balanced state of life and death energy. However, for others, this kind of phenomenon would occur within their heavenly Tao manifestations. But since Long Chen wasn't an Empyrean, it occurred within his divine ring. At this moment, Yue Zifeng, Yi Zhikyu, Chu Yao, Song Minjuan, and the others also began to enter this state. Long Chen, don't even think about reaching the samsara realm in this lifetime. Suddenly, the sky fractured. A bloody spear instantly pierced through Chen's formation. Heaven and earth rumbled. Tianzizi. Long Chen's heart sank. This scheme was well planned. The heavenly genius of the corrupt path, Tianzizi, had actually appeared here. After reaching the samsara realm, Tianzizi's manifestation was no longer the slightest bit unclear. There was a giant divine statue of crystal clarity within his manifestation. Divine energy came from his manifestation, infecting the rest of the world. Even the laws of the world were affected. His manifestation, it's fully awakened, exclaimed Mengqi. Tianzizi's aura was completely different from before. His manifestation had changed at its source. It was no longer illusory but real. The statue within his manifestation felt like a god. A feeling of inferiority and insignificance infected people's wills. Long Chen, did you think that we would allow you to advance to the fourth step just like this? How naive. We were unable to break the laws of the yin-yang spirit spring, but we won't be allowing you to take advantage of it. All of you will die today. Are you prepared? Asked Tianzizi disdainfully. He was just like a god looking down on them. Long Chen exited his cultivation state. As his body slowly rose in the air, evil moon appeared in his hand, and scales were covering his entire body. You actually gave up your chance to search for treasures to disturb me. Disturb you? Tianzizi suddenly laughed, as if he had heard the world's funniest joke. Long Chen, I didn't think that you were so stupid. Do you not realize what kind of situation you are in? Tianzizi's spear suddenly twisted toward Long Chen. Although it was just a casual flick of his wrist, Long Chen's expression changed. He was forced back several steps. Tianzizi laughed. Ha ha ha, now do you understand? In this state where your yin and yang are completely balanced, your own life energy and death energy are countering each other. In this state, you are unable to achieve samsara. Your current power has now dropped to less than 80%. What are you going to use to fight me now? Boss. Xuanhuan and the others all started. They didn't know about this problem. With Long Chen weakened and Tianzizi having advanced to the fourth step, a huge difference had been created between them. Long Chen smiled and indicated for everyone not to worry. Looking at Tianzizi, he said, "Call out that fellow from your corrupt path. You alone are unable to kill me." Tianzizi sneered. He raised his blood spear. Long Chen, you're too conceited. I have awoken my manifestation. Corrupt king overlooks the heavens. Killing you is simple. The instant he stated the name of his manifestation, the statue behind him quivered and breathed out a wave of evil air. In that instant, he seemed to be a disciple of a god, a representative whose will came from their god. Ha ha ha, Long Chen also laughed, his laugh full of disdain. If you really had that ability, you wouldn't have been hiding like a dog here waiting for me to balance my life and death energy, right? Tianzizi's expression sank. It was true. He had been hoping to have a real fight with Long Chen. He wanted to use his power to beat him and wipe away his previous humiliation. However, a certain person refused to allow him to do that, forcing him to wait until Long Chen was weakened. Tianzizi was infuriated, but he couldn't retort. What is it? It seems you feel aggrieved. Don't tell me that the arrogant Tianzizi that once swept through the world has now become someone's dog, said Long Chen lightly, seemingly seeing through Tianzizi's inner heart. Fuck off, Tianzizi furiously stabbed his spear. It was like the fang of a fiend, containing a powerful curse as it stabbed toward Long Chen. A sharp sound made people clap their hands over their ears. Right off the bat, Tianzizi had used one of his sharpest killing blows. Chapter 24, 60 God Reincarnation. You're the one who's going to die. Long Chen sneered. He slashed Evil Moon 3 times, creating 3 saber images in front of him that merged together. However, even this triple defense was unable to stop Tianzizi's attack. With this manifestation, Tianzizi was backed by the power of a god. With your current power, you're just an ant in front of me. I'll return the humiliation you gave me tenfold, Tianzizi roared. Thinking of all that had happened between the two of them, he suddenly dove toward Long Chen like a hawk. Boom! Long Chen slashed Evil Moon, only to be sent flying by a simple kick from Tianzizi. You see, this is the difference between us now. Even if you weren't weakened, I could still crush you like a fly. I've stepped into the samsara realm, so the cycle of yin and yang will wear your power down until you have nothing else. What are you going to use to fight me? Tianzizi arrogantly stood there, looking down on Long Chen, not seeming to be in a rush to kill him. Instead, he wanted to fully enjoy the sight of Long Chen's despair. No wonder, I knew I wasn't so weak. So stepping into the samsara realm has such a benefit, sighed Long Chen. And it's like you can't stop me. Today I will end your legend. By cutting off your head, I will show the world that your legend is nothing more than a joke. Tianzizi spread his hands. The blood spear slowly floated in his manifestation, and divine energy surged out of it, locking down Long Chen. Long Chen, do you know, I'm really angry that I have to kill someone as weak as you, stated Tianzizi. Even if I kill you, it will clearly be a case of someone powerful bullying the weak. That's an insult to me. Divine energy poured into Tianzizi's spear. It pointed toward Long Chen, rumbling with power. This was an attack that could destroy heaven and earth if it wished, but in the face of this terrifying attack, Long Chen smiled. He cocked his head at Tianzizi. How amazing! Just what kind of status does that fellow have to make you feel so aggrieved? It's shocking. Tianzizi's manifestation rumbled. As astral winds raged, Tianzizi roared, "You can't do anything even if I tell you. I'm just a divine son, someone who is simply a servant of the god. But he is the reincarnation of the 7th generation corrupt god. He sealed himself for tens of thousands of years. He is a true god who will lead the corrupt path to its glory. Your righteous path will end in this era." This information shocked everyone. A reincarnation of a god. Wouldn't that be an unrivaled existence in this world? /T. A god must ascend. That is in defiance of the laws. You're lying, shouted Zia Chen. Ha ha ha, Tianzizi laughed crazily. You damn ants, are you worth me lying to? The 7th generation corrupt god chose not to ascend and instead undergo nirvanic rebirth to become a different person. His ascension was an act to trick fools like you. He gave up his chance to become a god and instead reincarnated to start a new life. He isn't even a god now. He had to restart everything. Who would pay such a price? Demanded Zia Chen. The heights that a god could achieve were not things that people like them could imagine, but they all knew of the laws of the martial heaven continent. Anyone who reached that level would be forced to a higher plane. It was said that that plane was the undying world of gods and immortals. Even a god could not disobey the laws of the martial heaven continent. After ascending, they could not return. The 7th generation corrupt god had acted like he was ascending, only to secretly undergo nirvanic rebirth. That was in defiance of the heavens. By undergoing reincarnation, he would have to start from the beginning and could die at any moment. Just why would he pay such a price? It was to trick a sovereign, right? Said Long Chen. This statement startled people. How was that possible? There were no gods in the times of the sovereigns. The 7th generation corrupt god had existed before the sovereigns. Long Chen looked closely at Tianzizi and saw his expression twitch. He smiled. The 7th generation corrupt god used his body as a seed to undergo reincarnation, but that requires going down the path of reincarnation. It is impossible to immediately be reborn without walking that path. After being reborn, he found himself in the same era as a sovereign, and not daring to compete with the sovereign, he chose to seal himself. He used the corrupt god cemetery to nourish himself, waiting for years until he could finally accumulate enough power to completely transform. Now that the chief flow of the world has changed, it is the best opportunity for him to come out. As for you, the person who should have been the leader of the corrupt path, you have been demoted to a mere side character. You can only listen to his orders like a dog. I feel sorry for you. Long Chen shook his head and sighed so dramatically. Hence, Despite knowing that it was intentional, Tian Zizi couldn't help being infuriated. Shut your mouth. Tian Zizi was the heavenly genius of the corrupt path, someone who had been sealed in his generation for years. The future of the corrupt path was supposed to belong to him, but now he had become a side character. He was filled with resentment, but there was nothing he could do about it. It doesn't matter who the leader of the corrupt path is. Your righteous path will still be wiped out. Master Yi Ming wanted me to only kill you, but now I've decided to kill all of you. Tian Zizi smiled as he looked at the Dragon Blood warriors. His manifestation suddenly shuddered. The power that he had been accumulating all this time blasted out toward the Dragon Blood warriors. The world's #1 legion will be wiped out by my hands today. Rumbling rang out intermixed with Tian Zizi's crazed laughter. Brothers, bring out your true ability. Don't let others misjudge you. Long Chen's icy voice rang out. The Dragon Blood warriors had long since prepared themselves for battle. They all summoned their manifestations, and the dragons within their manifestations roared furiously. Their power exploded like a volcano, pouring toward the front where Xuanhuan was waiting with his crossed blades. Those blades lit up like blinding suns. Dragon Blood cross/slash. The Dragon Blood warriors' power surged toward Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan's armor had been modified an additional 3 times because the Dragon Blood warriors had grown increasingly powerful. If he didn't upgrade it, he wouldn't be able to endure taking in their terrifying power. Boom! The combined power of 12,000 Dragon Blood warriors smashed into Tian Zizi's spear. As a result, the sky was torn apart. Even the stars in the sky shuddered. Tian Zizi's spear was blown back, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. When he grabbed his spear, he coughed up another mouthful of blood and smashed into a distant mountain. He pierced straight through it and continued through the mountain range. This Dragon Blood cross/slash was the only technique in this world capable of perfectly merging the power of over 12,000 experts into an attack capable of destroying heaven and earth. Nice, Xuanhuan cried out excitedly. This attack was stronger than he had expected. Even Tian Zizi had been blown back. However, that joy was short-lived as Tian Zizi came flying out of the ground. His hair was a mess, and there was blood on his chest. That attack had been so powerful that despite circulating his samsara power and grinding down its power, he was still injured. All right, I underestimated you. The combined power of a group of ants actually isn't bad. Since you want to resist, I'll break you one by one so you can all die painfully. Tian Zizi was charging over, not giving the Dragon Blood warriors a chance to accumulate power. This time, his bone spear was aiming to kill a portion of them in one go. Scram! A rough shout rang out, and a bone club smashed through the air. It was like a godly pestle. Walda had transformed into a giant blocking Tian Zizi's path. Scram! Tian Zizi furiously changed the target of his attack to Walda, his samsara power erupting. Boom! The bone club smashed into the blood spear. Following the ear-piercing sound, Walda was knocked back several steps. As for Tian Zizi, his momentum was stopped and his blood was flipping inside of him. He was infuriated. Corrupt king possession, divine power shatters the heavens. The statue within Tian Zizi's manifestation suddenly split apart. Divine light bathed him, igniting his power. Die. The reason Tian Zizi was igniting his divine power was because he suddenly had a bad feeling. That mysterious man, Yi Ming, actually hadn't ordered him to kill Long Chen. His orders had been to disturb Long Chen and then run once it was done. However, how could a divine son like Tian Zizi stoop to such a lowly level? He wanted to kill all of them, so he ignored Yi Ming's orders. As the Dragon Blood cross/slash and Wilda's power had far surpassed his expectations, the feeling of unease grew stronger. He didn't want to stall any longer. Suddenly, the void rumbled. A giant skeleton larger than a mountain appeared in front of Tian Zizi. It looked like the skeleton of a giant beast, but it was as if it was alive. It opened its mouth, and a giant wind blade spun out, breaking the limits of the void. Chapter 2461, Ensemble of Heroes Fights the Corrupt King. Translator Born to Be. What? Tian Zizi was shocked. This skeleton's aura was something that even frightened him. It was clearly a terrifying existence above the Nether Passage realm. He hastily retreated and threw the bone spear at the skeleton. He didn't dare to keep hold of it, afraid that the backlash could kill him. Despite his arrogance, Tian Zizi didn't dare to challenge an existence above the Nether Passage realm. He could only retreat. The bone spear was blown back. Amidst a storm of broken space, the wind blade exploded, unleashing a chi wave that sent Tian Zizi flying. However, a sharp light appeared in his eyes. He grabbed his bone spear. So it's nothing more than a rotten corpse. It won't change your fate of being killed today. With this one attack, Tianzizi realized that this skeleton was something that had existed for countless years. It had less than a tenth of its original power left, so any fear he had just vanished. However, just at that moment, Long Chen appeared in front of him. Lightning covered his entire body, and he stabbed a giant lightning spear at Tianzizi. At the same time, a sea of lightning poured out behind him, and millions of lightning spears shot out of it. Tianzizi swung his spear, unleashing a wave of blood-colored light that shattered the lightning spears. As soon as he shattered Long Chen's attack, his spear moved to perfectly block Wilder's bone club. However, Wilder's pure physical power ignored all laws and sent him flying again. The giant skeleton that Meng Qi was controlling attacked once more, forcing Tianzizi back again. Suddenly, a blood-colored figure streaked across the battlefield. Two of its sabers hacked toward Tianzizi. Tianzizi instantly realized that it was Xuanhuan in his armor. Die? Tianzizi was infuriated. Xuanhuan was nothing more than an insignificant character to him. For him to come at him now was an insult. What shocked him, though, was that his full-strength attack merely sent Xuanhuan flying. He wasn't injured at all. Hence, Tianzizi looked down to see that the Dragonblood warriors had their hands clasped together and seemed to be in a state of meditation. Their power was flowing into Xuanhuan. Tianzizi quickly decided that his first target had to be the Dragonblood warriors. Not only would that cut off Xuanhuan's support, but it would definitely cause panic amongst his enemies. However, his body had just moved when two cold rays of sword chi slashed down at him. One of them contained such a cold ice energy that it froze the space around him. Yi Jikyu and Yue Zifeng were attacking at the same time. Corrupt Blood Seal. Tianzizi blocked Yue Zifeng's sword chi with his spear, while his left hand formed a seal, causing runes to condense into another blood spear that struck Yi Jikyu's sword chi. Yi Jikyu's attack contained such terrifying ice energy that he didn't dare to touch it directly. If that ice chi invaded his body, it would slow down his movements. Even in the Samsara realm, he didn't dare to risk it. Both rays of sword chi exploded, and ice crystals hung in the air like diamond dust. As the dust settled, it revealed a long bloody cut on Tianzizi's cheek. His eyes were full of astonishment and fury. He had clearly blocked Yue Zifeng's attack, but some kind of invisible power had still continued straight toward his head. If he hadn't reacted fast enough, that attack might have killed him. Yue Zifeng's sword chi contained a power similar to a law, and it had almost taken his life. Despite reacting so quickly, he was still left with a deep cut on his face. It was possible to see bone through that wound. His blood poured out as he was unable to heal it. At this moment, Long Chen, Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Wilde, Tang Wan'er, and the others, attacks rained down on him. Yue Zifeng, Yi Jikyu, and Xuanhuan prepared to unleash more attacks as well. Lightning flashed through the air, and spear images tore through the void. Long Chen's lightning disturbed the surrounding space, giving others chances to launch their own attacks. His lightning was capable of blocking Tianzizi's sight and divine sense, slowing down his reactions. Because of this, Meng Qi, Yue Zifeng, Yi Jikyu, and the others could unleash their long-distance attacks. Only Wilde, Xuanhuan, and Meng Qi's beast corpse could fight Tianzizi at close range. They managed to tie him down. As Tianzizi blocked their attacks from all directions, he sneered. The mighty Long Chen is actually hiding amongst the crowd and launching sneak attacks. Ha ha ha, who would have thought that you would fall to this point? Even facing everyone, Tianzizi was able to remain undefeated. His manifestation was quivering, unleashing a faint bloody mist that slowly covered the entire battlefield. As the battle grew more intense, no one noticed this phenomenon. Idiot, if my boss was in the same realm as you, my boss would beat you until you cried, sneered Xuanhuan, even as he was blown back by an attack from Tianzizi. Inside his armor, Xuanhuan coughed up a mouthful of blood. However, this was nothing to him, and he instantly recovered. In truth, he had coughed up far more blood during this battle, but the armor made it so that others didn't notice. They still thought that he was completely fine, making him seem stronger than he was. Although he was currently supported by the power of the Dragonblood warriors, it was mainly focused on his attacks. If he had to switch it to defense, it would cause a lag every time and weaken it, so Xuanhuan was mostly using his armor to endure Tianzizi's attacks, while using the Dragonblood warriors' power for offense. If it wasn't because he had no other choice, he wouldn't be fighting at such close range. It was only because Wilda on his own couldn't bear this burden that he was taking such a risk. Tianzizi is extremely powerful, a portion of our power is being erased by his samsara energy. Only Yue Zaifeng and Yi Jikyu's attacks are able to pose a danger to his life. My bone beast's power is still too weak without its flesh. It cannot threaten Tianzizi's life. Cloud, will give you a chance. Use your divine ability to restrain Tianzizi so Yue Zaifeng and Yi Jikyu have a chance to attack. Meng Qi transmitted a strategy to everyone. She found that her own spiritual attacks were absorbed by Tianzizi's manifestation. The divine statue was absorbing her attacks, making her uneasy. She was worried that her attacks were becoming nourishment for the statue. Right now, the only ones capable of breaking through Tianzizi's samsara energy were Yue Zaifeng and Yi Jikyu. However, most of his attention was locked onto them, preventing them from attacking effectively. Tianzizi took advantage of that, forcing the two of them to defend whenever he attacked, allowing him to gradually take control of the tempo of the battlefield. Tianzizi unleashed 3 consecutive attacks at Yue Zaifeng, sweeping away the opposition. He finally arrived in front of him and raised his spear. However, a line of black light containing the aura of annihilation suddenly shot toward Tianzizi without any warning. Tianzizi hastily blocked, only to have his arm vanish. How regretful! Meng Qi and the others sighed. By working together, they had created the optimal chance for Cloud to attack, but Tianzizi was just too powerful. Despite this attack coming without any sound, he still managed to avoid a fatal injury. Courting death, Tianzizi furiously glared at Cloud. The surprises were coming one after the other. Wilda, Meng Qi, Xuanhuan, Yue Zaifeng, Yi Jikyu, and the others had completely surpassed his expectations. He thought that he would be able to easily crush them, only to find that it had become a relatively even fight. Despite that, he still felt some satisfaction. Back then, he had joined forces with Kun Pengzi and Dai Feng to attack Long Chen, but now Long Chen was forced to attack him with others. He had started secretly recording this. Once he killed Long Chen, he would publicly release this recording. Originally, this recording was perfect, but now he had been repeatedly injured, ruining his splendor. His image of an unrivaled expert was being destroyed. Cloud's attack had been terrifying. If it had hit him in the head, his samsara power would have been powerless to do anything to it. He would have been killed. Tianzizi's arm grew back out. The only one capable of leaving lasting wounds on his body was Yue Zaifeng. Even Cloud's divine ability was unable to do that. Hence, Tianzizi continued to attack Yue Zaifeng as he was the most threatening one. As long as he killed him, this battle would be his to win. Sword Qi raged through the air. This was a battle of peak monsters. The martial heaven continent's disciples could only stare. Let alone them, even experts like Yi Lingxian, Song Minjuan, and Li Qi were unable to join this battle. Numbers alone were insufficient to handle an expert like Tianzizi. More numbers would only weaken their overall power. With Cloud's attack failing, Tianzizi was now on guard, and there was no longer a chance for Cloud to attack. Cloud transformed into human form, wielding her original true feather. Chu Yao and Liu Ruyan controlled the battlefield with Long Chen's lightning. Things gradually fell into a stalemate. No one dared to be the slightest bit careless because that would cost someone's life. Having entered the 4th step of the Nether Passage realm, Tianzizi was incredibly powerful. Suddenly, Tianzizi let out a cry. He actually tossed his spear aside and clapped his hands together. The world shuddered as bloody light enveloped Meng Qi and the others. Corrupt King overlooks the 9 heavens prison. Chapter 24, 62 Realm Suppression. Translator Born to Be. The statue within Tianzizi's manifestation suddenly came to life, forming its own hand seals. The manifestation swept over the world, creating a spherical domain around Long Chen and the others. This domain was a part of Tianzizi's manifestation. It was like they had been sucked inside of it. Everyone's expression changed. Xuanhuan was the first to attempt charging out, but his attack didn't shake the sphere at all. Ha ha ha, Tianzizi laughed, standing atop the statue. Did you think that I only had this little bit of ability? You're naive. You have no idea just how terrifying a manifestation can be when its true name is called out. You are within my manifestation's domain. Here, I am God and none of you can compete with me. Wilda, who either didn't believe him or didn't understand, attacked. His bone club smashed toward Tianzizi, but the statue moved, smashing a fist at Wilda. As a result, Wilda's incredibly tough bone club that had never been damaged in battle shattered. Wilda! Everyone was startled, rushing over. Wilda smashed into the wall of the domain and bounced off of it. When he picked himself up, his hands were covered in blood. Cracked lines had appeared up to his shoulder. Shof, in this place, your brute power is far from enough. A fully awakened manifestation can unleash world energy through every bit of it. Your world energy can only be released through your body, but my world energy is fully unleashed throughout this entire domain. This domain is my world. Here, I can freely unleash the full power of my astral space, and it is no longer limited by my physical body. Can a person's power contend with the power of a world? Tianzizi swept his gaze across them. Their shocked appearances were extremely satisfactory to him. I bet you never imagined just how much power a manifestation could unleash. Although many of you are talented and have a chance of reaching this level, I won't be giving you that chance. Your lives will end here, said Tianzizi. Some faint rumbling rang out. It was possible to see Yi Lingshan, Gu Yang, Li Qi, Song Minjuan, and the others attacking the barrier. However, their power was unable to break through. They were like grasshoppers jumping into a heavy door. I have just entered the samsara realm, but unless someone's power can transcend the laws of my manifestation, this barrier will not break. Everyone, it's about time for you to die. I still have more important things to do. Long Chen, so sorry, I'm going to start with your friends. Tianzizi smiled at Long Chen sinisterly. However, from start to end, Long Chen remained expressionless. Lightning flickered around him, but that lightning was starting to lose its light under Tianzizi's suppression. It's Xuanhuan, right? An ant like you isn't qualified to stand in front of me. I'll kill you first. You can consider it my favor to you. Tianzizi raised his hand, and a ray of golden light shot out. Dodge? Everyone wanted to stop it, but they were shocked to find that their heavenly Tao energy had been isolated from them. The golden light had reached Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan summoned the defenses of his armor, only to have the runes on his armor flicker. This armor was designed to work with his heavenly Tao energy. Without it, his armor's power dropped by over half. It's over, a sense of death swamped Xuanhuan's heart. Boom! The golden light was shattered by a ray of sword light. Xuanhuan tumbled back, his armor growing dim. Zifeng? Everyone was delighted to see Xuanhuan alive. The one to save him was Yue Zifeng, but his expression was extremely heavy. The legends say that the sword Tao can stand outside the heavenly Taos on its own. It seems that the legends are true. Tianzizi looked at Yue Zifeng. Sword cultivators were the most difficult existences to judge in this world. The only one not suppressed by his domain was Yue Zifeng. Tianzizi then glanced toward the lightning-covered Long Chen and shook his head. Who would have thought that the famous Long Chen would be suppressed to such an extent, but you are still able to move? Well, I don't mind showing you how outmatched you are. Tianzizi formed new hand seals. After that, the statue released a wave of golden light that enveloped everyone. In that instant, Meng Qi and the others were shocked to find that they could no longer move. This is a different kind of heavenly Tao energy, or perhaps it should be called world energy. Within this domain, he is the ruler of the heavenly Taos. Our realms are suppressed, Meng Qi transmitted to everyone. On their way here, they had encountered experts in the samsara realm, and they had killed some of them. But they had never encountered someone with such power. This was a completely suppressive power that they couldn't contend against. Zifeng? Everyone suddenly let out a startled cry. At this moment, Tianzizi's spear pierced toward Yue Zifeng. Yue Zifeng's sword danced before him, blocking 7 of Tianzizi's attacks in a row. However, on the 8th time, his sword shattered. Fragments cut into Yue Zifeng's body. As he wasn't an Empyrean, he couldn't use heavenly Tao energy to heal. Adding on the weak bodies of sword cultivators, these wounds, insignificant to others, could be fatal for him. This was Tianzizi's domain, so Yue Zifeng couldn't even use his life energy to heal here. I really do admire you. You aren't an Empyrean, but by relying on yourself, you were able to reach this level. You might even give me a more threatening feeling than Long Chen, but now I can rest easy. A ray of light enveloped Yue Zifeng, making him unable to move either. Yue Zifeng was covered in blood. Watching as Tianzizi slowly approached him, he didn't show the slightest fear. He just looked at him calmly. Although I admire you, I still have no choice but to kill you. Tianzizi smiled faintly and pointed his spear at Yue Zifeng's head. He turned to look at Long Chen. Long Chen, I will now return my humiliation to you tenfold. Right in front of you, I will kill everyone by your side. At this moment, the lightning around Long Chen had weakened to the point that it was barely flickering. At some time, even his divine ring had faded. However, his expression was still calm. Have you heard of this saying? Idiots always talk a lot before death. Finally, Long Chen spoke for the first time since entering Tian Zizi's domain. However, as soon as he spoke, Tian Zizi's expression changed. Long Chen's voice was not his voice. It was a synthetic voice of rumbling thunder. Having a bad feeling, Tian Zizi directly stabbed his spear toward Yue Zaifeng's head. Too late, Long Chen suddenly laughed. Boom! Long Chen's body exploded, and a sinister black saber flew out of him. Evil Moon had actually blown Long Chen up and pierced straight toward Tian Zizi. Tian Zizi was shocked to find that Evil Moon was also able to ignore the laws of his domain. It contained such destructive power that he knew if he was struck, he would definitely die. With his domain unable to bind it, he had no choice but to give up on Yue Zaifeng and swing his spear at Evil Moon. However, just as the two weapons were about to meet, Evil Moon vanished. His spear swept through empty air. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him, slapping him in the face. Long Chen. When Tian Zizi stabilized himself in the distance, he saw Long Chen standing beside Yue Zaifeng with Evil Moon in his hand. Moreover, as he sensed the life and death energy flowing within Long Chen's body in an endless cycle, he was dumbfounded. Are you surprised? Long Chen swung Evil Moon, causing the void to shatter. The power binding everyone was broken, so Meng Qi and the others regained their freedom. Wilda staggered and almost fell. Tian Zizi had given him some special attention, binding him with 3 times the power of the others. Someone else would have been directly pulverized. Wilda was like Yue Zaifeng in that he didn't need heavenly Dao energy, but his brute power was also suppressed within this domain. After his weapon was broken, he didn't know how to unleash his power. Boss, you succeeded, asked Guo Ran delightedly. I finished 3 breaths time before, but I was finishing up some arrangements. Now everything is under control. Long Chen turned toward Tian Zizi. Tian Zizi, we can settle all our grudges today. Bring out whatever power you have or you won't get another chance in the future. Chapter 2463, Corrupt God Underworld Spear. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen was standing within Tian Zizi's domain, but the laws of this domain did not bind him. That was because he had also reached the 4th step of Nether Passage and controlled Samsara power. With a simple slash of Evil Moon, a tear appeared within the domain. Meng Qi and the others understood his intention and retreated from the domain. Yi Lingxian and the others also stopped their attacks, joining together with them. Meng Qi looked at her skeletal beast and shook her head. She had used up less than half of its energy, so she would be able to summon it one more time. After evacuating, everyone focused on the 2 figures within the domain. Long Chen lightly said, "Are you curious? When you saw me summon my lightning, that was no longer me but a lightning clone. That's why all my attacks were focused on long range. This clone didn't have the power to fight you in close range, and I didn't want you to sense anything. Did it feel good to be fighting against so many powerful people at one time? Did it feel so good that you didn't want it to end quickly? Did you want to enjoy that feeling of being unrivaled?" Long Chen knew that Tian Zizi was bewildered. His head had been muddled by his own power. Under the attacks of Meng Qi, Chu Yao, Yue Zaifeng, Wilda and the others, he had neglected to think about Long Chen. As everyone else had been attacking, Long Chen had entered the life and death spring to absorb its energy. Other people would need to first enter a perfect meditative state, but Long Chen had no need to do so. This spring was a natural location where life and death energy flowed with the essence of Samsara. By absorbing it, Long Chen quickly came to be able to control Samsara power. Other people would need several days to comprehend how to use Samsara power even in the best of times, but Long Chen's mental realm had far surpassed his cultivation base, which always lagged behind. With this spring as a model that showed how Samsara power was circulated, he gained control over it in just a short time. Although he had just set foot in this realm and had yet to fully comprehend it, it was enough. As for his lightning clone, he had intentionally left it within the domain so that he could find the node of the domain. Without knowing where that spot was, entering from the outside was very difficult. After finding it, though, entering and exiting became much easier. Tian Zizi's gaze was frightening now. The feeling of unease had grown so intense that it could be considered as a kind of fear now. He didn't know if this fear was a shadow left behind by his previous defeats to Long Chen, or whether it came from his sense of danger. It seems that you're very confident, but that confidence stems from foolishness. You've just set foot into the Samsara realm and don't even know how to call out the true name of your manifestation. Oh wait, you aren't even an Empyrean. If you had left with everyone else and joined forces to attack me, perhaps you would have had some chance to win. but you are too foolish. Staying within my manifestation's domain signifies that you have died due to your overconfidence." Tianzizi looked at Long Chen, his spear once more appearing in his hand. "You know how most of my powerful opponents died. I'll tell you. They died from talking too much. If you weren't so conceited, if you didn't put on a display of overwhelming multiple opponents, if you simply weren't talking so much and instead went all out killing me from the start, perhaps you wouldn't be dying today. You are so conceited that it's laughable. I'll tell you this. Even if I hadn't entered the fourth step, you would still face a miserable defeat today. However, even if I could defeat you, I wouldn't have been able to keep you here once you tried to run. Then you would have lived longer. Remember, you died to your talkative mouth," said Long Chen. "Bullshit!" Tianzizi's manifestation shuddered. Divine light filled the entire domain, and pressure crashed down on Long Chen from every direction. That power was many times greater than what had been used to bind Meng Qi and the others. In the face of that pressure, Long Chen calmly walked forward, seemingly unaffected. His divine ring appeared behind him. However, this time, Long Chen's divine ring was different from before. A starry sky had appeared within it. It was like staring into a vast cosmos. It was mysterious and beautiful. If you looked closely, you would find that there were a total of 108,000 stars shining within the divine ring. Those were the astral spaces within Long Chen's body. They were now reflected within his divine ring. Five-colored light radiated from the divine ring, dyeing the domain in its color. Your anger comes from your fear. Your shouting is to give yourself courage. Your viciousness conceals the fear of death in your heart. What nonsense is that crap about death being a return to the corrupt God's embrace? Not even you, the divine son, believes that crap. So you are afraid of dying. Your corrupt path is simply a group of idiots lying to themselves. All your fearsomeness is to hide your own fear. Long Chen's divine ring continued to radiate light. The immense pressure crashing down on him slowly faded away. Samsara power flowed within his meridians. He knew that he was now in control of an unimaginable power. However, he himself wasn't fully clear on what this power was. When he summoned his divine ring, his astral spaces seemed to come to life, automatically linking their power to form this mysterious starry sky. Their power was being fully unleashed. In his current state, he was finally able to fully control the power of his 10,800 astral spaces. Although he didn't have a manifestation, as the power of his astral spaces entered his body, he felt filled with power. He didn't even dare to unleash that full power at once. He unleashed it bit by bit, afraid that his own body wouldn't be able to handle it. It was no wonder Tianzizi dared to come here alone. This was the great divide separating the third and fourth steps of Nether Passage. "Nonsense!" Tianzizi roared furiously. Long Chen's words had touched upon the deepest part of his heart. He was truly afraid, and that fear was only continuing to grow. He had an urge to turn and flee right now. However, he was unwilling to flee just like this. Long Chen had just set foot into the fourth step and hadn't gotten used to his samsara power. This was perhaps his final chance to kill him. Now he regretted not immediately killing Long Chen. Perhaps then Long Chen would be dead. Even with everyone protecting Long Chen, they wouldn't have been able to stop him. Regretfully, there were not so many ifs in this world, nor was there a medicine for regret. Every single one of Long Chen's words was like a poison arrow shooting into the weakest part of his heart, trampling over his dignity and humiliating his faith. With a furious roar, his world energy erupted. Space shuddered as cracks appeared in the air around Long Chen's divine ring. However, even as Tianzizi attempted to use his domain to crush him, the divine ring was unaffected. "Do you need some paper? It looks like you're having trouble ****ting yourself." Long Chen looked at Tianzizi's constipated expression sympathetically. Tianzizi suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. His aura flew into chaos, and all the power that he had been concentrating dissipated. Boss really is boss. He can defeat enemies with just his mouth. Which other hero of this world can do that? Yu Ran clenched his fists, looking at Long Chen worshipfully. Those words definitely contained killing power. Meng Qi and the others exchanged a glance, shaking their heads. Even now, Long Chen didn't care about his own status or keeping up the air of an expert. "Long Chen, I'll go all out against you." Even as Tianzizi hacked up blood, he could still roar crazily. The statue behind him suddenly exploded, transforming into blood-colored runes that covered him. It was like he was encased in blood armor. Divine energy raged through the air, and the aura of a god came from Tianzizi. Some of the weaker disciples had an urge to kneel. He's igniting the part of him that makes him a divine son. Is he trying to die together with senior apprentice brother Long Chen? A startled cry rang out as someone recognized what Tian Zizi was doing. The divine energy raging around Tian Zizi took the form of blazing divine flames. He truly appeared to be a god at this moment. Corrupt King Hell Spear. Tian Zizi's manifestation twisted around his spear. The full power of his manifestation was sucked into his spear. "Everyone hide within the spring," shouted Meng Qi suddenly. Everyone dove beneath the spring water. Die! Tian Zizi furiously unleashed his spear. This attack caused the world to shake. Long Chen casually lifted Evil Moon off of his shoulder with a faint smile. "This grand aspiration of yours will probably never come to pass." Chapter 2464 Crushed. Translator Born to Be. Facing Tian Zizi's attack, Long Chen raised Evil Moon in front of him and calmly waited for it to land. Endless power was circulating within his body, and it came from his 108,000 astral spaces. Upon stepping into the Samsara realm, Long Chen finally understood the essence of the Nether Passage realm. Before this, his astral spaces were like individual blocks contributing a portion of their power to him. But with his new life and death energy, it was like they had been unsealed. Their power united, circulating according to a specific rhythm. It was like they had formed into a formation, giving him incalculable power. At this moment, rather than fear, Long Chen felt a thirst for a powerful opponent to test just how strong his new power was. Boom! Tian Zizi's spear smashed into Evil Moon, unleashing an explosion of divine light that destroyed the surroundings. Only the life and death spring seemed protected by some kind of law. The rest of the surrounding space had been wrecked. An aura of destruction continued to hang in the air. Meng Qi and the others were still beneath the spring, not daring to come out. They were truly shocked at Tian Zizi's power. But when the twisting space stabilized, they saw Long Chen standing in his original location. He hadn't budged an inch. Heavens, he blocked it. Some disciples snuck their heads out and had to confirm that they weren't just seeing things. Others followed, but they remained ready to dive back at the slightest notice. This spring had become their protective talisman. Ha ha ha, boss really is boss. Tian Zizi's attack can't even rattle him. Xuanhuan laughed so arrogantly as if he had been the one to block Tian Zizi's powerful attack. "This is impossible," Tian Zizi roared. He hadn't held back in the slightest just now, but Long Chen had easily received it. He refused to believe this. The stars within Long Chen's divine ring were like a vast universe. Tian Zizi felt as if his attack had been launched into that universe and dissipated without causing a ripple. There was definitely something wrong. "Why don't you try again?" Long Chen nodded along with Tian Zizi's judgment. Tian Zizi furiously attacked once more, causing startled cries to ring out from below. Yu ran, and the others dived back down. Tian Zizi wasn't even accumulating power before unleashing his attack. However, they were startled to find that there was no earth-shaking explosion this time, nor was there furious divine light. There was only a muffled bang before things fell silent. Yu ran, and the others cautiously looked through the water, not daring to stick their heads up again. Tian Zizi stared in shock. His hand trembled. "Now this shows that there wasn't a problem. I understand how to use samsara power to dissipate an opponent's attack now." Long Chen smiled. In the first attack, he had used his life and death energy to block it. At that moment, he had sensed that while a portion was blocked, resulting in a huge explosion, another portion was absorbed by his samsara power. In the second attack, he chose not to block it, instead circulating his samsara power to easily dissipate the attack without the slightest harm. This allowed him to experience the immense difference between the third and fourth steps. Originally, his 108,000 astral spaces hadn't given him the immense advantage he had expected within the life star realm. With others only having one astral space, no matter how big they couldn't be bigger than his astral spaces combined. His astral spaces had to be at least 10 times greater than other people's. However, he had never felt himself to have such a huge advantage in that regard. It was only now that he felt like he might weep from emotion. The advantage of his 108,000 astral spaces was materializing now. Tian Zizi's full power attack was easily absorbed by his astral spaces without causing a ripple. He wasn't even qualified to injure him. "Prepare yourself, it should be my turn now." Long Chen suddenly turned hostile. The stars within his divine ring blazed with light, and a majestic energy soared within Evil Moon. Tian Zizi was sent flying simply by the soaring power. Without even raising a hand, Just Long Chen's rising power was enough to blow him back. Tianzizi was horrified. His power was still locked onto Long Chen. He hadn't loosened his lock in the slightest, but Long Chen had easily knocked him back. Have a taste of my saber. Long Chen slashed Evil Moon without any technique. It was a simple slash. However, the world fell silent, time faded away. As everything else was frozen, only Long Chen's black blade slowly moved through the air. Time, speed, they were all meaningless. Tianzizi sensed just how profoundly terrifying this attack was. This attack filled heaven and earth, so there was nowhere to run. The only thing he could do was receive it head-on. With a howl, blood-colored runes ignited around his body once more. He raised his spear. Boom! Evil Moon slashed down, seemingly both incredibly slow and fast. There was no mighty hurricane following it, but when it struck Tianzizi's spear, Evil Moon's power instantly erupted. Tianzizi's spear exploded and fragmented runes flew out. Those runes were wailing. They were the countless resentful spirits sealed within the spear. Upon obtaining their freedom, they should have been grateful to Long Chen. However, they had been sealed so long that they had lost any rationality. They charged at Long Chen, howling for his life. A dragon's roar rang out, and Lei Long devoured those resentful spirits in an instant. With that, the world returned to calm, revealing Tianzizi. Tianzizi's arms were gone, and his entire body looked like fractured porcelain. He was covered in deep cracks. It seemed that he was on the verge of death. Even while igniting the divine energy of a divine sun, Tianzizi was unable to block a single blow from Long Chen, who was in control of samsara power. Long Chen quickly followed up with another slash of his saber. It was a casual blow once more. Corrupt King's Shield. Tianzizi summoned a giant blood-colored shield, only for it to be instantly shattered. Not even divine energy could stop Long Chen. Despite blocking the attack, the shockwave resulted in Tianzizi's fractured body exploding. Through the blood, a translucent figure appeared. Long Chen, just wait. With his physical body destroyed, Tianzizi couldn't fight any longer. A mark appeared on his forehead and he began to fade away. You're overthinking it. If it wasn't to kill you, do you think I'd take the risk of breaking through? Raging Flame Prison. Long Chen sneered. With no need to form hand seals, flame chains appeared in the air and bound the surrounding space. In that instant, the rest of the world was cut off. This flame prison was not just physical, and Tianzizi's fading figure returned. Tianzizi spread his arms, summoning a runic spear. He struck the cage repeatedly, but was unable to break through it. I won't make the same mistake twice. That six-horned sea serpent got away last time, but I can make up for it now. This flame prison is now my strongest restraining technique. It will make sure my opponents can't run after being defeated. I was originally planning on using it after injuring you together with my brothers, but I didn't expect that you would be so cooperative as to not even see through my lightning clone. If you had, you would have had a 50% chance of using your divine energy to get away. But now, your physical body is destroyed, and your divine energy is exhausted. You have no chance to run, said Long Chen. Linger was Long Chen's strongest support now. She was the best option for preventing Tianzizi from getting away. He had known from the start that Tianzizi had to have many life-protecting talismans. Beating him was easy, but killing him was hard. Tianzizi's expression was sinister. Blood runes appeared in his hand, and he began to chant a sutra. The blood runes quickly covered his whole body. Long Chen was startled, and quickly made the flame prison shrink down. Too late, Tianzizi sneered. When his body was fully covered in blood runes, he flew into the flame chains, his body seeming to melt and pass through. Long Chen, you cost me all the faith energy I was blessed with. Just wait, I swear I will have my vengeance. Just as Tianzizi was saying some final fateful words, a translucent dagger stabbed through his back and out his chest. The blood runes covering his body rapidly faded. Chapter 24, 65 Killing Tianzizi. Translator Born to Be. A small cloaked figure had appeared in midair like a spirit of the night. Dong Minju raised her head, revealing her faint smile. In this state of divine protection, others can't kill you, but I can. Tianzizi stared at the dagger piercing through his chest resentfully. He had actually forgotten about Dong Minju, a divine daughter. He had sacrificed all his divine energy for this temporary state that allowed him to escape the flame prison, only to land in Dong Minju's embrace. Although Dong Minju had betrayed the Blood Hall, she possessed the power of the killing god, so she was still considered a divine daughter. Of everyone here, She was the only one capable of killing him in this state. Long Chen had a complicated expression as he looked at the motionless Tian Zizi. Now do you understand? Even if I hadn't broken through to the fourth step, we could have still defeated you. When you were exhausted and my flame prison forced out your remaining power, you would have used this technique to flee. You wouldn't be able to escape Minju's killing blow, but perhaps you would have managed to turn it into an injury instead of death. Now, though, you have no chance. Divine energy flowed out of Dong Minju's dagger, fully erasing Tian Zizi's divine energy. His Yuan spirit was now completely out of energy. His world energy had been exhausted, his divine energy had been incinerated, and he no longer possessed the slightest bit of energy to resist. I didn't expect that I would be defeated here, but this time I am convinced by my defeat. In the same realm, I am not worth anything in front of you. Haha, perhaps this is fate. Even as a divine son, I'm just a supporting character to set off someone else's brilliance. Tian Zizi's rage faded away, and he became calm. A cluster of flames appeared on his forehead, indicating that his Yuan spirit had been ignited. Knowing that he was definitely dead, he chose to incinerate his own Yuan spirit to preserve the slightest bit of dignity for himself. Tell me where you were all going, and I will permit you to have a fitting death, said Long Chen. Originally, Long Chen could have done a soul search. With Meng Qi present, they might be able to gain quite a bit of valuable information, but he chose not to do this. At this moment, Long Chen didn't feel an overwhelming hatred for Tian Zizi. Their enmity was the result of being on opposing sides. They were natural enemies, and there was no right or wrong. This was simply fate. Ha ha ha, Tian Zizi suddenly laughed. Don't force me to do it. Zia Chen's formation is already set up, and Meng Qi is prepared, said Long Chen coldly. As he said, Zia Chen had 2 formation discs in his hand, and Meng Qi had her manifestation out, ready to use her spiritual arts at any moment. Tian Zizi shook his head. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at myself. I cannot compare to you in talent, intelligence, and now I'm even inferior in terms of character. Fine, if there is a next life, I hope I won't be your enemy. Perhaps I can even be like your dragon blood warriors and follow by your side. Maybe I won't be confused in the next life. Tian Zizi raised his hand and a spiritual arrow shot at Long Chen. Long Chen caught it, and it exploded. A torrent of information entered Long Chen's mind. Tian Zizi's body suddenly shuddered. He began to dissipate like sand blowing in the wind. He merged into heaven and earth, vanishing. A generation's genius, someone who had dominated their era, someone who had been sealed for tens of thousands of years before being awoken, had died. Even the righteous path's disciples couldn't help sighing. His final words were especially moving. Tian Zizi actually had questions about his belief. He was not completely loyal to the corrupt god, or he wouldn't have said such a thing. Everyone had different experiences. Perhaps Tian Zizi had also gone through things that none of them knew of. However, everyone's experiences were personal to themselves. In the cultivation world, it was unknown just how many people were forced into paths that they didn't choose for themselves. Some choices were made because they had no other options. Even the divine son of the corrupt path was unable to be free, so what of others? Heaven and earth were like a chessboard, while cultivators were nothing more than game pieces. They didn't have a choice about whether they were black pieces or white pieces. He didn't have to die. As long as he swore to remain loyal to the righteous path, we could have accepted him, said Tang Wan'er regretfully. Others also felt a bit of regret. If Tian Zizi had joined their side, even if he was only a Yuan spirit, he would have been a terrifying force. That would also be a serious blow to the corrupt path's morale. Long Chen shook his head. He had his own pride. Even if he wasn't controlled by a divine seed, he wouldn't submit like that. Furthermore, would you really accept someone with so much blood of the righteous path on his hands? What about other sects? Would Tian Zizi wish to live a life cursed by others? Impossible. So death was his best ending. Everyone nodded. That truly was the case. The enmity between the righteous and corrupt paths was not something that could be erased. Long Chen, did Tian Zizi give you any useful information? Asked Meng Qi. Yes, he told me everything he knew, said Long Chen. He was won over by your character. You let him die an expert's death instead of doing a direct soul search, said Chu Yao. That was truly a bit surprising. The reason Long Chen wanted to kill Tian Zizi so badly was to learn his secrets. But even then, he wasn't fully confident in being able to grasp his soul fragments. Perhaps Tian Zizi had even possessed a way to erase his memories. Based on Tian Zizi's memories, the one behind the scenes of everything was the Yi family. They had proposed hunting down the Martial Heaven Alliance and the Xuan Beast's disciples, with the goal not to kill them, but to slow them down. However, the Yi family was crafty, and while the disciples of the continent fought amongst themselves, it allowed the disciples of the divine families to progress faster. They smoothly progressed to areas with greater chances of obtaining treasures. Tianzizi and Dai Feng were not fools. They had left markers on the experts of the divine families, allowing them to realize that they were all gathering at the spring. With the goal of the divine families exposed to them, they made a new plan, leaving behind a portion of their forces to disturb the Dragonblood Legion so that they could also go search for treasures without their interference. At that time, Tianzizi had proposed taking on the role of disturbing them. Yi Ming had warned him not to fight Long Chen directly and only disturb his advancement before leaving. Tianzizi had agreed but hadn't acted according to his instructions. "Have Zai Yan, Lady Nangong and Lady Beidong already advanced?" asked Ming Qi. Long Chen nodded. They were all smart. Most likely, they had a way to track the divine family's experts, so their groups didn't need to waste time gathering before advancing to this location. Other than those fools from the sea demon race, the others have all reached this place before us. Even that fellow Mo Nian managed to muddle his way in here. When he mentioned Mo Nian, Long Chen couldn't help finding it a bit funny. According to Tianzizi's memories, Mo Nian had been targeted by the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance upon arriving here. At that time, he had stated that if anyone dared to interfere with the advancements of the Mo family's disciples, no one else would be allowed to advance either. Yi Ming had even fought with him, and in their probing exchange, Yi Ming had been at a disadvantage. The huge amount of divine energy within Mo Nian's body had shocked everyone. They thought that he had gained some god's inheritance and become a divine son. That show of power resulted in no one daring to antagonize him further. Although he wouldn't be able to kill them all, if he caused a ruckus, none of them would be able to peacefully cultivate. As a result, they had all advanced and moved on. The only thing that made Long Chen feel slightly uneasy was that Feng Fei, the Pill Fairy, and even Dongfeng Yuyang were not present amongst them. "Boss, do you know where they went?" asked Yu Ran. "I know the general direction and location." Yi Ming told those to Tianzizi. "Now that he's dead, Yi Ming has definitely been alerted. I have to go over there quickly." Long Chen turned to everyone. "Finish cultivating here. After advancing, the Dragonblood warriors should not split up. The Martial Heaven Alliance and the Xuan Beast's disciples should form new groups and go explore the northwest region. That is unknown territory with more treasures that others haven't found yet. As for myself, you don't need to be in a rush to join with me. Go in search of your own opportunities. Only captain-class experts within the Dragonblood Legion are permitted to go out alone. Everyone else should remain together." Yes, the Dragonblood warriors assented. They knew that in those dangerous areas, only the captains could protect themselves. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, should some of us stay behind to stop the sea demons?" asked one of the Martial Heaven Alliance's disciples. They could do the same thing that the corrupt path and the ancient family alliance had done to them. This spring possessed a heaven-defying power. It could slow down the sea demon race from using its power. "No need. If we leave too few people, it would be dangerous. Too many and it wouldn't be worth it. The sea demon race has too many people, so we can't exhaust ourselves against them. If you have that time, you should go search for your own opportunities instead. Those fools of the sea demon race aren't worth wasting the time," said Long Chen. "Everyone, take care of yourselves." Long Chen nodded toward Ming Qi and the others before a pair of lightning wings appeared on his back and he vanished. He had just left the region of the spring when he sensed something. He slowly flew toward a distant stone. Chapter 24, 66 10,000 Dragon Nest. Translator Born to Be. It was a very ordinary stone. However, it appeared a bit conspicuous within this forest. When Long Chen picked it up, he found a black rock beneath it, and there were a few more pebbles around the black rock, forming an arrow. Long Chen picked up the black rock. This rock came from the netherworld. It possessed the specific aura of the netherworld. This was something that Mo Nian had brought back from the netherworld. At that time, Long Chen had even laughed at him, saying that it was just an ordinary rock with no use. However, now it was used for an exceptional purpose. Other people's memories of the netherworld were erased after returning, but due to his relationship with a nether god, he was very sensitive to this aura. As for Mo Nian, he had stolen Hong Yaoyang's mortal husk. His memories of the netherworld would never fade. No one else would notice this rock's aura, but Long Chen instantly noticed it. Mo Nian had even encased it in samsara power to cover up its aura. That way, only once Long Chen reached the samsara realm would he be able to sense the aura of the netherworld from the rock. It seemed Mo Nian didn't wish for Long Chen to chase after him if he hadn't broken through yet. That fellow's pretty smart. He definitely noticed Yi Ming's plot and snuck after them. Long Chen saw that the direction the arrow was pointing in was in the same general direction as where Tian Zizi's memories were telling him to go. Mo Nian definitely wouldn't have anticipated that Long Chen would know about it from Tian Zizi's memories. After looking around, Long Chen shot off, seeing quite a few signs of battles. It was unknown who had been fighting. After a day and night of flying, Long Chen saw a group of a few thousand searching for something. That group instantly felt despair, as they belonged to the ancient family alliance. Long Chen glanced at them and then continued flying. Those disciples who had assumed that their deaths were set in stone stared in shock. "Perhaps he disdains killing people like us," said one of them bitterly. Despite having escaped death, that feeling of disdain was not a good one. "You're wrong. We didn't attack him, so he didn't kill us. He wouldn't take out his anger on us. He doesn't actually see us as enemies, only Dai Feng. The ancient family alliance was once allied with the martial heaven alliance. If that was still the case, he would be a heavenly genius on our side. It's a pity. To tell the truth, I'm ashamed of the ancient family alliance for targeting him so often. Even if he killed me right now, I wouldn't feel hatred considering what the ancient family alliance did to him," said one person. That person made everyone fall into silent thought for a moment. They should have been on the same side, but things had ended up like this. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen didn't kill us, so I won't attack him in this lifetime. I think it would be best if we didn't rush toward the gathering place so we don't have to fight with our old allies," proposed one person. "Good idea. I'm not going either. Let's treat it as if we are already dead." In an instant, everyone agreed to this suggestion. Once they reached the gathering place with Dai Feng, they would have no choice but to fight Long Chen. What could they do then? Long Chen hadn't killed them now, but they would have to fight the people on Long Chen's side. "Let's go that way." Boom! Suddenly, an explosion of flames made everyone look in the distance. That's where senior apprentice brother Long Chen went. "Let's take a look." They cautiously traveled for an hour before reaching a barren land that had been charred black. Despite the battle being over, flame energy had turned this place into a domain whose remnant power was so frightening that they didn't dare to get close. It was the corrupt path. One person pointed toward a broken halberd in the ground. It had practically melted, but due to it being on the fringe of the battlefield, it was still possible to sense that it was a corrupt weapon. "It's the weapon of the corrupt path's expert, Sha Ling Xiao," exclaimed someone suddenly. "The blood halberd soul reaper, that Sha Ling Xiao. Isn't he one of the 4 generals beneath Tian Zizi who was sealed together with him?" "Yes, I once saw him fight. This halberd's aura is definitely his," said that person. Everyone was shocked. Someone who had reached the 4th step and was one of Tian Zizi's 4 generals had been slain with a wave of Long Chen's hand. They also saw quite a few fragmented weapons throughout the battlefield. Based on what they had seen, the corrupt path was traveling in groups of 10,000 people. In other words, Long Chen's attack had wiped out a squad of 10,000 corrupt experts, with even their leader being powerless to block him. For a moment, these people could only stand there in shock. They had thought that Long Chen hadn't killed them because he disdained doing so and didn't want to waste the time. But upon seeing this, it would be no exaggeration to say that he could have killed them as easily as turning a hand. "Let's go. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen gave us a way to live. If we continue to fight him, it would truly be courting death." One of the leaders of this squad shook his head and brought his group away. They had given up any thought of being enemies with Long Chen. Their determination was such that even if they had to leave the ancient family alliance to avoid being enemies with Long Chen, they would do so. If they still didn't recognize this favor, they wouldn't be human. Long Chen had encountered 2 squads of the corrupt path as he traveled, and he had wiped them out with a single blow each time. Huo Linger's current power was so great that his enemies couldn't even react. She had gradually started to gain control over her own power, and her killing power even frightened Long Chen. The heavenly flame orb had not just increased her intelligence, but it also gave her a trace of power that should not exist in this world. Long Chen suspected that it was a trace of a heavenly flame's power. Heavenly flames existed above the earth flames. They were also called divine flames and immortal flames, things that should not exist in this world. It could be said that the heavenly flame orb had been a priceless treasure. A large pill appeared in Long Chen's hand. It still had flickering lightning over it, but he tossed it into his mouth. It was a recently refined top-grade Nethergate pill and also a giant tribulation pill. As a result, the Nethergate star above his dantian shuddered. The giant pill's energy seemed to have woken it from slumber. Power poured into it, with the other 5 stars also lighting up. Long Chen knew that the other 5 stars were also fighting over the energy. From the moment that he had condensed the Divine Gate star, he had noticed this phenomenon. The strengthening of the Nethergate star required the other 5 stars to be uplifted as well. This kind of cultivation method was strange, but it seemed that this was the only way to balance the power of the stars. The Feng Fu star was the first star he had condensed and also the weakest, but its current power was identical to the other stars. They had always maintained a subtle connection. Great, as long as I have an unending supply of giant pills, the Nethergate star will be fully condensed sooner or later. When the 9 star transformations are complete, I'll be unrivaled. Long Chen clenched his fists excitedly. Unfortunately, refining giant pills was not so simple. Only one could be refined at a time. Even with Hue Linger and the moon and star refining furnace working together, it took an incense stick's worth of time to refine a single one. However, a single giant pill's energy was greater than 100 ordinary pills, so it was naturally more efficient. I'll be relying on the 6-star battle armor. Without it, I'll definitely be killed by the sovereign. Long Chen prayed inside for the 6-star battle armor. Without it, he would definitely die in his next tribulation. Long Chen. Just as Long Chen was pondering over the Nethergate star, a shout drew him out of his stupor. At some point, he had arrived at a desert, and there was a group of people attacking a giant black scorpion. Its aura showed that it was a 13th-rank beast. Shen Qingfeng. Long Chen hadn't expected to encounter the 8th Legion here. Long Chen, why are you here? Why haven't you entered the deeper regions? Don't tell me you just came from the life-death spirit spring. Shen Qingfeng looked at Long Chen in confusion. That confused expression made Long Chen realize that Shen Qingfeng didn't know about the scheme. Most likely, it was a secret of the divine families that they weren't qualified to know. Either that, or the schemers were worried that Shen Qingfeng would alert Long Chen, so they had hidden it from him. Yes, I was waiting for everyone to gather, so it took some time. It seems that your gains aren't bad. Long Chen pointed to the scorpion. You're still in the mood to laugh. You have to hurry on ahead. Another day's travel and you should arrive at the 10,000 dragon nest. Hurry up, that's where the real treasure lies, shouted Shen Qingfeng, flustered and exasperated. The 10,000 dragon nest. Chapter 24, 67 Startling News. Translator Born to Be. It wasn't just Long Chen who was surprised to hear about the 10,000 dragon nest. The other heavenly dragon warriors were also startled. They had never heard of it. However, just the name was enough to inspire reverence. Everyone looked at Shen Qingfeng. I only heard this name accidentally from one of Senior Feng Fei's attendants. They told us the direction they were going, and there's a mark on the map with the character for 10,000. I didn't know what it was at first, but when they mentioned the 10,000 dragon nest, I knew that's what it was. However, Senior Feng Fei told us to scatter and look for our own opportunities here. I suspect that the 10,000 dragon nest is too dangerous for us, but I also saw that mysterious fellow from the corrupt path, Dai Feng, Dongfeng Yuyang, and a few others rushing over in that direction. You shouldn't waste any time and hurry over, or all the good things will be taken away by them, said Shen Qingfeng. Long Chen felt a bit of warmth in his heart. The 8th Legion belonged to the divine families, but still had some brotherhood with him. Long Chen didn't believe that Shen Qingfeng hadn't heard any news about the scheme at all. He also saw a few complicated expressions amongst the heavenly dragon warriors. He knew that they had definitely received certain orders. Despite the orders, Shen Qingfeng still exposed such a secret to him. He definitely viewed Long Chen as a brother. Long Chen patted Shen Qingfeng's shoulder and nodded toward everyone. Brothers, I'll remember this favor. Long Chen's lightning wings flapped, and he sped off. He encountered several waves of the Martial Heaven Continent's experts, with one being from the corrupt path that he conveniently wiped out. As he was traveling, he saw 2 groups facing each other. When he saw that one of them belonged to the Ancient Family Alliance and the other was from the Mo family, he chose to hide himself in the void. He didn't see Mo Nian, but he did see Liu Zongying. Both sides had weapons drawn. The atmosphere was extremely tense. You can go. The leader of that group of the ancient family alliance was a white-robed man with a sword on his back. His expression was complicated as he looked at Liu Zongying. Senior apprentice brother Jin Lin, you. The people beside the white-robed man stared at him in astonishment. The Mo family were the traitors of the ancient family alliance. Their side had more people, so they would definitely be at an advantage if they fought. The white-robed man shook his head. The grievance back then was so long ago that no one can say who was right and who was wrong. The truth has been erased within the river of time. With the martial heaven continent on the verge of destruction, this kind of fight is meaningless. If young Master Dai Feng asks, I will take full responsibility. Liu Zongying smiled. The Quicksword Jinlin stands up to his reputation of a heavenly genius sealed during ancient times. This sharp vision is admirable. The truth from back then truly isn't important. What's important is how many people still care about that truth. Liu Zongying turned to the other experts wanting to fight. Don't feel indignant over missing such a great opportunity. I'll tell you frankly that the Mo family's power is not something that you can imagine. If you did choose to fight, you would be the ones to suffer. **T. You traitors, you dare to be so arrogant. The great Blood Emperor saw through your arrogance back then, which was why your Mo family was attacked. You shouldn't even exist in this world. The speaker didn't even get a chance to finish speaking. Liu Zongying raised a hand, and a hole appeared in that person's head. Liu Zongying's movements hadn't appeared too fast, but they had been so smooth and graceful that it was wonderful to see. That fellow Mo Nian actually managed to transmit his divine energy to her. Is he not afraid of harming her? Long Chen was the only one who saw it clearly. He saw that the reason she had managed to so easily kill that person was because her attack had contained divine energy. That person's corpse slowly collapsed to the ground. Killing intent rose from the other disciples of the ancient family alliance. Battle was imminent. In the face of their killing intent, Liu Zongying snorted. The Mo family's rise can no longer be stopped. The Mo family is going to take back its dignity. Senior apprentice brother Jin Lin, thank you for your kindness, but the Mo family will not accept anyone's pity. Even after that bloodshed, even through the years of fleeing, did we ever lower our heads? Mo Nian might not be present, but I, Liu Zongying, am. If you want to kill the Mo family's disciples, come try it. Liu Zongying's forceful appearance possessed even greater charisma than Mo Nian's mischievous laughing style. Her fearless determination was similar to Jianying. Long Chen nodded. Liu Zongying was truly a heroine who would not accept other people's pity, nor would she allow the Mo family's disciples to leave in front of people's disdainful looks. That was an insult to the Mo family. Jin Lin had good intentions, but he had said one thing wrong. That was to say that he was allowing the Mo family's disciples to leave. That implied that they were the weaker ones. Liu Zongying thanked him for his good intentions, but she would not accept them. Jin Lin's expression changed. He felt as if he didn't have a way out. His hand reached back, but in the end, he didn't unsheath the sword on his back. He shook his head and walked away, taking the blame, not wanting to take on the infamy of bullying a woman. He was a sword cultivator with a sword cultivator's pride. The other disciples of the ancient family alliance clenched their teeth, but left with him. Jin Lin's position in the ancient family alliance was very high. Clapping rang out and everyone looked over. Liu Zongying was delighted, but the ancient family alliance's disciples' expressions all changed. Long Chen was clapping. A sword cultivator is truly a sword cultivator. This pride is worthy of praise. It is this pride that saved all your lives. If you had attacked, your names would only exist within the continent's history. The ancient family alliance's disciples' hearts clenched. They were pale with fear. Considering the point that the ancient family alliance and the martial heaven alliance had reached, Long Chen had more than enough reason to kill them right here if he wanted to. They had joined forces with the corrupt path to ambush the martial heaven alliance, even leaving people behind to disturb them. These people all knew of it. A cultivator must cultivate the heart. To cultivate the heart requires cultivating the mind first. A cultivator without a brain will sooner or later die to someone else's scheme no matter how strong they are. You're all very lucky to have a sword cultivator who protected your lives, but luck won't look after you forever. Go, and hopefully the next time I see you, you won't have given me a reason to kill you, said Long Chen. Jin Lin cupped his fists toward Long Chen, leading the ancient family alliance's disciples away. When they could no longer see Long Chen, those disciples finally realized that their backs were already covered in icy sweat. Congratulations to Mrs. Mo for your divine power. Long Chen turned to Liu Zongying and greeted her with a laugh. Congratulations, my ass. that Mo Nian has been corrupted by your bad example. Mo Nian was originally very obedient, but he started growing more and more wanton after encountering you. Liu Zongying's smile vanished and was replaced with a glare. Long Chen stared at her. Did her conscience not twinge when she called Mo Nian obedient? Mo Nian had always been the way he was. You should hurry and join Mo Nian. Be careful. Mo Nian said that the divine families didn't just send Feng Fei. There's another one whose power is not inferior to Feng Fei. The divine families are acting mysteriously. They definitely have their own goal, warned Liu Zongying. The divine families actually have another such expert. Long Chen was startled. Liu Zongying said, Mo Nian was following Dai Feng's tracks. Due to digging up the Dai family's ancestral tomb, he has a special method to track him. Mo Nian wanted to kill him alone, but Dai Feng was rushing on his own, while Mo Nian had to look after us, slowing him down. When we caught up to them, Tian Zizi, Dai Feng, and the others had entered the life and death spirit spring. But they weren't the first batch to reach there. Another group had already left. Using one of his new divine abilities, Mo Nian saw someone enter with Feng Fei. In any case, the divine families have been very secretive over this star-field divine world, so Mo Nian left a marker for you to chase after him. With his cultivation base, I wouldn't be too worried about him, but if that person with Feng Fei is on the same level as her, then it will be dangerous for Mo Nian to fight against both of them. Liu Zongying couldn't help being worried. If it was a one-against-one, Mo Nian should be able to run even if he couldn't beat Feng Fei. But if he was surrounded, he wouldn't have a chance to run. All right, take care, I'm going right now. Long Chen nodded. Waving goodbye, he continued on his way. He saw quite a few scars from battles along the way, and he also saw some disciples from the divine families. Those disciples were clearly surprised upon seeing him. He also saw the 3rd Legion's commander in the distance. When the commander saw Long Chen, he shot up. However, he didn't actually attack in the end. Ignoring him, Long Chen continued on his way. With them all being in the 4th step, he no longer cared about them. As Long Chen sped off, he used his divine sense to keep an eye on the 3rd commander. He saw that the latter had taken out a Jade tablet. Most likely, he was reporting his location. HMPH, the divine families really are treacherous. They're afraid of me fighting over the treasures. Then let me see just what kind of treasures are worth being so careful. Long Chen snorted and continued on his way. After a day's worth of travel, a giant ball of clouds appeared ahead of him. This is the place. Chapter 2468, Hidden Dragon Star Soul Grass. Translator Born to Be. The giant clump of clouds covered up whatever was inside, but it was possible to hear some vague dragon roars coming from within. Those clouds were no ordinary clouds. They were filled with immortal qi. It seemed that there was a kind of mysterious law protecting this place. Based on Tian Zizi's memories and the marker that Mo Nian had left for him, Long Chen examined the clouds for a moment before diving right in. The moment he entered, he felt as if he had been drawn into a space-time channel. The sound of dragon roars and spatial fragments tore through his ears. A giant drake suddenly charged toward Long Chen, its claws tearing through the space-time channel. Long Chen immediately felt a sensation of mortal danger fill him. A black bone saber cut through its claw and the rest of the drake, cutting it in two. Long Chen was shocked. That drake had definitely been in existence above the Nether Passage realm, but had still been instantly killed. He knew that this was a space-time illusion. It seemed that these clouds had recorded fragments of the history that had passed. What he was seeing was nothing more than images of what had happened in the distant past. However, although they were just images, they had their own sound and pressure. The pressure that they replicated was enough to crush ordinary 4th-step Nether Passage experts. Not even samsara power could stop it. The void continued to rumble. Long Chen felt as if his body would be torn apart, but his physical body was strong enough to resist it. Long Chen didn't activate any defenses. He used his body to experience the scenes before him. They were extremely chaotic, and he couldn't even see the battle clearly. He only caught glimpses of torn-up corpses flying. There were corpses of giant dragons, as well as experts from a strange race in black armor with black bone blades. This was a bloody battle of existences above the Nether Passage realm. Dragon blood dyed the ground. For some unknown reason, Long Chen was filled with killing intent toward the experts in black armor. He didn't know whether or not the true dragon essence blood in his veins caused him to be fond of the dragon race and hate their enemies. Suddenly, the visions faded and everything fell silent. Long Chen appeared in a desolate world. The scent of blood hung in the air along with the aura of decay. Looking around, Long Chen's heart pounded. White bones filled this world. Every single one of these bones was gigantic. They were half buried, with the other half piercing into the sky. A light crack rang out beneath his feet when he took a step. He saw that a withered bone had been shattered by his step. He didn't know what bone it was, but it was bigger than a house. Long Chen rubbed one of the fragments and muttered to himself. It wasn't the erosion of time that weakened them. The divine runes of the bone were taken away, resulting in its power being stolen. Ahead of him was a dragon skull. Examining it, he found that the skull had been pierced by something, and the dragon core had been taken away. The divine runes within the bones had also been absorbed. Not one thing of value had been left behind. Although he was a bit disappointed, he assumed that this was normal. If there had been any treasures here, they would have long since been taken by others. Mo Nian didn't leave any further marks. Either he didn't have the time or there was no time. Long Chen observed the surroundings. After not finding anything that Mo Nian could have left for him, he began to carefully advance. Hidden Dragon Star Soul Grass. Long Chen suddenly noticed a strange grass covered in scale-like patterns growing within one of the dragon bones. In a land of hidden dragons, where the soul star remains, a spirit grass can grow, becoming a divine dragon medicine. Long Chen's heart pounded hard. A recording of this precious medicinal ingredient appeared in his mind. It seems that this dragon must have been extremely powerful when alive. Even after death, not all of its power was sucked away. The remaining energy was enough to give birth to a hidden dragon star soul grass. This was an exceedingly rare medicinal ingredient. It was said to only have a possibility of growing within a dragon cemetery. When a dragon died and their soul essence merged with astral energy, this grass could sprout. It was impossible to grow on the Martial Heaven continent. Hence, even the ancient records of the Martial Heaven continent didn't have it. Long Chen only recognized it due to the pill's sovereign memories. Its extract could be absorbed, and after that, the dragon race would view the one absorbing it as a member of their race. They would not be attacked, and they might even be able to control a divine dragon. The dragon race mentioned here referred to the true dragon race, so it did not mean that the other dragon races with impure bloodlines would respect it the same way. Perhaps they might be a bit more amicable, but there were records of dragon races killing each other. The reason that Long Chen was so excited over it was because he could refine it into the Dragon Body Star Soul Pill. This was a pill that could transform a person's constitution and allow them to grow infinitely closer to a dragon's power. The Dragon Blood Warriors had absorbed the essence blood of the metal-devouring evil dragon. After cultivating the Dragon Blood Body Tempering Art, their physical bodies had grown many times stronger, making them into true Dragon Blood Warriors. However, there was still an immense difference between their bodies and the bodies of actual dragons. This pill could change their constitutions, fully activating their dragon blood to reforge their bodies. Long Chen also believed that it would allow them to cultivate faster and easier with the Dragon Blood Body Tempering Art. The reason his body was so powerful was because his body had been completely reforged by the Azure Dragon Essence Blood. If the Dragon Blood Warriors had the Dragon Body Star Soul Pills, they could also reforge their physical bodies like him. However, reforging the physical body required constantly tearing it apart and rebuilding it. It would be a very painful process. I wonder if I can grow it in the primal chaos space. The hidden dragon soul star grass only grew within the corpses of dragons, relying on the leftover energy from when the dragon was alive to survive. Once it left the corpse, it wouldn't be long before it withered. Long Chen carefully transplanted the grass into the primal chaos space and saw that it didn't show any signs of withering. Instead, it seemed slightly invigorated. The primal chaos bead really is my greatest treasure, Long Chen almost cried out in excitement. The primal chaos bead's power was truly heaven-defying. Long Chen carefully plucked off a few roots and found that those roots continued to grow. In other words, he could grow them in large numbers. However, their growing speed was too slow. Who knew how long it would take before he had enough? I'll need to find some corpses, thought Long Chen. Without powerful corpses to feed the primal chaos space, let alone the hidden dragon star soul grass, he wouldn't even be able to grow the heavenly killing demon trees. Long Chen continued onward, finding more and more skeletons. However, he didn't find more of the hidden dragon star soul grass as the conditions for it to grow were too stringent. The fact that he had obtained one was a pure coincidence. At first, he saw only dragon bones, but he gradually started to see bones of some other race. Their bones didn't seem different from human bones, but they were black and looked like steel. They didn't even let off their own people. Long Chen examined a few of those corpses and saw sharp penetrating wounds. Based on the position, it seemed that they had been stabbed through their hearts. These bones had their divine runes taken away as well, and were extremely weak. Just a touch caused them to shatter. Should I use a soul art to see if I can dredge up some fragments? Long Chen started to form hand seals. Are you crazy? You want to intentionally infect yourself with more karma. Do you not want to live any longer? Cursed Evil Moon suddenly. What is there to look at? These are the heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps, a race that devours others to advance. They possess a devouring law similar to my dark evil dragon race's devouring ability. The heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps. What are they? I've never heard of them before, asked Long Chen. There are lots of things that you haven't heard of before. Let me tell you, don't randomly look at things that you shouldn't look at. If you don't want to be chased down by the heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps during your next heavenly tribulation, you shouldn't look for trouble. Who knows if they have some curse waiting for others to touch when they die? Perhaps you might not even last until your next tribulation, said Evil Moon. Evil Moon clearly had an understanding of this race, and it even seemed to be afraid of them. With Long Chen's spiritual strength, he could grasp remnants of auras and laws to look at some fragments of spacetime in the surroundings. However, that would invoke karma. It was different from the scenes that he had seen when entering. This was him actively attempting to draw them to himself. Normally, a passive glance wouldn't invoke karma. Don't bother with these meaningless things. This 10,000 dragon nest could only be made by someone on the level of a dragon king capable of subduing 10,000 dragons. Hurry up and investigate the depths. I sense a powerful aura, but it's been covered up. I'm sure that there's a treasure inside, said Evil Moon impatiently. Long Chen agreed and decided to speed up. As he passed by the countless bones, a giant entity appeared up ahead. It was like a star floating in the sky. That's the dragon nest. We're almost in, shouted Evil Moon. Long Chen quickened his pace. The closer he got, the more apprehensive he grew. Dragon might exuded from the nest, quickening his blood flow. Various dragon scales were starting to appear. Control your aura, or the one inside the dragon nest will sense you, ordered Evil Moon. Long Chen slowed down. At this time he noticed that it was like a spherical gem. There were countless holes throughout it, and it seemed like a maze. Following Evil Moon's directions, Long Chen entered one of the caves. As soon as he entered, the world changed. He got into a new space, and before he could even see his surroundings, a black bone blade slashed toward him. Chapter 2469, The Secrets of the 10,000 Dragon Nest. Translator Born to Be. An evil aura exploded. The sharp blade brought with it an aura of death. However, this blade was not solid. It was a spiritual attack. Boom! The blade fell and Long Chen's soul shook. A wave of dizziness almost overwhelmed him. Fortunately, his spiritual strength had grown stronger with the advancement of his cultivation base. Despite being caught off guard, the attack was quickly erased once it entered his mind-sea. Long Chen slashed Evil Moon in the air in front of him but didn't hit anything. He also didn't see anything. Is there a ghost? Asked Long Chen. What ghost? This is the resentful spirit of the heaven-devouring Black Armor Corps. Their souls were bound here upon dying and remained for tens of thousands of years. They'll naturally attack when they encounter living creatures, but their spiritual strength is famous for how crap it is, so it's no danger to you. Continue onward, said Evil Moon. Long Chen sent his spiritual strength out to keep an eye on the surroundings. Although this attack hadn't been fatal, it didn't feel good. No wonder the divine families, ordinary disciples, were not allowed inside. With the spacetime channel being such a barrier, along with the attacks of the resentful spirits here, even the Dragonblood warriors probably couldn't enter. Another black figure quickly attacked Long Chen as he advanced. This time, he saw it clearly. It was a strange life form in black armor attacking with a saber. With his guard up, Long Chen easily summoned a spiritual shield. The black figure smashed into the shield and exploded, vanishing without a trace. Curious, why don't I see their actual corpses? Asked Long Chen. Do you know the origin of the 10,000 dragon nest? Asked Evil Moon. It also seemed curious. No. All right, I forgot that the martial heaven continent has lost many inheritances after multiple tribulations. Let me put it to you this way. The 10,000 dragon nest is formed of countless dragon bones. A dragon king will always create a 10,000 dragon nest after being born, and the foundation of this nest is the dragon king's blood bone. The The Dragon King will then constantly beat powerful opponents and use their bones for the nest. This nest is no ordinary construction. It is the result of the dragon race's divine abilities. In other words, this nest can be considered to be alive. It will constantly absorb the corpses of other experts to strengthen itself. Furthermore, it is the strongest trump card of the Dragon King. It can be likened to a divine item created by a human. This divine item might be weak at the start, but as time passes, it will constantly be strengthened. The 10,000 dragon nest is also a great source of energy for the Dragon King. It is capable of offense and defense. In my battle against Yun Shang, if I had had my 10,000 dragon nest, I wouldn't have been beaten so miserably, said Evil Moon hatefully. Long Chen was startled. So Evil Moon had also reached the level of a Dragon King. No wonder it had such an understanding of this nest. Then that means that the corpses were absorbed by the 10,000 dragon nest. Does that mean that the Dragon King is still alive? Probed Long Chen. That is impossible to say. Even if the Dragon King is dead, the 10,000 dragon nest would continue to act according to its natural functions. For example, even if a human dies, their astral space can remain and become a minor world. That minor world will simply not possess a master. It's still too early to say anything for sure. You should go check the core. If your luck is good, you might be able to find a treasure. Boom! Long Chen was attacked once more, but this time Long Chen didn't wait to be struck, instead striking first with a spiritual sword. It was precisely as Evil Moon said. These resentful souls were not strong enough to pose any threat to him. The 10,000 dragon nest is something only powerful members of the dragon race are qualified to enter. They can absorb its energy to cultivate and benefit from the Dragon King. It is also the crux of a Dragon King's breakthrough. Once the dragon nest has reached a certain level, the Dragon King can attempt to break through the next barrier to a higher realm. Based on the aura of this nest, it has reached the middle level, but it's a far cry from my 10,000 dragon nest. Despite that, there is definitely something good at the core. The main question is whether or not it still remains or if someone else got to it first, said Evil Moon with anticipation. Long Chen followed the passageway he was in. The path suddenly became spacious up ahead, and there was an ancient forest. Did I end up transported out? Long Chen was startled. He had felt like he had sensed some spatial fluctuations just now. This ancient forest extended further than he could see. The aura was also completely different from the 10,000 dragon nest. No, this is one of the nest's spatial worlds. A dragon can cultivate here. There are countless spaces like this, each connected to multiple entrances like a maze. There is only one main path that the Dragon King goes through, and that path cannot be entered by others. I've chosen the next most direct path for you, so don't waste time. Before entering, I saw several entrances that showed signs that others had entered, urged Evil Moon. Long Chen continued onward according to Evil Moon's directions. After half an incense stick's worth of time, he saw a battlefield. There were countless corpses littering the ground. He saw a dozen dragon skeletons that looked a bit off, looking somewhat like tigers instead of dragons. Their mouths were long, and it was impossible to guess what their original forms were like. Other than those skeletons, there were thousands of black corpses. Long Chen finally saw what the heaven-devouring black armor core looked like. They were like humans but covered in black scales. Their scales had runes on them, but they were now faint and powerless. Their foreheads were a bit wide and they had 2 canine teeth. Their bodies were thin and their eyes had vanished. An aura of decay and darkness still came from them. Examining the battlefield, Long Chen didn't find anything useful. Rather than wasting more time here, he continued onward. These spaces were given to certain experts amongst the dragon race with a set level of status. The one who lived here belonged to the dragon cat race. They aren't especially powerful, but they are quick as lightning and possess a powerful domain divine ability. That was why they were able to slay so many of the heaven-devouring black armor core. Using the terms of your martial heaven continent, they are above the Nether Passage realm, said Evil Moon. Above the Nether Passage realm, Long Chen was shaken inside. As he continued onward, Evil Moon said, the 10,000 dragon nest can be considered to be a bit similar to your Danshan. You have 108,000 astral spaces, while the dragon nest also has countless spaces for dragons to cultivate. If the dragon nest was allowed to limitlessly grow, it would give birth to its own cosmos. Just how terrifying would it be if it possessed the power of an entire cosmos? Long Chen, I'm telling you this because I don't understand your 9-star Hegemon body art, but I'm sure it is a heaven-defying cultivation technique. If I compare it to the dragon nest, I'd have to say that your 9-star Hegemon body art is even more terrifying. Now I understand why you are always plagued with setbacks and bad luck. You were originally just an ordinary person in the mortal world, but your fate was changed by the 9-star Hegemon body art. Even now I cannot see your golden fate lines, nor do I dare to use any of my evil dragon race's oracle techniques to predict your future. Even my own fate became impossible to predict at some point. Moreover, my past is now sealed within my memories. This is why Yun Shang was waiting for you, why Mo Li called you brother. My guess is that due to the 9-star Hegemon body art, they have bet everything on you. You are not infected by the karma of the sovereigns. Your future will only grow more difficult, so I have to warn you not to restrict yourself. The words that Evil Moon spoke were very simple, but it also kept a few words back. Long Chen could understand what it was saying. Don't worry, if I see an opportunity to get stronger, I'll grasp it with my full power. No one will be able to stop me. Long Chen took a deep breath and nodded. Good, then go left, said Evil Moon. They very quickly appeared within a twisting space. Long Chen stepped inside, and the passageway appeared once more. Long Chen sped down it, going through over 10 of those spatial worlds. Every one of those spatial worlds was filled with skeletons and corpses. Whatever battle had gone down here had been intense. The further he went, the stronger the aura of the dragon race's experts was. The remnant laws also grew clearer. Upon entering one of the worlds, he heard the roars and shrieks of the dragons and heaven-swallowing black armor core. It was as if the battle from back then was being reenacted in the present. During normal times, Long Chen would take a pause to feel just how terrifying the battle from back then was, but now Evil Moon was urging him to race through. Eventually, Long Chen couldn't even remember how many of the spatial worlds he had passed. Even his sense of direction had grown muddled. He was relying entirely on Evil Moon to lead the way. Suddenly, the space ahead of him shuddered. A dark world appeared. As soon as he entered, Long Chen's hair stood on end. This world was filled with death and the aura of rot. It felt like just taking a breath could make a person age. Long Chen was about to ask Evil Moon which direction to go when the void above him twisted. A figure appeared, and when he saw that figure, Long Chen immediately shot toward it like an arrow, slashing Evil Moon. Chapter 2470 Yi Ming. Translator Born to Be. The figure had just appeared, and before it could even get a clear look at the surroundings, Evil Moon was already silently slashing toward it. The figure was covered in a black cloak that covered its face. A black aura exuded from its body. It was the corrupt path's mysterious expert, Yi Ming. Long Chen. Yi Ming was startled. He extended a hand, 5 different runes lighting up on his fingertips. Then the 5 runes whirled together into a 5-colored shield. Boom! The shield exploded, but Long Chen's sneak attack was also resolved. It just so happens that I was looking for you. Yi Ming snorted, and his figure suddenly became illusory. He vanished just like that. This was not a simple movement art. He had truly vanished. Even his aura was gone. Long Chen suddenly swung Evil Moon behind him, perfectly meeting a fist. White bone spurs were coming out of the fist. The bone spurs shattered, but Yi Ming's figure was still not present. Long Chen's expression didn't change. Without looking back, he swung Evil Moon to his left rear. Long Chen swung Evil Moon 7 times, every time blocking an attack that came out of nowhere. Yi Ming's figure appeared in the air once more. His face was still covered by his cloak. He snorted. No wonder Tian Zizi was unable to kill you. I really did underestimate you. I shouldn't have agreed to Tian Zizi's request. I feel the same way about you. Most teleportations can only be carried out within a specific domain, but you are able to freely teleport within this world that has completely different laws from the martial heaven continent, and without summoning a domain at that. You can even merge your aura into the 10,000 dragon nest, as expected of a god's reincarnation. I'm growing more and more interested, said Long Chen with a faint smile. Battle intent grew within him. A god's reincarnation definitely had to relate to many secrets. Perhaps Long Chen could learn a few of the martial heaven continent's secrets from Yi Ming. Yi Ming's aura clearly fluctuated upon hearing that. He icily said, Tian Zizi's loyalty was insincere. Not even death is enough punishment. Yi Ming was enraged. His identity was a secret within the corrupt path. The only one to know of it was Tian Zizi. He was well aware of Tian Zizi's abilities. Although Long Chen might possess the power to kill him, it was impossible for Long Chen to obtain Tian Zizi's secrets. The only possibility was that Tian Zizi had revealed them himself. This was equivalent to a betrayal to a corrupt god. Let's not waste time. We don't need to make any excuses for fighting. Let me experience just how powerful a god's reincarnation is. Long Chen's divine ring appeared behind him, and 108,000 stars lit up inside of it. The earth was crushed by the pressure. No wonder you could kill Tianzizi. So your manifestation has also awoken, said Yi Ming coldly. That starry sky behind Long Chen was taken to be a manifestation by him. Long Chen didn't waste words and slashed Evil Moon down with his full power. This was no divine son, but someone who had once ascended and become a god. HMPH, it doesn't matter how strong you are, you're still nothing in front of me. Yi Ming snorted, and in the face of Long Chen's attack, he simply stood there. A black manifestation suddenly burst into existence behind him. There were two eyes within Yi Ming's manifestation, but other than that, there was only endless darkness. Those eyes seemed to have something dancing within them. Just being looked at by them was enough to make a person feel like their soul was being wrested out of their body. It's dark energy, Evil Moon let out a startled cry. Boom! Long Chen's saber slashed down, but Yi Ming caught his attack with his bare hands. Long Chen felt as if his attack had been sucked away into a vast sea, with all his power vanishing. Devil Eye Soul Snapper. The eyes within Yi Ming's manifestation suddenly grew. It was as if a devil was staring into Long Chen's spiritual sea. Some kind of energy tried to break his soul. This spiritual attack came without any warning. Not good. Long Chen was shocked that Yi Ming's eyes were able to unleash spiritual attacks without warning and through space. This attack caught him off guard. Just as his spiritual strength was suppressed and in danger of being stripped away from his body, the divine gate within his mind sea opened. The divine gate star lit up, and the attack silently vanished. Yi Ming's body shuddered, and he stared at Long Chen in shock. He had thought that this divine ability of his could easily kill Long Chen in an instant when he was caught by surprise. But despite having victory within his grasp, some kind of mysterious power had made his divine ability useless. Boom! In that instant, light exploded out of Evil Moon, blowing away Yi Ming's arms and slashing toward his head. Yi Ming's figure instantly vanished. His teleportation technique had allowed him to escape. However, the hood of his cloak had been destroyed, revealing his true face. Upon seeing his appearance, Long Chen was surprised. Yi Ming looked very young, but his eyes were white as snow. He had no pupils. There were black lines around his eyes, giving off a bizarre and sinister feeling. So even after nirvanic rebirth, you managed to keep a pair of eyes within your manifestation while you cultivated a new pair of eyes. It seems that your plot isn't small. You want to make up for any flaws from your past cultivation. Long Chen looked at Yi Ming observantly. In truth, these words weren't his own but from Evil Moon. As expected, Yi Ming's expression changed. He then smiled. I wouldn't have thought a baby like you would know this much. I was going to keep you alive to distract those fellows from the divine families for me, but it seems that I have to kill you now. A sword appeared in Yi Ming's hand. Its edges were covered in jagged teeth. Those teeth looked chillingly sharp. Long Chen ignored the sword, continuing. In your last life, you cultivated dark energy. Dark energy's main purpose is to devour. But the eyes of your divine ability are clearly lacking enough dark energy, and they even require another kind of energy to restrict the eruption of the dark energy from harming yourself. If you didn't require that second kind of energy to restrict it, your dark energy could have killed me just now. That's why in this life, you are trying to make up for the flaws of your last life by cultivating a new set of eyes. At that time, with two sets of eyes merged together, you will be able to truly control dark energy. Not bad, truly not bad. You, who are you? Demanded Yi Ming suddenly. This kind of secret was not something that someone like Long Chen could come into contact with. His gaze locked onto the saber in Long Chen's hands. It's not important who I am, but I must admit, it's impressive that you are trying to replicate the dark race's innate divine abilities. At the present time, there are no flaws in this path of yours. This 10,000 dragon nest has something you need, and very urgently at that, am I right? Evil Moon continued to pass words through Long Chen. Suddenly, the world turned dark. Long Chen felt like he had been tossed into an endless hell. Within this darkness, Long Chen was shocked to find that his own power was being sucked away without his permission. I don't care who you are. Since you know my secret, you must die. Yi Ming's voice resounded through the darkness. A pair of eyes appeared within the darkness, staring at Long Chen. You see, this is dark energy, something capable of absorbing the power of all other things in this world. This is the strongest divine ability of my dark evil dragon race. This Yi Ming is a god's reincarnation, and now that he has entered the fourth step of Nether Passage, he has an easy path for himself. Tianzizi was only capable of sucking you into his manifestation, but Yi Ming is capable of extending his manifestation. Without needing to suck you inside, you are already within the domain of his manifestation, transmitted Evil Moon to Long Chen. The space around him rumbled. Long Chen didn't know what was happening, but he felt the space around him collapsing and his own energy flying away. Despite doing his best, he couldn't stop his spiritual yuan from being devoured. Long Chen slashed Evil Moon in front of him, managing to block a sword from within the darkness. This attack from Yi Ming wasn't extraordinarily powerful. However, in that instant, more of his spiritual yuan flew away. So dark energy is very powerful. This is practically unbeatable, said Long Chen. Correct, dark energy can reach an unbeatable level, but I have yet to achieve full control over it. Yi Ming's voice resounded throughout the darkness. By fixing my final flaws, this entire world will belong to my corrupt path. Sovereigns, invaders, they will all be nothing before me. Dark energy is the strongest power within this world. Long Chen, I consider you a true expert, so I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. Long Chen smiled and shook his head. There is no such thing in this world. No matter how great one power is, there will definitely be at least one power that suppresses it. I've come to realize how amazing your dark energy is. I also know how strong the dark evil dragon race is. Evil Moon had its own goal at this moment. It always thought that Long Chen was looking down on it for losing to a sovereign. By exposing Yi Ming's goal, Yi Ming would summon his strongest domain to kill them. Now Long Chen would experience just how strong the dark evil dragon race was. Let's see which one of our worlds is stronger. 5-star battle armor. Long Chen's divine ring shuddered, and 5 stars blazed with light. A majestic aura wildly burst out. Chapter 24, 71 Dark Energy. 5 stars lit up. Even the darkness could not absorb their light. With the 5-star battle armor active, the darkness could no longer strip away Long Chen's power. His astral spaces unleashed a torrent of power that filled him with strength. This was why, despite being in Yi Ming's domain with his power sucked away, he didn't feel the slightest fear or panic. His power no longer stemmed from the outside world. He was not an Empyrean supported by the heavenly Taos. However, he could get his own energy from his astral spaces. Furthermore, a surprising phenomenon had occurred after his battle with Feng Fei. At that time, his astral spaces had been fully exhausted, but after that, once they had recovered, it felt as if one of their limiters had been broken. Then upon reaching the 4th step, they had grown even stronger and were continuing to grow. Although he couldn't see them growing, he could feel it. The 5 stars grew brighter and brighter, driving the darkness away. Yi Ming's figure was quickly revealed. He was standing in the air, looking coldly at Long Chen. What a cultivation technique. It actually isn't suppressed by my manifestation. Yi Ming's tone was flat. It seemed that he wasn't surprised. I'm not the only one who isn't suppressed by your manifestation. You weren't able to suppress Mo Nian either, were you? Said Long Chen. Mo Nian and Yi Ming had fought and ended in a draw. Under the mediation of the divine families, they had come to a stop. Mo Nian had to have been able to block his dark energy as well, or if this domain was summoned, he would definitely die. All he did was steal a mortal husk. His divine energy doesn't match him at all. If I wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be able to escape my domain. I spared his life because just like you, he is one of my chess pieces. Unfortunately, now I have to get rid of one, said Yi Ming. It just so happens that I was thinking of getting rid of you as well. Long Chen smiled. Yi Ming seemed extremely confident, but Long Chen was also very confident. Yi Ming suddenly attacked. His sword was like a viper. Giant cracks appeared in the void as his sword pierced through space. Meanwhile, black runes lit up on Evil Moon. A dragon roar rang out majestically. 2 divine items clashed, creating an explosion of blinding light and pitch-black darkness. Chaos raged throughout the world along with fragments of spacetime. Long Chen felt like he was being crushed by an entire world. With a roar, scales suddenly covered his body. His power exploded and a pillar of light erupted out of him. With the Azure Dragon battle armor and the merging with Evil Moon's dragon power, a burst of power tore through Yi Ming's domain. The darkness exploded. No wonder you have such an understanding of dark energy. So your saber was made from the bones of a dark evil dragon. It definitely has a suppressive effect on my domain. Yi Ming retreated, his sharp gaze landing on Evil Moon. Long Chen clenched Evil Moon. The air around him raged with his power. Even without Evil Moon, your domain would be unable to bind me. Long Chen attacked again. He didn't use any magical arts but simply pure power. Excellent. After being in seclusion for tens of thousands of years, I've felt rusty. I can stretch my muscles a bit. Yiming snorted and swung his jagged sword. The two divine items clashed for a second time. Space twisted, forming two semicircular worlds around the two of them. One was the power of Long Chen's divine ring, while the other was Yi Ming's dark domain. The two of them were crashing against each other. Their weapons remained locked together. Every time they shuddered, it caused an explosion in the void. Now you have no power to borrow, right? Let's have a battle with our true abilities. With a final explosion, Long Chen shoved and Yi Ming was knocked back. Long Chen took a deep breath. His aura began to condense. I was also thinking of using your blood as a sacrifice to my divine item to awaken it. Yiming's pure white eyes suddenly began to have lines of blood appear within them, making him appear even more frightening. Yiming pointed his sword at Long Chen. The two eyes within his manifestation grew. His sword shuddered, and an evil aura exploded out of it as if it had come to life. A ray of swordlight shot out. This sword wasn't aimed at Long Chen but at the ground. The earth was instantly torn apart and cut through as easily as tofu. Using your blood as a sacrifice to my sword can count as an honor for you. Yiming smiled sinisterly, like a leopard looking at its prey. Yiming was just about to strike when his expression suddenly changed. Count yourself lucky. I'll let you live a little while longer. But I don't want to let you live any longer. Long Chen didn't know what Yiming was up to, but it seemed that he wanted to run. Long Chen immediately unleashed the attack that he was preparing. Split the heavens 8. Yiming's expression changed slightly. A powerful explosion occurred as Long Chen's attack landed. Yiming's manifestation exploded, while Yiming himself vanished. Long Chen, I'll remember this. Next time I'll cut off your head. Darkness filled the world following the explosion of Yiming's manifestation. After the darkness faded, Yiming was also gone. The land was a complete mess, and Yiming's aura still hung in the air, but he himself was no longer present. What is going on? Asked Long Chen. How was Yiming able to so easily slip out of his attack? He had locked onto him with his attack. This is another aspect of dark energy. Yiming was unable to devour your attack, but he was able to draw it into his manifestation and cause it to explode in there. However, he also paid a price for it. He underestimated your power, causing him to be injured. We should hurry up as well. The core area of the dragon nest has been opened. That's why he was in such a rush to leave, urged Evil Moon. Long Chen quickly rushed off in the direction that Evil Moon indicated. As he flew through the air, Evil Moon explained that Yiming was correct. Dark energy was truly one of the world's strongest powers. However, Yiming's dark energy was not true dark energy. It had too many flaws, so in this lifetime he wanted to cultivate a new pair of eyes. According to Evil Moon, these were a pair of evil eyes, but they had yet to be opened. Evil Moon sensed that those eyes had been nourished by the foundation of the corrupt path's power for tens of thousands of years. Once those eyes opened, they might instantly merge with his original eyes, allowing him to control true dark energy. Evil Moon said that the source of the darkness was a primordial wickedness, which was why the dark evil dragon was the ruler of the evil dragon race. Yiming had recognized the primordial wickedness, and he had set everything into motion. Once he became a god, he didn't ascend, instead choosing to die and undergo nirvanic rebirth, all to perfectly control dark energy. Once Yiming was in perfect control of the dark energy, then the corrupt path would definitely become the absolute ruler of the martial heaven continent. That included Long Chen. Is dark energy really so powerful? Asked Long Chen. Not everyone has a powerful enough cultivation technique to control dark energy like you. Other than that, don't forget, Yiming has become a god, but he chose to not ascend to perfect his dark energy. Before undergoing a nirvanic rebirth, he definitely made countless preparations. He wouldn't just leave a pair of divine eyes. The entire corrupt path is his. The accumulations of years of resources are at his disposal. As for you, do you think a young man in his 20s can compare to the resources gathered by billions of experts over tens of thousands of years? Reminded Evil Moon. Long Chen nodded. Evil Moon was right. Yiming had definitely made countless preparations. Perhaps this was the best time to kill him. He's also rushing toward the center of the dragon nest. We'll take a shortcut and see if we can get there ahead of everyone else. It'll all be up to your power. Evil Moon was about to say luck, but then decided against it. Boom! After passing through 7 worlds, Long Chen appeared in a giant space with countless white bones. In the distance, he heard zither music containing killing intent. Xuanhuan was fighting against someone. Chapter 2472, Core of the Dragon Nest. Long Chen not only heard Xuanhuan's zither, but he also heard the sound of intense fights coming from other regions. Ignore them. They are fighting the resentful spirits, while we bypass them to go to the core of the nest directly, said Evil Moon. Long Chen suppressed his thought of joining with Xuanhuan and continued in the direction that Evil Moon indicated. Within an empty void lay a circular entity that looked like a honeycomb. According to Evil Moon, that was the core of the 10,000 dragon nest. Just by getting closer to it, Long Chen felt his own essence blood flowing quicker. The dragon blood in your body has formed a resonance with the Dragon King's power. It's just still unclear whether or not this Dragon King was a true dragon, said Evil Moon. Upon entering, Long Chen saw that the passageways were made of white bones. Images of dragons were all along the passageway. Those were not carvings. They seemed to be dragon souls embedded in the walls. The dragons that had died within this nest had their flesh and souls returned to it. It was a calling that made the 10,000 dragon nest grow stronger and stronger. The dragon might was extremely powerful at the core. That sensation was exceptionally intense to Long Chen, who possessed dragon blood. It almost felt like it was going to ignite. If he didn't suppress it, his Azure Dragon battle armor would have automatically activated. It seems that the Dragon King isn't welcoming me, said Long Chen. The dragon race is enormous. The true dragon race is the emperor of the dragon race, and they are few in number. However, there is a natural rebellious nature within members of the dragon race. None of them like to be weaker than the others. Your essence blood came from a true dragon who had just matured into an Azure Dragon. It is like an emperor who is incredibly weak. Even though it is an emperor, it cannot order around a stubborn general. The Dragon King here definitely won't submit to you because you are too weak. Just take things step by step. Once we reach the center, we'll know what race the Dragon King was from, said Evil Moon. Long Chen nodded and continued. There were countless dragon images on the walls. Their roars resounded through his head. As his blood raged within him, he had an urge to smash apart the dragon nest. His anger began to rise without him being aware of it. When it reached a certain level, Long Chen suddenly realized that the dragon blood was affecting his emotions. The end of the passageway appeared, and there were 9 giant dragon skeletons. Their mouths were open and pointed toward a giant sphere. At this moment, Long Chen realized that he was standing within one of the dragon's eye sockets. So the passageway he had been going through was the body of a dragon. So it's the divine bone spirit dragon race. No wonder the berserk aura isn't very strong, said Evil Moon. What is the divine bone spirit dragon race? How come I've never heard of them? Asked Long Chen. The spirit dragon race is another large branch. The divine bone spirit dragon race is the wisest of that branch. They are very smart, but their combat power isn't exceptional. They have a miraculous ability, though, which is to nurture divine bones. The core of this dragon nest must be those 4 divine bones, if they can be obtained. Suddenly, the dragon bone beneath Long Chen's feet lit up, causing him to jump. However, it then faded. Startled, he ran out of the eye socket to the top of the dragon head to see a person. Hu Feng. Long Chen hadn't expected to see Hu Feng. Hu Feng, on the other hand, was delighted to see him. Haha, it seems that my prediction was correct. Brother Long, you really are my fated benefactor. Long Chen suddenly noticed that the giant die always spinning behind Hu Feng's back was gone. Instead, it was now in his hand, and he seemed to be doing something with it. Brother Long, I will speak honestly. My heavenly fate die was damaged, and I have never been able to repair it. I need to find a heavenly fate bone and extract its essence. This heavenly fate bone is something only the divine bone spirit dragon can produce. Of these 9 divine bone spirit dragons, only one produced the heavenly fate bone that I require. However, even after using dozens of drops of dragon blood that I managed to gather in preparation, I am unable to commune with it. Brother Long, I know that you have true dragon essence blood within your body. It can definitely form a bridge between the heavenly fate bone and the divine bone. I was hoping I could use the dragon blood. I prepared myself to do it so I wouldn't have to trouble you, but Hu Feng was embarrassed to make such a demand. Hu Feng had his own pride. This was his first time begging someone for help. It's just a bit of essence blood. It won't harm my core. Brother Hu, if you're going to act so polite with me, I'll be embarrassed to call on you in my next battle, said Long Chen. Long Chen flicked his finger. causing a drop of essence blood to fly out into the center of the formation diagram beneath Hu Feng's feet. The entire dragon skull began to shine, but after a moment, it stopped. Long Chen knew that this meant that his essence blood didn't have enough energy to awaken it. Long Chen sent out 3 more drops. The dragon's skull grew increasingly bright. Countless runes began to light up throughout it. 30 drops later, Hu Feng was too embarrassed to let it continue. He hadn't expected it to require so much energy. At this rate, it would really affect Long Chen, which could be fatal in this dangerous place. Before he could say anything, though, Long Chen waved his hand. "You can't just give up midway. I feel like it's coming soon." After 18 more drops of his essence blood, the skull shuddered, and a ray of divine light came out of the formation diagram. The divine light was incomparably sacred. Just looking at it calmed the soul. Hu Feng placed his heavenly fate die within its light. As if immersed in sunlight, it began to slowly spin. A certain radiance came from it as it began to manifest the heavenly Taos. "Brother Long, there are no words I could use to thank you for this favor. If you need anything in the future, just tell me." Hu Feng cupped his fists solemnly. "I'm glad to hear it. Remember to come cheer us on in the next battle." Long Chen laughed. Since Hu Feng's matter had been settled, he didn't waste any further time. He jumped off the skull and flew toward the sphere at the center. Upon jumping into the sphere, he found himself in a strange world. This place was a barren desert. At the heart of the desert was a giant dragon coiled atop an altar. "It's dead," Evil Moon sighed. It was unable to sense any vitality from that dragon. Long Chen flew over and also didn't sense any vitality. However, its scales still emitted some divine radiance. "I don't think it's dead yet. Perhaps there's a chance to save it," said Long Chen. "It's useless. The flame of its dragon core has started to extinguish. We were too late. If it was still alive, then with its intellect, it would have given all its remaining power to us. Now, though, we'll have to think of our own ways to take it. This divine bone spirit dragon has exhausted all its energy defending against the outside world. I'm going to the source down below to extract that energy. I can strengthen myself and also see if I can break free of Yun Shang's seal. And I would be able to unleash my power without the limitations of your cultivation base. There are 4 primordial divine bones on the 4 corners of the altar. They are the foundational sources of the world: earth, water, fire, wind. They are also the core of the 10,000 dragon nest. Those are priceless treasures. For a human to become a sovereign, they must have a spirit root, spirit blood, and spirit bone that reaches the necessary level. These 4 divine bones are the strongest divine treasures for condensing a spirit bone. Now you should understand just how important they are," said Evil Moon. Long Chen's heart shook. Every human could be said to possess a spirit root and spirit blood. It was simply the quality that varied from person to person. It could be made up for with various resources, but he had never heard of a treasure capable of giving a spirit bone to someone without one. However, Evil Moon was saying that these 4 primordial divine bones could allow a person to produce a spirit bone. That meant that they were truly heaven-defying treasures. "It's unfortunate that the Dragon King is dead. The divine bones and blood pool are protected by their own laws. I'm not exactly sure how to take them either. Time is pressing, so I'm going to the source. The dragon's source is already starting to wither with the Dragon King's death. If it's not taken now, it's going to fade away." Evil Moon transformed into a streak of black light that pierced into the ground, vanishing. Long Chen didn't know what it was using to absorb that dragon source. Long Chen flew onto the altar. He saw 4 platforms on the 4 corners, each with a fist-sized bone on top of it. Those bones were like jade and shone with divine light. It was possible to see a rune within the bones. That rune. Upon spotting one of those runes, Long Chen's heart trembled. He recognized it. It was the flame rune he had obtained in the immemorial path. Using it as the core, he had created the world annihilation flame lotus. Although the creation of the flame lotus technique had been a success, Long Chen had never managed to fully investigate the secrets of the rune. Based on what he knew, though, it was one of the building blocks of this world, the most primordial rune of the 4 kinds of energy that supposedly first appeared in the world. Long Chen slowly got closer. Suddenly, light blazed from the platform and a dragon roar rang out. Long Chen felt a wave of power knock him back. Long Chen was blown into the distance. When he looked again, he saw that the 4 platforms were blazing with divine light at the same time. So the 4 platforms are linked. Long Chen was startled, and his expression became grave. Zia Chen had told him that such a formation needed to be approached and breached from all 4 directions at the same time. Without some special technique, he wouldn't be able to do anything by himself. Chapter 2473 Zhao Rishan. How fast? Long Chen had a bad feeling. According to Evil Moon, the direct path that they had traversed should have allowed them to arrive before others. Furthermore, entering this core region had required Evil Moon to activate the power of a real dragon. That was the only reason why they could enter so easily. Others had to bypass a barrier set down by the Dragon King. Getting through, it was very difficult and time-consuming. The fact that Feng Fei had arrived right after him meant that she had clearly come prepared. She must have a special method to enter as well. Long Chen stealthily glanced at the other person. He saw that he was small, like a child, startling him. Did Feng Fei have a son? Long Chen couldn't directly look at them for fear of being sensed. He could only try to see them in his peripheral vision. All he saw was that it was a very short person. It seemed that he only reached an adult's waist. However, eventually he was shocked to find that the shorty's face was black with a metallic luster. It was like he was made of steel. Furthermore, his aura was off. It didn't seem to be the aura of flesh and blood. This person gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Someone else arrived first. He spoke, sounding fully mature, but his voice had a metallic tone that was ear-piercing. As soon as he spoke, Long Chen sensed the stones here quivering, as if some kind of energy within them was being activated by him. He's a dwarf. At this moment, Long Chen realized that even in terms of proportion, this person was off. His lower body was much shorter than the rest of him. Get out, or I'll give you a life worse than death. The dwarf sneered, his voice resounding throughout heaven and earth, stabbing into Long Chen's ears like millions of needles. This person's cultivation technique was extremely bizarre. Long Chen snorted inside. As expected, the people from the divine families were domineering. It seemed that he already viewed this place as belonging to him. For some reason, this person's voice sounded a bit familiar to Long Chen, as if he had heard it before. Based on his sharp memory, if he had seen such a person, there was no way that he would forget. Even if the other side had some ability to make others forget, it wouldn't affect him. Feng Fei, you can take the 4 divine bones. I'll go find that person, said the dwarf. Feng Fei frowned. Don't waste time. On my own, breaking the seal will take too long. It doesn't matter who it is. As long as they don't hinder us from taking the treasures, there's no need to kill them. There are more important things to do. Unacceptable. I've given them a chance to come up and they didn't take it, so they can't blame me for being vicious, said the dwarf coldly. He suddenly opened his mouth and roared. A sharp sound resounded through the air, and the earth resonated with his voice. Even the platforms let out sharp cries. It was as if the entire world was returning his call. What kind of power is this? He can control the metal energy within all things. Is this a variant of the earth element? Long Chen's heart shook. This sharp sound stabbed into his soul. He couldn't defend against it, or it would create a reaction and he would be sensed. The divine families really are interesting. Another monster on this level has appeared. Fine, I have more important things to do, so I won't waste time on you. Long Chen snorted inside and placed a hand on a blood mark on the dragon scale. The dragon blood in his body shook, and he instantly vanished. Long Chen's body had just vanished when the void exploded. The dwarf appeared nearby, and he was surprised. Just now, he had sensed someone around here, but by the time he appeared, that person was gone. Get out here. Perhaps I can still spare your life, but if you do... The dwarf smiled coldly and began to form hand seals. They're already gone. Hurry up and focus on getting the divine bones, said Feng Fei icily, clearly disapproving of his methods. Are you sure? Asked the dwarf. I couldn't confirm his position, but I could sense his spiritual fluctuations. Now they're gone, so he's already left. Although he was hiding his spiritual fluctuations, they felt a bit familiar. If my senses were correct, he was probably Long Chen, said Feng Fei. Long Chen? That genius from the martial heaven continent that the Long family is pulling in. I hear he has some power. HMPH, he was smart to run, or I'd have killed him here, snorted the dwarf. Feng Fei frowned at him. It seems that you're leaning toward the Yi family and no longer being neutral. The dwarf arrogantly said, I, Zhao Rishan, stand on my own. I don't need to lean on anyone. Other people's grievances and favors have nothing to do with me. It's a shame that the 4 families' disciples aren't allowed to kill each other. The rankings between the 4 of us are based on our family rankings. The Zhao family was last in the last 2 rankings, which is clearly an insult, but do you really think that I am weaker than you 3? Feng Fei looked at him and snorted. If you don't like it, you can also rank yourself first. Would that make you feel better? You, Zhao Rishan clenched his fists. Feng Fei's insult had touched a nerve. Stop wasting time. If you would rather go killing, then go. I'll take the divine bones myself. But don't blame me when I don't give you a share. We're the only ones to enter the star-field divine world. The other two went to resentful Death City. At that time, everyone will have advanced while you gain nothing. Don't bark like a wild dog then, said Feng Fei. It seemed that she didn't like working together with this person. Feng Fei, don't think that just because your Jiang family has 2 sovereign sprouts that you can do whatever you want, shouted Zhao Rishan. If your Zhao family had 2 sovereign sprouts, you could do the same. Of course, if by yourself you could suppress me and my big brother, you could also do whatever you want. If you have that ability, then quickly take it out. If you don't, then stop talking so much. It would be best if you didn't act so arrogant in front of me. I don't need to give you face when it comes to my actions, said Feng Fei, also angered now. Feng Fei was a peerless heavenly genius, while Zhao Rishan was acting like he was above her and talking like everyone else should die. It was irritating. She hadn't wanted to enter the star-field divine world this time, mostly because she disliked this dwarf. Zhao Rishan was extremely annoying to her. She essentially hadn't spoken to him the entire way here because she thought that she might lose her temper and start fighting. She had endured all the way, but she had had enough. Seeing that she was angered, Zhao Rishan snorted. It was unknown if he felt that he was at a disadvantage or if there was no point in fighting. In the end, he stood beside Feng Fei and took out an ancient jade seal. He pressed it against the barrier. Both of their energies slowly entered the barrier. A pillar of light exploded out of the two of them. The barrier's power is so strong. Just how long is this going to take? Said Zhao Rishan impatiently. This barrier was created by a Dragon King. Although the Dragon King is dead, its soul essence has yet to fully fade. This barrier cannot be broken with brute force. We can only slowly draw out the Dragon King's power to weaken the barrier. With both of us working together at this rate, it should take 2 months before all the energy is exhausted. Feng Fei then closed her eyes, ignoring him. That long? Fine, if someone else comes in, I'll just kill them. That way it won't be boring, said Zhao Rishan. Zhao Rishan, I am warning you not to mess around. The 4 of us have always been living in the heavenly abode. We haven't come into contact with the martial heaven continent. However, the continent has also produced many geniuses. If you create enemies left and right, don't blame me for turning hostile if you cause me trouble, shouted Feng Fei. She truly found Zhao Rishan insufferable. Geniuses? You mean like Long Chen? When he saw me, he was so scared that he didn't dare to reveal himself and directly fled. Such a person can be called a genius. Just living in the same world as me is his sin. Feng Fei, I don't want to be enemies with you. We are collaborating to take the divine bones. You should be clear on your own position and not meddle with my affairs, retorted Zhao Rishan. You're too arrogant. The corrupt paths Yi Ming, Pill Valley's Yu Qingxuan, the elusive music immortal palaces Ziyan, as well as that mysterious heir of the gambling heavenly Dao, none of them are ordinary. There are also the 4 everlasting families in the Dragon Blood Legion. If you make too many enemies and cause me to fail to take the divine bones, I will make you bear the responsibility for it. Feng Fei's expression sank. She had an urge to kill Zhao Rishan right here and now. Although Feng Fei had confidence in her skills, if so many of those people were angered and attacked the 2 of them together, although they would be able to survive, their goal of taking the divine bones would end in failure. They had discussed this from the start. They only wanted the 4 divine bones. If no one else came by the time they finished, then they would take the dragon body as well. However, if others came at that time, they couldn't expel them. They were already taking the main treasure. They had to leave others something. If they didn't, that would only force others to turn against them. Although Feng Fei was arrogant, her arrogance and conceit had their limits, but Zhao Rishan had none of that. He felt that he was the only one worth anything in this world, and he refused to let others even get a look at the treasures here since he felt that they were all his. Feng Fei was starting to grow uneasy. She had a kind of premonition that Zhao Rishan might bring a calamity upon the divine families one day. I don't need you to handle my matters. It just so happens that I can take a look at what the martial heaven continent has produced and whether or not they're worth my attention, sneered Zhao Rishan. As he drew out the barrier's power, he kept a sharp look on the surroundings, a murderous light in his eyes. Chapter 2474, Dragon King Blood Essence Stone. Through the Dragon Scales rune, Long Chen was transported into a different space. There was a giant blood pool here. Rather than calling it a blood pool, it should be called a blood sea. This blood thrummed with vigorous dragon energy. Standing here, Long Chen could sense countless dragons roaring. This is the 10,000 dragon pool. Only pure-blooded dragons that have received the approval of the Dragon King's heroic spirit can enter here. According to Hegemon, I am the only human in this world in possession of true dragon essence blood, so I'm the only one who can enter. Long Chen examined the surroundings. He noticed that the shore had been turned red by the dragon blood. It was glowing. The dragon bone is the nest, while the dragon blood is the sea. The essence blood of successive generations of dragon experts has been accumulated here. Hegemon said that when a dragon reaches its limit, when it senses its life starting to fade, it will extract its strongest aspect for its descendants. But 99% of this essence blood has been used up. It seems that the Dragon King must have encountered some terrifying enemy and used up the essence blood for combat power. But in the end, the Dragon King still died. Long Chen sighed. This blood pool was gigantic, but in comparison to its size, it could be said that what remained was only some dregs at the bottom of the pot. Despite just being some dregs, it was an enormous amount. Long Chen couldn't possibly use it all. For some reason, Long Chen was filled with regret for the Dragon King. Long Chen sat by the shore for a while before slowly approaching. The calm dragon pool began to boil when he approached. Roaring rang out in Long Chen's ears. He was no longer able to suppress the dragon blood flowing within his own veins. The azure dragon battle armor was unleashed. Dragon roars resounded through the air. Long Chen couldn't control himself. He was unaware that the moment his azure dragon battle armor came out, the Dragon King's body on the altar lit up, causing Feng Fei and Zhao Rishan to jump. If the Dragon King was still alive, then considering that the two of them were breaking the foundation of the dragon nest, they would definitely be killed. They turned pale, but they already knew that the divine races had long since discovered the dragon nest and confirmed that the Dragon King was dead. What was unleashing this dragon roar? The two of them stared at the Dragon King's body, bewildered. However, when nothing further happened, the two of them continued releasing the energy of the barrier. Long Chen had no idea that he had caused the Dragon King's corpse to react. He was now standing before the blood. The boiling blood had calmed down instantly when his azure dragon battle armor came out. As the dragon blood in his veins raged, it unleashed a majestic might as if it was a king looking down on others. Those qualified to leave their blood here were all existences above the Nether Passage realm. But a king is a king. Even though my realm hasn't reached that level, the might of a king can suppress all others. The azure dragon is a true dragon, but based on this, it seems that its origins are not ordinary, thought Long Chen. When Long Chen had obtained this azure dragon essence blood, he had sworn an oath to the mysterious dragon expert. However, that expert had never communicated with him again, nor was there any connection between them. The green dragon essence blood and the azure dragon essence blood had both come from the same dragon. Its essence blood was enough to make the blood belonging to tens of thousands of dragons submit. Long Chen dove into the pool. The essence blood didn't attack him. However, it also didn't express any friendliness. He felt as if it was coldly staring at him. Immense pressure came upon him from every direction within the blood pool, and if it wasn't for the azure dragon battle armor, it would have been enough to crush his body. Long Chen quickly reached the bottom of the blood pool. Here, he saw a fist-sized crystal. Blood essence stone, and one from a Dragon King at that. Long Chen couldn't help being shaken. Hegemon had said that the blood essence stone was the foundation of the 10,000 dragon nest. First came the blood essence stone, then the 4 divine bones, and then the rest of the nest. The blood essence stone was floating at the bottom of the pool and slowly spinning as it did so. Multicolored light shone in the surrounding space around it, but that light only stretched within 10 feet of it. Within that beautiful light was a terrifying power. Every strand of it possessed the power of a Dragon King. To the current Long Chen, just touching it might be fatal. The Dragon King was already dead, so this blood essence stone was a masterless object. If he wanted to take it, it would definitely instinctively resist. This is crazy. Despite saying that, Long Chen still reached out. The instant he touched the barrier, the multicolored light within went berserk. Its killing intent made Long Chen's hair stand on end. He immediately retreated. If he angered this blood essence stone, he would be instantly wiped out. What to do? Long Chen was stuck in a difficult place. His dragon blood could suppress other dragons' blood, but not the blood essence stone of the Dragon King. The fact that the blood essence stone hadn't directly attacked was most likely giving face to the true dragon essence blood within his body. It had just given a warning. If he tried again, though, it would definitely attack. Long Chen just stared at it. As he didn't approach again, the violent light returned to calm. Long Chen extended a hand carefully, using his spiritual strength to express his good intentions. But either the blood essence stone was declining to communicate with him, or it didn't have its own consciousness. It entered a berserk state once more, causing Long Chen to instantly pull his hand back. This time he saw blood droplets come out of his arm. When he looked closely, he was shocked to find that his arm had cracked. This is the backlash. Damn, the Dragon King's power is so great. How could such a terrifying existence die? Long Chen was stunned. This Dragon King was truly worthy of admiration. No wonder Evil Moon had told him to be careful. If he couldn't obtain it, he shouldn't force it, or he would die. What a shame that the Dragon King is already dead. Perhaps if it was still alive, I could communicate with it. Now it can only act instinctively. Long Chen sighed helplessly. This was a problem that intelligence could not resolve. As for power, that was nonsense. At this time, the old man would definitely accurately say that in front of this absolute power, no schemes would help. The essence bloodstone hadn't even directly attacked Long Chen, but just touching the power of a Dragon King was unbearable for him. Fine, I'll test my peerless move. Long Chen took a deep breath. Forming hand seals, the primal chaos space shuddered. Spatial energy enveloped the essence bloodstone. Suddenly, the essence bloodstone went berserk. Long Chen wanted to draw it into the primal chaos space, enraging it. A furious dragon cry rang out as it fought. The primal chaos space shuddered intensely, following which a sacred, indomitable aura rose. Long Chen was delighted. The essence bloodstone had finally provoked the primal chaos bead's power. Long Chen had never been clear on the primal chaos bead's power, but he knew it was an extremely terrifying existence. He just didn't know whether or not it could suppress the essence bloodstone. The essence bloodstone's light intensified. It seemed as if two formless powers were clashing. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out from within the primal chaos space, and a boundless pressure appeared. The primal chaos bead seemed to be enraged. In front of that pressure, the essence bloodstone went still. Its power seemed to have been suppressed and it began to float over. Long Chen was delighted. Just as he thought that he would be able to smoothly obtain it, cracking sounds rang out. Tiny cracks appeared all over the essence bloodstone. Long Chen jumped and immediately stopped the primal chaos bead. When its suction came to a stop, the essence bloodstone returned to its original location and appearance. Even in front of absolute power, it refuses to submit. It would rather break. Fine, it would be far too regretful to break such a divine treasure. Since it has no fate with me, I'll leave it to others. Long Chen sighed. Although he felt unwilling, he decided to give up. The primal chaos bead had once more proven its power, but regretfully, he couldn't control it. He couldn't safely take the essence bloodstone. He had thought that all schemes were useless in front of absolute power. That principle received a blow now when he found that even with absolute power, he couldn't take the essence bloodstone. Fuck, is it really something requiring brains over brawn? Long Chen was extremely unwilling to leave things just like this. Calm down, I can think of something. Long Chen took a deep breath and sat to the side of the essence bloodstone. The multicolored light continued to shine brightly. It formed a beautiful image with the essence bloodstone at the core of the image. It was like a flower blooming. Long Chen was staring at it silently when he suddenly shot up. Could it be? A bone tile appeared in Long Chen's hand. There was also an image carved into it. Long Chen stared at it in disbelief. Chapter 24:75 A Treasure Left for Who? The instant the bone tile appeared, the blood pool went silent. The bone tile began to radiate the same light as the blood essence stone. Is this bone tile supposed to be used here? Long Chen slowly sent the bone tile toward the blood essence stone. This time, it didn't reject him. It allowed him to get closer and closer until he actually touched it. In that instant, his vision darkened and the blood pool was gone. A white-haired elder appeared before him. The white-haired elder was skinny and had his back to him. His hands were clasped behind him. He slowly turned around when Long Chen appeared. The first thing that Long Chen noticed were his eyes. They were eyes that could see through the world, eyes that had seen the transformations of the universe. Those eyes were full of wisdom. He felt like they could see through all his secrets. The elder seemed startled to see Long Chen. I didn't expect that the one I was waiting for would be a human with true dragon essence blood. The elder's voice was gentle. Every one of his words seemed to possess an unfathomable intelligence, as if every word contained a kind of Tao. Junior Long Chen greets Senior. Long Chen hastily bowed. wondering to himself if this person was the master of the 10,000 dragon nest. The elder nodded. How curious. Are you Yun Shang's descendant? No, Sovereign Yun Shang and I have only met once. Long Chen was startled. Then that's strange. Yun Shang told me that his descendant would one day come with that bone tile, but you have true dragon essence blood, and your aura is completely different from Yun Shang's. It's hard to believe. The elder paused, seemingly encountering some difficulty. Senior, did Sovereign Yun Shang have an agreement with you back in the day? Probed Long Chen. The elder nodded. Back then, Yun Shang arrived just as I entered the final stage of my battle against the heaven-devouring evil king. If it wasn't for Yun Shang, I would have died to the heaven-devouring evil king, and he would have activated the heaven-devouring soul recollection art to revive a portion of his fallen black armor warriors, destroying the star-field divine world. It was Yun Shang who came at a critical moment to help me, but I had exhausted my source by then. I didn't even have a chance to undergo nirvanic rebirth. To thank Yun Shang, I left the 10,000 dragon nest to him, but he didn't want it, saying that his descendant would need it in the future. I gave him this crystal bone as a token of trust, and then I ran out of energy. Just as I died, I left behind my soul essence to guard this place and wait for the person with the crystal bone. Now you've come, but you are Yun Shang's descendant. You also possess true dragon essence blood. This karma is incomprehensible to me. Furthermore, as just a wisp of soul essence, I no longer have the power to divine anything. Long Chen was shocked. Did Sovereign Yun Shang have descendants? That didn't make sense. The sovereigns were all solitary figures who didn't even have wives. How could they have children? Long Chen said, since Sovereign Yun Shang left it to his descendant, then this treasure should have no fate with me. I'll take my leave. I apologize for disturbing you. If it was someone else's treasures, then he might fight over them. But if it was something that Sovereign Yun Shang had left for someone else, then there had to be a deeper meaning behind it. He couldn't fight over it. Slow down, the elder shook his head. The karma involved in this must have grown muddled somewhere. Yun Shang was the son of the heavens. He possessed heavenly fate eyes capable of seeing the past and future. He wouldn't have made such a mistake in theory, but you've still come. Whether or not you are Yun Shang's descendant, you have to take the blood essence stone. The crystal bone has already broken the barrier. I no longer have the power to protect it. This crystal bone can also break the barrier outside, so that you can take the 4 divine bones. That doesn't seem too suitable. Long Chen hesitated. Of course you don't have to take them. You can leave them for others to take. It's up to you, said the elder. Well, if it's just going to benefit others, I'd rather it benefit me. Long Chen smiled. How curious. Although you're a human, you have true dragon essence blood, and it has practically flawlessly merged with you. No spirit root but capable of using all elements, no spirit bone but capable of manifesting all living things. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't have the energy to divine it. Our meeting can also count as destiny. Your azure dragon essence blood is pure, but it's lacking in power. Even though you have refined it, the power you can control is still limited. You can't even use the dragon race's divine abilities. Let me help you cleanse your azure dragon essence blood and send my own essence blood into your body. With how easily you could assimilate with true dragon essence blood, you should be able to perfectly control my power. As for how many of the dragon race's divine abilities you can control, it'll depend on your own power. The elder placed a hand on Long Chen's shoulder. He seemed a bit curious, as if he wanted to know what would happen if Long Chen absorbed his dragon blood. Senior, you can't, exclaimed Long Chen. Why not? The elder was startled. This was something any human would dream of obtaining. Senior, when I was in great danger, I was saved by the owner of this essence blood. If it weren't for that dragon, I would have died. I have an agreement with that senior to help them accomplish one thing. Even though so many years have passed, they have never told me anything. If I were to cleanse their dragon blood, that senior might not be able to find me. Then I would have broken our agreement. That is a betrayal, said Long Chen. Just as Long Chen spoke, within a distant starry sky, a dragon that had transcended time and space slowly opened one of its eyes. Its eye was bigger than a star. Within the countless stars reflected in its eyes, there was one particular speck of dust that drew his attention. A mark appeared in its eye. That eye quivered ever so slightly and then passed through the void. After that, the giant eye closed. How boring! A voice resounded through the star. That voice was icy cold, yet also seemed to contain a trace of gratification. But suddenly, a mark appeared in the elder's eyes. That mark was identical to the mark that had appeared within the giant eye. So that's the case. The elder suddenly laughed. He pressed down on Long Chen's body, and a majestic power poured inside of him. Senior, you, Long Chen was shocked and enraged. Stop. Long Chen unleashed his full power. As a result, blood qi furiously crashed within his body. He was trying to force out the Elder's dragon blood, but now his body was automatically absorbing it. It felt like lava was pouring into his body. "Are you a bastard or just sick in the head?" roared Long Chen. However, no matter how he resisted, it didn't have any use. He wanted to use the primal chaos bead's power, but he didn't know how to use it. It never listened to his orders. This elder was not a thing that he could suck in. Ha ha ha, what an interesting brat. The elder laughed instead of getting angry. Seeing Long Chen's veins throbbing and how murderous he looked, the elder said, "I'm not cleansing your dragon blood, nor do I have that ability. I'm simply helping you make up for some dragon chi that you are lacking. The Azure Dragon reverse scale that you obtained was a bit deficient in essence blood due to some unexpected events when the scale fell from its master. Furthermore, after tens of thousands of years, the essence of it slowly faded. By the time you obtained it, it had lost most of its essence, resulting in you being unable to awaken the dragon race's divine abilities when you refined it." How do you know all this?" asked Long Chen. The elder smiled and didn't reply directly. "I am now trying to use my essence blood to stimulate your true dragon essence blood. That will strengthen your dragon blood power, strengthening your physical body. If you're lucky, perhaps you can obtain that expert's divine abilities. However, that process will be very painful, so you have to be mentally prepared." Long Chen was delighted. "I'm prepared. As long as you don't wash away my original dragon blood, I'm not afraid of any pain." The elder nodded. The mark appeared in his eyes once more. "All right, then I'm beginning." Although Long Chen was prepared, when the pain started, he clenched his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Within his body, it felt like thorns were passing through his veins. He felt all his nerves instantly become taut. His hair stood on end. However, he didn't make a sound. The elder nodded. "Not bad. Even amongst the dragon race, not many could endure this pain. However, you cannot faint. Closely examine your dragon blood as it flows through your veins. That's the only way you will be able to perfectly control any divine abilities that you awaken." Long Chen did his best to nod. He couldn't speak because of the pain. The more painful it was, the sharper his senses grew. Runes began to appear within his blood. Once they appeared, they entered his head. A rune appeared on his forehead, gradually growing clearer until it began to shine brightly. Boom! Divine light exploded out of Long Chen. Long Chen's blood qi instantly ignited, and a dragon cry resounded through the space. Chapter 2476, Azure Dragon Seal. The rune on Long Chen's forehead slowly faded. Long Chen felt as if something new had appeared in his memories. Long Chen slowly extended a hand. Lines had appeared within one of the scales on his palm. When he clenched his fist, space shuddered and rumbled. Just by clenching his fist, ripples appeared in the void. "This is..." Long Chen was startled and delighted. He looked at the rune on his palm with disbelief. "The Azure Dragon Seal. I didn't expect you to awaken this divine ability," said the elder. "Is this move very amazing?" asked Long Chen excitedly. "This Azure Dragon Seal, amongst the adult true dragon race's 30 divine abilities, it is the weakest," said the elder hesitantly. "What? I feel like it's very powerful." Long Chen looked at his hands. The power from the upgraded scale made him feel like he could tear apart the void. How could this be the weakest? To the true dragon race, the Azure Dragon Seal is the least useful technique. It is sometimes used to strengthen one part of the body. But the true dragon race's physical body is incomparably powerful, so this technique is meaningless. It is the weakest in defensive power and killing power. Cough. You wouldn't be feeling bad about me saying these things, right? The elder seemed embarrassed to say these things. "No, it's not your fault. It might be meaningless to the dragon race, but it's useful to me. I'm not a true dragon, so I can strengthen my body with this. I'll be able to take on divine items with my bare hands now. My strongest fighting style is close range, so this Azure Dragon Seal is perfect for me," said Long Chen with a laugh. "All right, I was feeling pity for you, but now it seems that you like this technique. I won't mention the other world-destroying divine abilities of the true dragon race. This attitude of yours is truly good. Just how many cultivators could achieve this kind of calm? No wonder that." The elder suddenly shut his mouth. Long Chen didn't notice this oddity. He said, "My luck has always been bad, so if I didn't have a way to comfort myself, I'd have probably killed myself a long time ago. I'm used to it. Senior, are you the Dragon King? I feel like this dragon nest's growth and birth seems to reflect the growth of the entire cosmos. Can you let me see how the 10,000 dragon nest was created?" The principles behind the 10,000 dragon nest were related to the essence of the universe. The elder stared at Long Chen and suddenly laughed. Everyone who comes here comes in search of treasure, but none of them realizes what the true treasure is. Congratulations, you are the first one capable of seeing so deeply. Long Chen probed, Senior, are you about to say something along the lines of but however, unfortunately and such? Ha ha ha, the elder laughed heartily before saying, however, unfortunately this treasure isn't something that can be given. It can only be comprehended by oneself. This is a true grand Tao, something that cannot be transmitted through the mouth, nor can it be written down. The secrets of the universe are seen differently by everyone. All right, I don't really get it, but it sounds pretty amazing. Since I can't have it for now, I won't think about it, said Long Chen. He knew that he wouldn't have good enough luck to obtain such a treasure. If someone as powerful as this unimaginably strong Dragon King refused to tell him, then he had to have his reasons. Perhaps even he didn't dare to break some taboos. Is the one down in the dragon source that's absorbing my energy your friend? Asked the elder suddenly. Ah, you must be talking about Evil Moon. Yes, that's my life and death partner, said Long Chen. Are you sure? It used to be someone stronger than me. By absorbing the energy of the dragon source, it is weakening Yunshang's seal. The dark evil dragon race is the most bloodthirsty, most violent, and most evil of the evil dragons. I still have some power and can stop it if you wish. Otherwise, once Yunshang's seal is broken, the first one it will devour is you, warned the elder. No, I trust it completely. Evil Moon will not betray me. It's not just my weapon or a gambling chip. I trust Evil Moon with my life. Senior, please allow it to absorb whatever it wants, said Long Chen. Although Evil Moon was wicked, for some reason, Long Chen sometimes formed a resonance with it. Perhaps he himself was also wicked, making them a perfect match. Birds of a feather flocked together. He didn't know, but he refused to believe that Evil Moon would betray him. What he didn't know was that his conversation with this elder was being heard word for word by Evil Moon. What a fool, Evil Moon sighed. Now it understood why Yunshang had left it to Long Chen. It found that it was being infected by Long Chen's feelings. An existence who had never had feelings to move was finally moved. The word partner had felt completely foreign to it before. The elder nodded. Then I won't bother it. Let's talk about the Azure Dragon Seal. It is a dragon blood rune that can enter an offensive and defensive state. When you clenched your fist, it was in an offensive state, but you still haven't gained control over its essentials. It is different from the human race's magical arts. There is nothing about the cooperation between the heart, mind, and soul. Due to being the most basic divine ability, it also has no hand seals. It only requires the correct application of your essence blood. The elder raised a finger and touched Long Chen's shoulder. Just like that, Long Chen's shoulder was pierced. Blood splattered and the pain startled Long Chen. Senior, you. Despite his current state with the Azure Dragon battle armor, this elder casually injured him without him being able to resist. If the elder wanted to kill him, wouldn't he be dead in one blow? The elder pointed at his wound, and only when Long Chen looked closely did he see runes appear on the dragon scales around the wound. Those runes were healing his wound without him circulating his life energy. In just a few seconds, the wound healed. You see, the rune is the same, but the color is different. The red rune represents offense, while green represents defense. If you were part of the dragon race, you wouldn't need to actively defend. Your dragon blood would automatically switch from offense to defense to block this attack. However, you haven't nurtured the reactions of your dragon blood, causing it to be too slow. It should have instantly healed, but instead took this long. If you want to control this technique, you'll need to work hard on controlling your essence blood. Here, attack me now with your most proficient technique, said the elder. With almost no hesitation, Long Chen unleashed a slap. It was only once his hand was moving that he realized this was wrong, and he hastily switched it to a claw toward the elder's chest. Long Chen's movements were extremely fast, but the elder easily caught Long Chen's wrist. He instantly felt like his wrist had been caught by a steel lock. He found himself unable to use the slightest bit of power. Long Chen was startled by this. Was this the power of a Dragon King? No, the Dragon King had lost his physical body and was nothing more than a strand of soul essence. How could he possess such power? Just how strong had he been before? Your movements were incorrect. For humans, it is correct for the will to move first, but the dragon race uses brute power. Our fighting style is violent and domineering. It is direct, with the goal being to crush all opposition. As long as you are strong enough, it doesn't matter what technique you use. Even a fart can make an army collapse. If you aren't strong enough, then no matter what technique you use, it's just a monkey's play. You won't be able to resonate with your dragon blood if you fight like this. Without the power of your dragon blood supporting you, the rune will become weak. Try again. This time don't use your spiritual yuan or soul energy. Forget about them. Use only brute power. That is the power of the physical body, said the elder, pushing Long Chen back several steps. His gaze became sharp like a strict teacher. Long Chen gratefully nodded. He took a deep breath and clenched his fists. His essence blood flowed within his body rapidly, rumbling. A rune lit up on his fist. Just as Long Chen began to accumulate power, his essence blood began to boil, and power burst through his veins like a volcano exploding. At this moment, Long Chen experienced what it meant for his dragon blood to resonate with the azure dragon seal. He easily condensed all his power into his fist. With a shout, Long Chen smashed his fist at the elder. The void collapsed, as if unable to bear this power. The elder exploded. The space that they were in vanished, and the red essence stone appeared in front of him. Senior, Long Chen let out a startled cry. However, no one replied. It was like everything had been a dream. Long Chen stared at the essence blood stone in front of him. Eventually, Long Chen bowed deeply toward the essence blood stone and took it. Upon touching it, he felt a close connection to it. He knew that the Dragon King had inserted the essence blood within the stone into his body, resulting in this connection. Long Chen realized that its power had weakened immensely. He estimated that the elder had inserted at least half of its power into his body. Within the blood pool, all the essence blood of the dragons prostrated toward him. It was as if he had become the Dragon King. Long Chen formed a hand seal, sucking the blood pool and the essence blood stone into the primal chaos space. After that, Long Chen returned to the entrance. When he passed through the barrier, he once more appeared beneath the reverse scale of the Dragon King's corpse. He had only just appeared when countless sharp arrows shot toward him. Chapter 2477, I Want to Kill Someone. The sharp arrows pierced through the air so quickly that Long Chen didn't even have time to dodge. This was a perfectly timed trap. Despite doing his best, his shoulder and arm were pierced. It was unknown what material they were made of, but they managed to ignore the defenses of his dragon scales. When his body was pierced, some kind of energy attached to the arrows caused his flesh to begin hardening. It started to transform into black steel. Ha ha ha, little brat, I told you to get out here but you refused. Now even if you kneel and beg for mercy, it won't work. Laughter rang out. The dwarf appeared in front of Long Chen, looking down on him disdainfully. Idiot, now that you've injured me, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, it won't work. Long Chen's killing intent instantly erupted. He had been careless. This sneak attack might have pierced his head if he hadn't been in his peak state with the Azure Dragon battle armor active. 2 chunks of metal fell from his wounds. He had never seen this kind of power before, and if his own power wasn't strong enough to force this strange energy out, it would probably have only taken a few breaths of time before he turned into a metal statue. If struck in the head, then that would be extremely dangerous. Xiaorishan, Long Chen can count as an ally of the divine families. Don't go too far. This matter can end here. Long Chen, leave, said Feng Fei. An ally? What a farce. After being away for a few years, have the divine families fallen to the extent of needing allies? Brat, everything here belongs to me, so if you want to leave, hand over whatever treasures you got, demanded Zhao Rishan. He clearly knew that during the time Long Chen had been gone, it was very likely that he had obtained some treasure. Who do you think you are to act arrogant in front of me? Long Chen stepped forward and unleashed a punch. You really are a fool. Do you think you're qualified to attack me? Zhao Rishan sneered and also unleashed a punch. Although Zhao Rishan was short, his punch caused heaven and earth to quiver along with him. Even without his manifestation appearing, specks of light manifested in the air like stars. His body of flesh and blood instantly transformed into metal. It was a bizarre sight. Their 2 fists collided, but the sound was off, sounding more like 2 metallic fists colliding. Long Chen's fist was covered in dragon scales. It was like he was wearing a set of tough gloves. Zhao Rishan was knocked back a dozen steps, his fist gone. It had been destroyed, but no blood flowed out. It was just like a piece of blown-up metal. The power of his physical body is enough to break Zhao Rishan's million-metal body. Feng Fei's pupils shrank. She was well aware of how powerful Zhao Rishan was. He was born with an innate body of metal. He could control all metal within the world. His body was no longer flesh and blood, but an undying body of metal. Divine items couldn't break it, but a punch from Long Chen could. Ha ha ha, you're a bit interesting. Killing you will be fun. Zhao Rishan looked at his hand that had been blown up and laughed. His metallic body quickly healed, not even leaving a mark where his wound had been. Your laughter is really hateful. I feel like I've heard it before. Long Chen stared at Zhao Rishan. Suddenly, he icily asked, back in the immemorial path, there were 4 idiots undergoing tribulations. One of them sounded like you. Zhao Rishan's expression instantly changed. Killing intent exploded out of him. You bastard, that was you. You ruined our tribulation. We had to undergo a second tribulation that was unbearably painful to make up for that. Die, Zhao Rishan furiously attacked. So it really was you. Good, then we can settle our old and new enmities together. Long Chen was also enraged. Those 4 idiots had almost gotten Yue Xiaoqian killed. He always remembered this enmity. Who do you think you are? I'll crush you into rotten flesh in an instant, roared Zhao Rishan. His body exploded with light. Countless runes lit up, turning him into an unstoppable monster made of 1,000,000 metals. Then I'll crush you into rotten metal. Long Chen faced Zhao Rishan's furious charge with his fists. Runes lit up on Long Chen's fists. Every punch caused the void to collapse. When they landed on Zhao Rishan, although they no longer caused his body to explode like their first exchange, they still left large dents in his metallic body. However, Long Chen's fists also received repercussions. Zhao Rishan's body was incredibly hard, even harder than divine items. Long Chen had just knocked Zhao Rishan back when Zhao Rishan opened his mouth. All of a sudden, his tongue transformed into a sharp sword piercing toward Long Chen's head. Long Chen hastily twisted his neck, causing the tongue to leave a long cut along his forehead. The wound quickly turned black and began to metallize. Long Chen grabbed Zhao Rishan's tongue and then kicked Zhao Rishan's jaw. Zhao Rishan was kicked away, while half of a sharp sword remained in Long Chen's hand. Long Chen wiped his forehead, tearing off the lump of metal that appeared there, before once more charging at Zhao Rishan. Just at that moment, this space quivered. Several people appeared from multiple directions. Long Chen. A woman with a bow on her back was startled after seeing the scene before her. She was Beitang Rushwang, and she had entered along with Nangong Zuyu. Others had also come at the same time from other directions. Some of them were from the corrupt path, while some were from neutral powers. However, those people weren't particularly famous. Most likely, they were rather low-key and liked to conceal their power. If they weren't strong enough, there was no way they could have reached this point. Senior Feng Fei, what is happening here? Asked Nangong Zuyu. She quickly saw the giant dragon corpse as well as the barrier around the 4 divine bones. Was this a fight for the treasures? This is a personal grievance between the 2 of them that has nothing to do with others. However, these 4 divine bones belong to the divine families. All the other treasures are up to your own luck, said Feng Fei coldly. Clearly, she was announcing that the main treasure, the 4 divine bones, was hers. Her tone was quite domineering. The other experts' expressions changed as they knew what a divine bone signified. Feng Fei was occupying all 4 of them with just a word. She had gone too far. Are the divine families really going to act like this? Based on what? Demanded someone. Based on the fact that we arrived here first, snorted Feng Fei. I got here before you, so why don't you just scram? Sneered Long Chen as he punched Zhao Rishan back. Long Chen didn't have good feelings toward the divine families. Even the peerlessly beautiful Feng Fei had a dislikable tone. A group of ants dare to fight a dragon. If you want the treasures, then bring out your power. If you don't want to live any longer, why not try to fight against us? Shouted Zhao Rishan arrogantly as he charged back at Long Chen. As a result, he had just gotten close to Long Chen when he was sent flying back by a kick. The power of this kick created shocking ripples in the void. If you want to fight over them, go ahead, but don't blame me for being merciless at that time, said Feng Fei icily. The other experts twitched. They looked at the 4 divine bones but didn't dare to go over there. Long Chen, do you want our help? The divine families have really gone too far. Beideng Rushwang sent Long Chen a spiritual message. Feng Fei and Zhao Rishan's arrogant and domineering actions had angered her. Not yet. You and Miss Nangong should go over to the Dragon King's body and try to comprehend its power. I'm going to test out this dwarf's power, replied Long Chen. A dragon corpse was a treasure in and of itself. Every scale contained its own Dao charm. Although the Dragon King was already dead, the Dao charm remained. Gaining comprehension from it and corroborating your own Dao from it would be very beneficial. Nangong Zuyu looked from Feng Fei to Long Chen and Zhao Rishan. In the end, she chose to walk over to the dragon's corpse. Following her, the others also made their moves. But rather than going toward the corpse, they went around the altar in search of other treasures. Beideng Rushwang and Nangong Zuyu trusted Long Chen's choice. He had to have already explored the surroundings, and knew that there was nothing better than the dragon corpse. Long Chen, do you only have this little bit of power? Asked Zhao Rishan. The two of them were still fighting with their hands and feet, neither suppressing the other. Shouldn't I be the one saying that? Back in the immemorial path, you all acted like heavenly kings, but didn't you still tuck your tails between your legs and run? Don't play this kind of game with me. You want me to ask my friends to fight you together so you have a reason to carry out a slaughter. An idiot like you shouldn't try to play mind games with me, sneered Long Chen. He forced Zhao Rishan back with a punch and then shook out his hands. A smile gradually appeared on his face. He was coming to grasp what the Dragon King had told him about using his dragon blood to fight. Hadahasa. Suddenly, the space shook once more. An arrogant and wretched laugh rang out. I hereby announce that all the treasures here belong to me, Mo Nian. No one can touch them. Mo Nian appeared in the air. With his arrival, Long Chen's aura suddenly explosively grew. His blood chi raged within him. Mo Nian, cover me. I want to kill someone today. Chapter 2478, A Wild Dragon's Power. Long Chen was precisely waiting for Mo Nian to arrive. For him to only arrive at this time must mean that he had taken the wrong path, costing him quite a bit of time. With Mo Nian here, Long Chen no longer had any misgivings. His azure dragon essence blood began to fill his body with power. Hey, wait a minute. Long Chen, when did you become so classless? You're going to bully a child. Mo Nian looked at the short Zhao Rishan in confusion. This was definitely an act. He had to have noticed that Zhao Rishan was a dwarf but still called him a child. With just a word, Mo Nian had stabbed Zhao Rishan where it hurt. Zhao Rishan had been born with his metal body. Due to awakening his talent too early, his body was unable to grow like others. That was the source of the darkness in his heart. Die, Zhao Rishan furiously pointed a finger, and an arrow shot at Mo Nian. Watch out, warned Long Chen, worried that Mo Nian would underestimate Zhao Rishan's power. Bang! Zhao Rishan's arrow exploded in midair as if it had been struck by an invisible arrow. Fragments shot out in every direction. Quite a few fragments landed in the ground, causing lumps of metal to start growing. Mo Nian exclaimed, Damn, you can turn things into metal. Not bad. Little fellow, are you interested in opening a blacksmith shop with me? Mo Nian had not witnessed this kind of power before, but his mouth did not spare Zhao Rishan. He managed to turn Zhao Rishan's innate divine ability into a tool for making a living. You dare to blaspheme me, I'll kill you. Zhao Rishan's eyes turned scarlet. Shorty, your opponent is me. Long Chen blocked Zhao Rishan's path. Die, Zhao Rishan was further enraged, and his hands clawed toward Long Chen as if wanting to tear him apart. His claws reached Long Chen instantaneously, but before they could touch him, a hand struck him in the face from a strange angle, causing his metallic face to distort. He smashed into the ground. A wave of earth shocked the experts that had arrived. Zhao Rishan's head had been flattened by Long Chen. It no longer looked like a head. Instead, it was like a pot lid. The power of that slap was so immense that others couldn't believe it. Even Long Chen stared at his palm in surprise. In their fight, Zhao Rishan had been acting like he was merely even with Long Chen as bait to make others join forces against him. That way, he would have a reason to kill them all. However, Long Chen had not used his full power either. He had not even displayed his face-slapping divine art. That was because he was worried about Zhao Rishan going crazy and starting a slaughter before Mo Nian arrived. Now that Mo Nian was here, Long Chen didn't need to worry about the others. He directly used his slap. This technique, which was originally just a humiliating blow to the mind, had now become a peerless attack. There probably weren't many people capable of receiving it. Mo Nian, Nangong Zuyu, and Beideng Rushwang were all startled at Zhao Rishan's current appearance. He no longer appeared human. Zhao Rishan's head tottered. Stars were spinning in his mind. Although he didn't have a body of flesh, this slap had been truly vicious, causing him to temporarily lose his senses. If it was another expert, not even a trace of their skull would remain. Ha ha ha, Long Chen laughed excitedly. This was power, true power. The power of the dragon was used through the flesh and blood. By using his spiritual yuan to control it, it naturally grew sluggish. With the Dragon King's pointers, Long Chen basked in the sensation of being in control of such immense power. The other experts were stunned because the current Long Chen had yet to even bring out his signature technique, his divine ring. Just by using the power of his physical body, he had unleashed such terrifying power. Long Chen definitely isn't human. How could a human possess such a physical body? Guessed one of those experts. Amongst everyone present, the one who was the most shocked was Feng Fei. Only she was aware of just how monstrous Zhao Rishen's million-metal body was. However, that body was like dough in front of Long Chen. Very good, Long Chen. You've managed to fully enrage me. Zhao Rishen's flattened head returned to its normal state. A harsh light shone in his eyes. That has to be an undying body. A chill ran through the experts witnessing this. Zhao Rishen seemed to have no weaknesses. Even with his head flattened, he wasn't injured. Fighting an undying body like that would make a person give up hope. Zhao Rishen sinisterly said, "Back in the immemorial path, I think I recall that you mentioned your name, but I'm not in the habit of remembering other people's names. I didn't even recall it when I heard your name, but I'll remember it now. You're the first one qualified to be killed by me ever since I came from the battlefield against the other races." The earth began to shake. The ground suddenly split open, and a torrent of mountain peaks began to spurt out of the ground like bamboo after a spring rain. Those mountains were all different colors, but they had a metallic luster to them. They seemed made out of metal. Everyone's jaws dropped. They realized that these mountains were solid objects made of immortal and divine metals. Damn, ignoring how strong this shorty Zhao is, his metal-controlling powers are enough to make him become the richest man alive. Mo Nian was also stunned. Looking at the endless precious metals coming out of the ground, his eyes reddened. Wouldn't someone with this power have an endless supply of divine materials? Zhao Rishen's body was an unending source of treasures. Nangang Zuyu shook her head. That is impossible. His own ability makes it so that he has to exhaust endless resources just to activate it. The legends say that the million-metal body requires all kinds of materials to be absorbed once the body's innate divine abilities are awakened. The more metal energy he absorbs, the stronger he grows. The amount of resources he has absorbed has to be unimaginable. Even if an entire world's power was gathered just for him, it still might not be enough to feed him. He's most likely forced to constantly wander through worlds gathering their metal energy for himself. Perhaps only the divine families have the ability to raise such a terrifying monster. We are now within his manifestation. This place has become his world, a world full of metal energy. What are you talking about? The dragon corpse and altar are still there. How is this place his manifestation? Asked Mo Nian. Nangang Zuyu answered, as long as there is metal within the world, he is capable of assimilating it. These mountains were brought forth by his energy. He can use their energy as he pleases. Do you see the metallic mountains behind him? Those aren't physical objects but his manifestation. His manifestation's power has merged with reality, turning him into the ruler of this world. Long Chen is correct. This person is incredibly vicious and sinister. He was acting weak in hopes that we would help Long Chen, giving him enough reason to kill us all. Due to awakening his divine ability too early, he was stuck in his dwarf form. His heart grew twisted then, resulting in this nature. I can see the brutality in his eyes. Nangang Zuyu was worried. For such a brutal person to appear amongst the divine families was not a good thing. Such a person could no longer be judged according to a normal person's logic. His twisted heart made it almost impossible to work together with him. No need to worry. Long Chen will definitely beat him to death, said Mo Nian with a smile. He wasn't worried at all. Nangang Zuyu shook her head. The million-metal body is a kind of undying body. His body has no weak points, and his energy comes from the world in his manifestation. No matter how strong a person is, how are they supposed to fight against an entire world? Even if Long Chen can fight with Zhao Rishen evenly for a time, Zhao Rishen's energy will replenish infinitely, while Long Chen's energy is slowly ground down. We have to be ready to help as soon as Long Chen can't endure any longer. The first thing to do is break his manifestation. Nangang Zuyu's steady nature had her preparing a backup plan. Zhao Rishen was absolutely terrifying. Just as she was speaking, the terrain continued to change. The world had been completely transformed. The altar was now surrounded by mountains of metal, and this place had become a world of metal. A metallic ringing was constantly present. It was as if the very air was being infected. Long Chen, your close female friend is worried about you being beaten by that shorty Zhao. I told her that he isn't a match for you, and that you could crush him just by taking off your pants and pissing on him. I finished bragging for you, so don't turn me into a liar. Mo Nian cupped his hands over his mouth and shouted loudly. Zhao Rishen's hair stood on end from fury. His body transformed, going from black to every color of the rainbow. The mountains shuddered and space froze. Everyone present felt like they were bound by countless invisible chains. They couldn't move. They were appalled. Zhao Rishan was targeting Long Chen, but they were still affected to this extent. Then the pressure that Long Chen was under must be unimaginable. Taste my fist. Zhao Rishan unleashed a punch, his fist shining with multicolored divine light. This was a fist that contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Chapter 2479, Giant Spirit Breaks the Heavens. Even tasting 10 of your fists would be nothing, mocked Long Chen. Zhao Rishan had now become the ruler of this world. Every one of his movements was backed by immense power. If it was before he had entered the 10,000 dragon nest, Long Chen would know that he wasn't a match for such an opponent. But his current self was confident. His divine ring appeared behind him with 108,000 stars shining within it, matching the 108,000 dragon scales that appeared on his body. Long Chen also unleashed a punch, meeting Zhao Rishan's fist head-on. A blinding light exploded when their two fists collided. The other experts felt like the world had compressed. A sharp pain crashed down on their chests. It felt like their hearts would explode. Runes appeared on Long Chen's fist as he felt the dragon blood in his veins igniting. The essence blood that the Dragon King had given him was nourishing the Azure Dragon essence blood. Long Chen immediately realized that in order to refine his Azure Dragon essence blood with the Dragon King's blood, battle was necessary. As his blood ignited, power poured throughout his body. His power only grew as he fought. Divine light exploded out of Long Chen and Zhao Rishan's fists. Fluctuations surged out of them so violently that others couldn't breathe. I didn't expect you to have some ability. This should be fun. Zhao Rishan was surprised but not afraid. He got excited. It's not just some ability, Long Chen snorted. His legs suddenly kicked out like lightning. Zhao Rishan didn't dodge. He allowed Long Chen's kick to land right on his abdomen. But what shocked everyone was that Long Chen's kick easily passed through Zhao Rishan's abdomen. Barbs suddenly grew out of Zhao Rishan's abdomen, latching onto Long Chen's leg. Sparks flew as those barbs were unable to pierce Long Chen's leg. Long Chen hastily retreated, escaping this strange attack. Fortunately, the Azure Dragon Seal has a defensive state that can be instantly switched to. Looking at those sharp barbs, Long Chen was shocked. Zhao Rishan's fighting style had surpassed the scope of a human body. He could not be judged according to normal standards. If caught off guard, one of his strange moves might end the battle in an instant. The Dragon King had said that because Long Chen wasn't a true dragon, he was unable to reach the point of activating both the offensive and defensive states. He could only switch between them. To have his defenses weaken when he attacked was definitely a large flaw. However, when he reached the point of perfectly controlling his dragon blood, the speed at which he could switch between the two states would be like lightning, making up for this flaw as much as possible. The fact that Long Chen had succeeded in switching to defense against this sudden move proved that his control over his dragon blood had reached an extremely high level. Long Chen, the more you struggle, the more pleased I'll feel when I kill you. Zhao Rishan smiled sinisterly like a bloodthirsty beast. Long Chen suddenly laughed and shook his head. Let me put it to you this way. I don't even know how many idiots like you I've killed from the eastern wasteland to the central plains. They all had one thing in common, which was their conceited arrogance. They thought that everyone else in the world should kneel to them, as if they were gods in charge of this world. That's right, this world is precisely that way. The strong are venerated. Some people, such as myself, are to be respected as the rulers of this world. The rest of you are just accessories to us, and your light is only created to accent our growth. A green leaf remains a green leaf no matter what. When it wants to compete with the red flower, it is seeking its own death, sneered Zhao Rishan. Monayan raged. Long Chen, what are you doing? I can't even endure this any longer. If you keep holding back, I'll take your place to kill this bastard. He's really hateful. Noisy, once I kill Long Chen, you'll be next. Zhao Rishan suddenly summoned a pair of metal wings. They were as sharp as blades, and a thundering boom rang out every time they flapped. He shot toward Long Chen. I really can't endure your unchanging act. Long Chen finally lost his temper. Zhao Rishan's arrogance was incomparably infuriating. A majestic dragon roar erupted. Long Chen's dragon blood began to thunder as it poured through his veins. A sharp pain filled Long Chen. This was the result of not being fully accustomed to his dragon blood's new power. Now that the Dragon King had made up for his original Azure Dragon Essence blood's deficiency, his power had leaped to a new level. If he could fight against Zhao Rishan for a bit longer and slowly adjust to it, it wouldn't be so painful. But he was too enraged to be that patient. Zhao Rishan was looking down on Long Chen and trying to force him to use up his energy without using his own trump cards. Why was that? Because he wanted to exhaust Long Chen so that he wouldn't be able to run. His goal was not to beat him but to kill him. It was just like how Long Chen had killed Tian Zizi. Long Chen had exhausted all his trump cards. Now Zhao Rishan was doing the same thing to him. Long Chen no longer held back the power of the Azure Dragon. Blood qi crashed and roared through his veins. Zhao Rishan was like a shooting star smashing toward him. Long Chen unleashed a punch, and Zhao Rishan was sent flying back at 10 times the speed. The earth exploded. People merely saw a flash, and then Long Chen also vanished. The earth continued to explode and collapse. People had never seen such a thing. This was no ordinary dirt. This was land that Zhao Rishan had transformed into metal through his manifestation. There were countless ores linked together underground. With the earth continuously exploding, large boulders were being thrown into the air. It was like the end of the world. One expert had just passed through the passageway to appear in this space when one of those flying boulders struck him. His divine item shattered and he exploded. Even his Yuan spirit was destroyed from the impact. Even as he died, he didn't know what had happened. The other experts were shocked to see that, and they ran over to the dragon corpse. There was an invisible barrier around it that allowed people to get close, but those flying rocks were prevented from damaging the corpse. They were blown to smithereens before they could get close. Only Mo Nian remained standing in the air, ignoring those flying boulders. Boom! A figure suddenly charged out of the ground. It was Zhao Rishan. His entire body was now covered in craters. His wings were completely deformed as well as his head. One of his legs had been beaten into a fish hook, and the hook was bent in front of him. Zhao Rishan was furious, but there was now a trace of panic in his eyes. He had clearly suffered underground. He was flying out in order to escape his inferior position. However, he had barely flown out when another figure flew out. That figure was Long Chen, and he was even faster than Zhao Rishan. The current Long Chen scales had turned red. His blood qi seemed to have been ignited. Space was twisting wildly around him. Long Chen was now so fast that they could barely track him with their eyes. His leg whipped out, and Zhao Rishan blocked with both his arms. Boom! Zhao Rishan was then sent smashing into the ground once more. It was like a shooting star had crashed into a lake, and the earth unleashed a huge wave. This time, the sharp-sighted experts saw that Zhao Rishan's arms had been deformed, failing to block Long Chen's kick. Long Chen also managed to leave a deep footprint in Zhao Rishan's face. Heavens, what kind of power is this? Most of the people present were supreme experts, but had been hidden by their sects. They only came out at this critical moment to search for their own lucky chances. In terms of combat power, they had to admit that they were inferior to those at the apex like Nangong Zuyu and Beideng Rushuang. However, they were only one level weaker. The reason that they were low-key was so that others wouldn't be on guard against them, making it easier for them to find their own opportunities. However, as experts, they had their own pride. They had thought that even against the likes of Long Chen or Feng Fei, they would still be able to take whatever treasures they could find and flee from them. This was why they had come here fearlessly. However, after witnessing Long Chen and Zhao Rishan's battle, those thoughts were extinguished. Every one of their movements possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. Let alone escaping, these experts probably weren't even able to receive a single attack. The shockwaves from the battlefield might just be enough to wipe them out in an instant. Only now did they realize that they had overestimated themselves. The difference between them and Long Chen was too great. After smashing Zhao Rishan underground again, Long Chen shot after him. He seemed unstoppable. However, the earth suddenly rippled. A giant fist and arm shot out of the ground, smashing into Long Chen. Compared to this fist, Long Chen was as small as a mosquito. Giant spirit breaks the heavens. Zhao Rishan's furious howl came from underground, and brilliant multicolored light radiated out of the arm, blinding others. Zhao Rishan was finally using his most powerful techniques. You can't even break a hair. Long Chen snorted and didn't stop. The appearance of this metal fist didn't seem to affect him at all. His body was covered in red runes, and he unleashed a punch at the enormous metal fist. A huge explosion shook the land. The aftermath of this exchange shook everyone.